of Copper Blood and Starlight by Eressa. Chapter 1. Everything in its right place. The walk from upper deck access to the processing bay was 42 steps. Marisol had counted them 812 times. She did not count them deliberately. The number surfaced on its own the way a breath did, automatic, the body taking care of itself while the mind attended to more pressing matters. 42 steps. The same 42 it had been for 3 years, since they'd replaced the flooring in Corridor Junction 7 and she'd had to recount from scratch, and the number had come out the same, which had felt briefly like the universe confirming something. She completed the first checkpoint at 0604, 2 minutes ahead of schedule. The upper deck access panel registered her badge, without hesitation.
Clean. Green.
Proceed. She proceeded. The station breathed around her, the ventilation cycling in its low, perpetual rhythm, the hiss and clunk of recycled air moving through ducts that were overdue for maintenance by colonial administration's own standards, which meant they would be attended to sometime in the next fiscal quarter unless something broke before then, in which case they would be attended to immediately at 3 times the cost. Marisol had filed 2 separate efficiency reports on the ventilation system's maintenance schedule. Both had been received, acknowledged, and filed somewhere above her. She noted this. She noted everything. 42 steps. Processing bay entrance. The door required her badge and a manual input. She produced both without slowing, the way she did everything, not rushed, not dawdling, simply moving through the day with the specific efficiency of someone who had long since stopped wasting motion. The processing bay smelled like cleaning compound and the particular metallic tang that lived in any room where paperwork was more important than the people it described. 2 clerks were already at their stations. She acknowledged them with a nod. They straightened. She didn't require it, but she had learned that most junior staff felt better with a clear red of the room, and she was a clear red, present, attentive, unimpressed by the absence of problems, but liable to notice their presence immediately. Morning report, she said to the nearer clerk. A young man she'd had for 6 months now, solid, dependable, with the earnest quality of someone who had not yet decided whether the work was worth doing carefully. All within parameters, Lieutenant. 2 intake holds from last night. He consulted his screen. Both documentation pending, both civilians, no security flags. I'll review them after the sweep. Yes, sir. She was not a sir. She had never corrected this. The correction would have required a conversation. 19 steps from the processing bay to Commander Kale's office. She did not go there yet. His door was closed, the small indicator light beside it reading occupied, which meant he was already at something. She noted the light. She moved on. The lower corridor sweep was next. Technically, she could have assigned it to any officer on rotation. Technically, it was within standard parameters for a junior sweep. She had been conducting it personally for 14 months, a choice she had never entered into any report, which was not the same as not making it. She knew the difference between choice and habit by now, even when the two looked identical from the outside. She made her way through the station's mid-level without hurrying, past the crew commissary that smelled of grain paste and recycled coffee and the particular defeated quality of food that had been approximated rather than made, past the supply intake corridor where the overnight delivery logs were stacked in a cradle outside the intake office, uncollected. She noted that, too. The lower boundary was a different atmosphere. Even the air changed, not in any measurable way, nothing she could put in a report, but in the way a room changed when it was inhabited by people who had learned not to make noise. The underbelly of the station existed in the gaps between what the upper decks needed and what they were willing to see. It was technically within jurisdiction. It was also, by implicit agreement that no one had written down because writing it down would have required acknowledging it, largely left to run on its own. The people here had documentation, or they had plausible documentation, or they had the kind of face that made colonial officers find reasons to look somewhere else. Marisol had seen all 3 kinds. She looked at all of them with the same expression, even, observational, recording. She completed the lower boundary sweep in 11 minutes. Nothing outside parameters. She had 11 months of lower boundary sweeps that read nothing outside parameters, which was either a sign of an orderly sector or a sign of a sector that was very good at being orderly when it knew she was coming. She had filed reports on both interpretations. Neither had received a response. On the way back through, she passed a supply exchange she had noted 12 times in her logs, permitted commercial operation, appropriate licensing, within the residential allowance zone for the lower corridors. She had never entered it. There was no professional reason to enter it. She noted it as she passed, the same way she noted everything, and it noted her back. She had the sense, as she sometimes did, of being watched with the same kind of careful attention she brought to watching. She did not look for the source. The full circuit back to her office was 73 steps from the lower boundary access, plus the 19 back from the corridor junction. She had stopped counting at some point in the middle and arrived at her door without a complete number, which was unusual. She filed it in the same category as the ventilation reports. Received, noted, no further action required. Her office was the size of a generous closet. She had never found this objectionable. Space was a resource with limited supply on a station at the edge of colonial territory, and she was not a person who required a great deal of room. Her desk held a terminal, a handheld scanner, a small tray for incoming documents, and nothing else. No personal effects. She had removed them early in her posting and not replaced them. Every object she'd considered adding had failed a test she could not quite articulate, something about whether she was earning its presence or simply filling space with it, and everything had failed. She sat down. She filed the sweep report. Lower boundary. Parameters normal, nothing to flag. Estimated population density consistent with previous readings. She cross-referenced it with the previous week's report. The numbers matched within acceptable variation. She approved them both. The intake holds were next. She pulled up the first file, read it with the practiced attention of someone who had read 1,000 of them, found the documentation issue, a transit record gap of 6 days, explainable by 3 different standard circumstances, none of which were entered on the form because the individual in question had presumably not known which to select. She noted the most likely explanation in the record, flagged it for standard follow-up, and moved to the second. The second file was cleaner. Cleared in 40 seconds. She submitted both. She made her coffee, real coffee, a small extravagance she had permitted herself for 8 years, a single-serve capsule she ordered on the quarterly supply rotation and rationed with the same precision she brought to everything else. She drank it standing at her window. The window looked out over the station's exterior skin, not space, just corridor, the inner side of the hull, gray and functional and marked at regular intervals with inspection plates and conduit housings. She knew the inspection intervals for every one of them. She had cross-referenced them against the maintenance logs 3 months ago when she had nothing more pressing. They were, for the most part, current. She drank her coffee. She did not think about the lower corridor. She did not think about the supply exchange. She thought about the ventilation maintenance schedule, briefly, and about the second intake hold, briefly, and about the 0900 briefing she was attending in 47 minutes. She counted the ceiling tiles above her desk, not because she was anxious, which she was not, but because it was a thing her mind did when it was moving between tasks, a way of landing somewhere concrete between one function and the next. 44. She set her coffee down, precisely in its place. She opened the next task queue. The briefing was at 0900. She had 46 minutes. She used them. The day ran as it was supposed to run. The morning briefing covered 3 active matters and 2 pending ones. Marisol contributed 3 observations, 2 of which were acted on immediately, and 1 of which was deferred to Kale's discretion, which was the correct outcome. She ran a secondary document review for a junior officer who needed the countersignature. She had lunch in her office. Not from the commissary. She kept ration packs in her desk drawer for days when the commissary's particular defeated quality felt like more than she wanted to process. She attended a 1400 coordination meeting, contributed 4 items, left it with 2 follow-ups in her queue. By 1730, she had cleared the queue. By 1800, she had filed the final daily report. By 1810, she was in her quarters, which were a short walk from her office through the mid-level corridor, 61 steps, and which held, like her office, only what was necessary. She did not know what she would do if she no longer needed to be here. The question had occurred to her once, roughly 6 months into the posting, and she had shelved it the same way she shelved everything unproductive and not returned to it since. There was no useful answer. She was here. She was good at being here. The posting had a remaining term of 22 months, at which point she would file for reassignment, which she had already begun researching in a quiet, low-stakes way, nothing committed. She sat at the small desk in her quarters and did not file anything because there was nothing left to file. She sat for exactly 4 minutes. She was not counting. The 4 minutes happened and she was aware of them happening, and at the end of them, she was still sitting in the same chair with her hands folded on the desk in front of her, and the room very quiet around her except for the ventilation. She had always found the ventilation reassuring. Constant, functional, the sound of a system doing what it was designed to do. She went to bed at 2100. She was asleep in under 4 minutes. In 22 months, she would file for reassignment and move somewhere else and do something else with the same precision and the same efficiency and the same clean record, and none of it would be different. And she found, falling asleep, that she could not locate any feeling about this one way or the other, which was fine. She had 42 steps to walk tomorrow. She would walk them. That was enough. Chapter 2. A clean pair of hands. The officers' canteen had the specific quality of a room that had been designed for morale and had largely given up on the project. The tables were bolted to the floor. The chairs were technically padded. The lighting had been calibrated, at some point, to approximate warmth and had settled instead on a persistent yellow that made everyone look slightly unwell, which was not morale positive but had become, over time, a point of solidarity. Marisol ate here twice a week. Not more. The commissary's smell accumulated in her uniform if she stayed too long, something she could not verify empirically, but which she nonetheless believed, and not less, because Petra ate here almost daily, and Petra was, in the specific and limited sense that applied to Marisol, a friend. Friendship had always presented itself to Marisol as a practical arrangement that had accrued sentiment over time, without her noticing. Petra Sokolova had been assigned to the adjacent shift rotation for 11 months. They had shared a table during a briefing delay and discovered, over weak coffee and a directive neither of them agreed with, that they shared an approach to the work. Do it correctly, ask clean questions, do not volunteer for things that require you to look away. The friendship was built on that alignment and on proximity and on the specific exhaustion of people who worked adjacent to controlled danger and needed somewhere to put the day down for 40 minutes. Petra was already at the table when Marisol arrived. She was eating something from the hot station that appeared, structurally, to be a stew, though the station's hot stew had always suggested the concept of stew more than the actuality of it. Petra ate it without complaint, which was a signature quality. There's a new directive, Petra said, without looking up. This was how Petra began most meals, mid-observation, as though the conversation had been running in her absence and she was simply rejoining it. Ration access recalibration. Effective next cycle. Marisol sat down. She had brought her own a grain pack and 2 nutrient tabs, which was not interesting but was efficient. The underbelly classification review? The underbelly classification review. Petra finally looked up. She had a face that was naturally suited to dry expressions, strong-boned and dark-eyed, with the particular quality of someone who had decided that finding things absurd was a more sustainable response than finding them infuriating. Someone on the admin level decided that the current ration allocation for displaced residential categories was over-permissive. So they've reclassified the threshold. Anyone who doesn't requalify under the new threshold, she made a small gesture with her spoon, gets a reduced access code. How reduced? Enough to be a problem. Petra set her spoon down. Not enough to be a headline. It's very well calibrated, actually. The sort of thing that's technically within policy and quietly hurts the people it touches and does not appear in any report as anything other than an administrative update. Marisol opened her grain pack. Has it been filed? It's already filed. It came down from admin this morning. Petra looked at her. I'm not asking you to do anything about it, Vega. I'm telling you it's happening. Marisol ate. The grain pack was bland in a consistent way she had made peace with. She processed the directive, the population it would affect, the mechanism of the reduction, the particular architecture of a rule that was designed to look like nothing. She had seen the design before. It was competent in its way. She did not say any of this.
She ate.
Across the canteen, near the service counter, a young man in a clerk's uniform was attempting to carry a tray that was slightly too ambitious for the space available to him. He was new. She had seen him twice in the corridor junction, walking with the specific alertness of someone still mapping their environment. He was navigating the narrow passage between two occupied tables when someone's chair shifted and the tray's equilibrium did not survive the encounter. The crash was not dramatic. One cup, one plate, a modest spray of the approximated stew. The young man stood very still for a moment, then said, "I'm sorry," to the general area, which included the floor, then said it again to the person whose chair had moved, who had not been at fault, then began collecting the mess with the earnest efficiency of someone who had decided that thoroughness was an appropriate response to embarrassment. "New clerk," Petra said. "Processing intake. Started 3 weeks ago." "I know." She had seen his file when he'd been assigned. Daoose, 24, Outer Colony posting. First assignment. Clean record. Good references, the kind of marks that suggested conscientiousness rather than brilliance, which was more reliable in the long run. "He's settling in." He apologized to the floor. "That speaks well of him." Petra watched him finish collecting the debris, say something to a canteen worker who appeared with a cloth, and make his way to a table with the tray's surviving contents. He sat down, looked at what remained of his meal, appeared to perform a rapid assessment, and began eating with no further comment. Petra nodded slightly, as though he had passed something. "What I like about you, Vega," Petra said, returning to her stew, "is that you've got the cleanest hands on this station." She said it in the tone she used for things that were jokes and also not jokes, light on the surface, slightly weighted below. "Never touch anything you can't file afterward." Marisol did not immediately respond. She was looking at the grain pack label, which contained nutritional information she already knew. "I file everything that requires filing," she said. "That's exactly what I mean." Petra ate a spoonful of stew. Most people flinch a little at things like the ration directive. You just process it. Add it to the record. Very clean. Processing it doesn't mean approving it. "No," Petra agreed. "It doesn't mean either thing, actually. That's what's so clean about it." Marisol looked up. Petra met her eyes with the expression she wore when she was paying attention behind the joke. Not challenging, exactly, but watchful. The kind of watchfulness that comes from someone who has noticed something and is deciding how much to say. She did not say more. She went back to the stew. This was what Petra did when she was paying attention. She said the thing once, in the tone that gave it room to be heard or not heard as the listener preferred, and then she moved on. It was a quality Marisol had always appreciated and occasionally found irritating, in the way that things are irritating when they are too precise. She ate the rest of her grain pack. The canteen ran its usual noon cycle noise around them. Trays, chairs, the ventilation, the abbreviated conversations of people on limited breaks. Across the room, Daoose was writing something in a small notebook, which was an unusual sight in the canteen. Most people use their terminals for notes. She noticed it the way she noticed everything and filed it in the low-priority category. "New directive aside," Petra said, "how's the lower boundary sweep?" "Still running it personally. Standard rotation." Standard rotation meaning you, every morning, 40 minutes ahead of schedule. Marisol gathered her empty containers. "The sweep requires consistency to be useful." "The sweep requires being done," Petra said. "You're doing something slightly different from that." "I'm not criticizing." She picked up her tray. "I'm just noting it. The way I note things. Like ration directives. Exactly like ration directives."
Petra stood.
Noted. Filed. No further comment. She smiled, which was genuine and warm and not quite the same as cheerful. "See you at the 1400 briefing." She left. Marisol sat for another 3 minutes, which she did not count, eating nothing because there was nothing left to eat, looking at the surface of the table in front of her, which was clean because she had not touched anything that required otherwise. The words sat at the edge of her mind. "The cleanest hands on this station." She stood, stacked her containers in the tray return, nodded to the canteen worker, who nodded back. The room continued its noon cycle noise behind her as she walked out into the corridor, and the door sealed shut, and she counted 19 steps back to the corridor junction and did not examine why the number arrived already known. Never touch anything you can't file afterward. It was an accurate description of her. It was meant, she understood, affectionately. It was also meant as a question, and the question had followed her out of the canteen in the specific way that questions she did not intend to answer sometimes did, present, patient, not requiring anything yet. She had 47 minutes before the 1400 briefing. She went back to her office and filed the morning's outstanding items, and the question sat down somewhere in the back of her mind where she did not look, and waited. Chapter 3. The underbelly has its own gravity. The deviation was 9 steps. Marisol had run the lower boundary sweep 114 times. She knew the route the way she knew her own quarters, not consciously, not as a sequence of landmarks, but as a physical knowledge held in the legs and the turn of a shoulder, the body directing itself while the mind attended to observation. The route was 73 steps from access to the far point of the boundary, then 73 back, adjusted by the occasional variance of foot traffic and corridor obstruction. She had never gone further than the boundary line. Today, a maintenance reroute had closed the standard return path. She had 2 options: wait for clearance, or take the alternate route, which went 9 steps deeper into the lower corridors before looping back to the mid-level access. The alternate route was within her jurisdiction.
It was not outside the map.
It was simply a part of the map she had never had reason to use. She took the alternate route. 9 steps past the boundary line, the station changed registers. Not dramatically, not in the way a story would require, with a sudden shift in light or sound. The change was subtler. The ceiling was the same height, the flooring the same gray composite. But the corridor was inhabited in a way that the boundary corridor was not. Not crowded. The lower level never had the density of the middecks, but full of the small specific evidence of sustained human habitation, a folded piece of cloth wedged against a vent to muffle the draft, a row of small containers lined against the wall with the deliberate care of people who did not have excess space to waste, a hand-drawn notation on the wall at eye height that said something in a script she did not read, surrounded by 2 other notations in a language she did recognize. And they were directions to 2 different things that did not appear on any official station map. Marisol walked. She maintained her pace, not slowing because slowing would communicate interest she had not decided to communicate, and she had not decided anything about this corridor yet. She observed. She had read the lower corridor population estimates in 7 consecutive quarterly reports. The numbers were what they were: displaced residential, provisional classification, documentation pending or documentation approved or documentation approximated. The numbers were orderly. The corridor was something more than the numbers, which was a thing she already knew and had always known, and which she was now, for the first time in 114 sweeps, standing inside of rather than adjacent to. The supply exchange was on the left side of the corridor, 3 doors down from the reroute junction. She had noted it 12 times in her standard reports. From the boundary line it had been visible in the middle distance, a doorway with a worn curtain, a warm light coming through the gap, the low sound of exchange. From 9 steps past, it was adjacent.
She stopped.
Not deliberately. Her feet stopped, and she was standing in front of the entrance, the curtain half-drawn, and from inside came the smell of something that was not commissary food, something with actual heat to it, actual weight, the specific smell of something that had been cooked with attention rather than produced with efficiency. And voices, 2 of them, low and ordinary, discussing something about the 3rd cycle supply delivery with a specific tone of people negotiating something that mattered in a practical way. Through the gap in the curtain, she could see a portion of the interior. Shelves, dense and organized, holding the kind of goods that supplemented the official ration allocation when the official ration allocation fell short. Which it did. Which it was going to do more, as of the new directive. She had filed that information this morning, and not thought about it since. A woman moved through the visible portion of the exchange, not the person speaking, but someone moving through the back of the space with a box balanced against her hip. Large, unhurried, with the particular quality of someone who owned the room not by claiming it, but by simply having been in it so long that ownership had become irrelevant. Dark-skinned, older, with close-cropped gray-salted hair and the specific posture of someone who had decided, at some point, that the work was the point and the posture would follow from that. She passed through the visible frame and out of it without looking toward the door. Marisol was aware that she had been standing still for 4 seconds, which was outside the parameters of a continuous sweep. She moved on. The alternate route rejoined the standard path at the mid-level access as mapped. She completed the return circuit and was back in the upper corridor in 8 minutes. She filed the sweep report. Lower boundary. Parameters normal. Nothing to flag. Maintenance reroute noted. Return via alternate route B. Nothing unusual observed. She did not know, filing it, whether the sentence "nothing unusual observed" was precisely true. She did not know what unusual meant in this context exactly. She filed it and closed the report and moved to the next item in her queue. That evening she pulled the lower corridor's historical demographic data, not for any active reason, simply as a completion of information she was already partway through, the way she sometimes followed a question to its natural end before setting it down. The data went back 6 years to when the current classification system had been implemented. Displacement categories had risen 17% in the first 3 years and leveled since. The supply exchange, officially listed as a low-volume residential trade operation, had been in the same location for 4 years, same registered operator, same license category, no citations. The registered operator's name was Rosalind Achebe. She did not look further than the name. There was no active reason to look further. She closed the file. She sat at her desk in the quiet of the evening shift and did not file anything because she had already filed everything. The ventilation ran its low constant note. Outside her window, the hull inspection plates were lit at regular intervals against the corridor ceiling. She counted the tiles above her desk. 44. The same 44 they had always been. She waited for the number to settle her. She had been waiting for that since she sat down, had been running the count as a structural reflex rather than a felt need, and she recognized, sitting with the 44, that the distinction mattered, and that tonight the number was not doing what it was supposed to do. She tried again. 44. The ceiling. The tiles. The count complete. She was thinking about the cloth against the vent. The small containers lined against the wall with the care of people who did not waste space. The woman with the box balanced on her hip, moving through a room she owned without claiming it. She was thinking about nothing unusual observed, and whether that sentence was about the corridor or about her. She went to bed later than usual. She did not count how much later. Through the wall, the ventilation system ran its continuous low note, and somewhere beneath her, 9 steps past the boundary line, people were doing whatever people did at the end of a day in corridors that did not appear on the official station map, and she could not have said why she was thinking about this except that she was, and then she was asleep, and then it was morning. 42 steps. She counted them. The number arrived correct. She filed the morning report at 0604, 2 minutes ahead of schedule. The same as yesterday, the same as 800 mornings before. But she had walked a different route, and the route was still in her legs somewhere, 9 steps longer than she was used to, and it stayed with her across the whole of the day without presenting itself as a problem she could file. Chapter 4. Protocol for Displaced Persons. The morning began the way all mornings began, with the inventory. Sable ran it from the bed before getting up, which was not a bed in any real sense, but a sleeping pad laid on a section of floor that had been defined as her space through the informal architecture of the lower corridor's social geography. Her space was hers because she had been here long enough to have space, and because Roz had said she could, and because no one disputed things Roz had said. She lay still and catalogued. Exits, 3. Current threats, none active. Current variables, 2 that required monitoring. Personal status, stable. Then she got up because the inventory was complete, and lying still after the inventory was finished was how you turned a functional habit into an anxiety. The lower corridor in the morning had a specific quality she had come to rely on, not warmth, exactly, but density, the sense of a small ecosystem running through its morning cycle. The water line near the junction ran hot for 40 minutes between 0530 and 0610. She timed her wash to the first 20. The Miron family 2 doors down would have their door open by 06:15, which meant it was safe to move through the junction without being asked questions she would have to answer carefully. By 06:30 the corridor was in full morning rhythm, and she could move without being notable. She moved without being notable. This was a skill she had spent 11 years refining. The thing people did not understand about performance was that it was not a mask. A mask was external, removable, a thing you put on and took off. The performance was architecture, the way you held your shoulders, what you asked and what you didn't, the particular frequency of eye contact that said I am here and not here simultaneously. She had built it layer by layer over 11 years, and it had become so integrated that she sometimes went entire days without locating the seam between the architecture and the self beneath it. This was efficient. It was also, occasionally, alarming. She was not alarmed today. Today she was running on routine, which was the most sustainable state she had found. Roz's exchange opened at 0700, which meant Sable arrived at 0655 to help with the early setup. This arrangement had not been negotiated. It had simply accrued, the way things accrued between people who spent enough time in the same corridor. Roz had never asked her to help. Sable had never said she would. She arrived one morning, for months into her stay, and moved a box from one location to another without comment, and Roz had let her, and neither of them had discussed it since. 2 crates of grain supplement came in overnight, Roz said, when Sable ducked through the curtain. She was already at the shelves, moving things with the unhurried precision of someone who had done it 10,000 times. Staging area. Bottom row. Sable found them and began moving them to the appropriate storage. The exchange smelled of metal and oil and something that might once have been a spice, ground down to a memory of itself in one of the sealed containers on the top shelf. She worked without speaking. Roz worked without speaking. This was one of the things she valued about the arrangement. Roz did not require conversation. She had been in enough proximity to people who required conversation to understand how valuable its absence was. By 0730 the setup was done, and the first few customers had come through, the early shift regulars, people who had calculated their ration gaps and made their plans and moved through the exchange with the specific efficiency of people who did not have extra time. Sable helped where she was useful and moved aside where she wasn't. She noted each person with the involuntary precision she applied to everything, names, patterns, anything that had changed since the last time she'd seen them. Her documentation was due for a quarterly review. She had run the check last night. Everything in order, cross-referenced against 3 data sources, the gap in her transit history bridged by a cross-filing she had learned to do 18 months ago when the processing standards had shifted and she'd had to rebuild her trail from scratch. The documentation was, by any standard measure, clean. Clean enough to stand up to a standard review. A non-standard review was a different question. She did not think about non-standard reviews. She thought about them precisely enough to know they were possible, and not 1 degree further, because 1 degree further was where the spiral lived. She turned the ring once on her finger, under the cuff of her jacket. A private motion, invisible to the room. At 0900, the morning rush thinned. Roz poured 2 cups of something hot from the unit behind the counter, and set one on the surface, near Sable, without comment. Sable picked it up. It was not coffee, not exactly, some kind of grain-based substitute that the lower corridor had developed its own version of, darker and more bitter than the real thing, which she had always found accurate. She drank it. New directive, Roz said. She was looking at the shelves, cataloging something. I heard. 3rd cycle. Ration threshold goes up by 6 points. Anyone in the provisional displacement category who doesn't requalify. She made a small sound that was not a word. How many here? 20, maybe 22. Roz set down her cup. Manageable, if the exchange can absorb the gap. I'm running estimates. She turned to look at Sable, which was something she did selectively, not the absent glance of someone making eye contact for social reasons, but the considered attention of someone who had decided you were worth looking at. You qualify. Your rating's mid-range stable. I know. I'm not worried about you. Roz picked up her cup again. I'm noting it. For the record. There was no record. Roz kept no written records of her own, which was a policy choice that Sable had come to understand was not carelessness, but its opposite. Roz noted things in her memory and distributed them only when they were needed, which made her the safest repository of information in the lower corridor and probably in the entire station. Sable had trusted her with more than she intended to, over 4 months, and Roz had stored all of it without comment and used none of it and asked nothing in return, which was the kind of generosity that frightened her slightly because she did not know what to do with things that expected nothing. She finished her drink. She thanked Roz with a nod, which was what Roz preferred. She went back to the corridor. The morning exit check was next. 3 routes, assessed in order of use, not because she would need them today, but because she needed to know they were there. The first, through the maintenance access near the junction, clear, 2 changes since yesterday's check, both routine. The second, through the residential overflow and into the cargo transfer level, clear, slower than the first, useful if the junction was watched. The third was the long route, the one she had used only twice in 11 years, the one that required passing through a section of the station she tried to avoid because the structural assessment she had done of it 6 months ago had suggested it was functional but not comfortable, and comfort, in the narrow sense of feeling like something she could control, mattered more to her than she usually admitted. All 3 clear. She noted this with a small interior satisfaction of a job that was done correctly. The afternoon opened into the routine work of being invisible. She ate, sparingly, not from scarcity but from habit. She ate the way she did everything, with precise modesty, taking nothing that would draw attention in either direction. She talked to 3 people in the corridor, each exchange calibrated to the relationship, familiar enough with Tem from the 4th door space to ask about his sister's health, less familiar with a woman from the provisionals who had moved in 2 weeks ago and was still in the assessment phase of trust, just surface correct with the young man who distributed the overflow supply tabs and who had a specific kind of attention that she preferred not to encourage. She was good at this. She had always been good at this. The architecture ran cleanly. In the corridor near the 3rd exit route, a small child sat with her back against the wall, playing some kind of sorting game with a collection of small objects, a mix of fastener caps, a bent spoon, 3 pale stones that must have been brought from somewhere because there were no stones on a station. She had the focused absorption of a child for whom the game was complete and required nothing else. Sable stopped. She did not plan to. She had been walking past and she stopped, and she crouched down to the child's level, and she looked at the sorting arrangement. "What are the rules?" she asked. The child looked up, assessed her with the rapid unself-consciousness of someone too young to have learned to veil assessments. "These ones go here," she said, indicating a cluster of the fastener caps, "because they're the same color. These go here because they're round. And this one," she held up one of the pale stones, "goes anywhere because it's special." "What makes it special?" "I found it," the child said, as though this were obvious. Sable turned the stone over in her hand, smooth, cool, worn down by something, water maybe. Somewhere it had been before it ended up here. She handed it back. "That's a good rule," she said. The child took the stone and placed it at the center of the arrangement, which reorganized the entire game's geography. Sable watched this for a moment. Something in her chest did the thing it did sometimes, soften briefly, in the specific way that meant the architecture had found its edge, and she was standing outside it for a second, not performing anything, just present. She stayed with it for as long as it lasted. Then she stood, and the architecture settled back into place, and she walked on. She had routes to check and a documentation review to complete and a meeting with Finn scheduled for 1700, and she walked toward the junction with the steady invisible purpose of someone who knew where all the exits were and had, for now, decided not to use any of them. Behind her, the child placed the special stone at the center and let the arrangement reorganize around it, and did not look up again. 3 times that week, Sable had noticed the same colonial officer running the lower boundary sweep. Not on the boundary, they never crossed the boundary, stayed scrupulously within the jurisdiction line, but visible from the lower corridor, close enough to see the specific quality of their attention. She had catalogued this the way she catalogued everything. Officer, mid-rank insignia, female, brown uniform neat, which was a category of colonial officer that meant they were the kind who actually read the reports rather than the kind who filed them. Movement pattern. Consistent, slightly ahead of schedule, no apparent variation. eyes moving the corridor the way eyes moved when they were actually seeing it rather than recording it. She noted this. She was careful about what she did with notings. She had not done anything with this one yet, which was itself a decision, and she was aware that the decision was worth examining and had not yet examined it, which was another decision layered inside the first. She had been on this station for 4 months. She had noted the officer for 3 weeks. She walked past the boundary line at the end of the afternoon sweep and did not look toward the lower corridor, and Sable watched her go with the attentiveness she brought to everything, and noted. The officer counted something under her breath. Not obviously. You would miss it if you were not watching very carefully. Just the small movement of a mouth keeping track of a number, private, habitual, belonging entirely to itself. Sable had met a great many colonial officers. She had never met one who counted their own steps. She filed this in the same place she filed the other notings about the officer, and it sat there with the others, and she walked back to the lower corridor and did not think about it more than was necessary. The meeting with Fun was at 1700. She turned the ring on her finger twice. She went. Chapter 5: What Unauthorized Interest Looks Like. The discrepancy was minor. Access Corridor C-14 was listed in the station map as a supplied transit route, permitted foot traffic, low priority, not typically inhabited. The lower corridor overflow had been rerouted through it 3 cycles ago when a section of the primary residential corridor had been flagged for environmental maintenance, and it had been rerouted back again 6 weeks later when the maintenance was completed, or at least filed as completed, which in the station's administrative vocabulary meant approximately the same thing. What this meant, in practice, was that C-14 was a gray zone, technically reclassified back to supply transit, actually continuing to be used as a shortcut between 2 residential sections because the residents had found it useful and the reclassification had not come with any enforcement protocol, which meant the only thing preventing its continued use was a policy update that had not been communicated and a sign that was partially obscured by a water recycling unit that had been installed. And Marisol had checked. 4 months after the sign. It was the kind of discrepancy that lived in the gap between the map and the territory. It was not unusual. The station produced these gaps the way any complex system produced them, through the accumulation of small decisions made by different people at different times with incomplete information about what the others had decided. Marisol had logged 47 similar discrepancies in her 3 years on this posting. They were, in the administrative sense, boring. She had been assigned a sweep of the C-14 corridor and surrounding sections as part of a zone compliance review. Routine, nothing flagged, the kind of task that could be delegated but which she preferred to conduct herself when the zone in question was adjacent to the lower boundary. She went at 1400, which was not her usual sweep window, because the compliance review had its own schedule and the compliance review was the proximate reason, and she did not require a further reason. She was 3 minutes into the sweep when she found the woman. Not found in the way of an encounter, found in the sense of turned a corner, and there was someone standing in a section of corridor that was technically, per the most recent reclassification, not supposed to have someone standing in it. The woman was still, reading something on a small handheld unit, with the quality of someone using a moment of quiet to catch up on something that required quiet. She was tall and angular, in a jacket one size too large that fell off one shoulder slightly, and she was standing in the kind of way that was not hiding but was also not advertising her presence, present and quiet and occupying only the space she needed to occupy. When Marisol's footsteps registered, the woman looked up. The eyes were dark with a ring of amber green around the iris, which was the first thing Marisol noticed, because it was the kind of thing that was difficult to not notice in the flat, recycled light of a C corridor. The face was composed, which was a specific kind of composed, not blank, not unconcerned, but arranged with a care that was itself a kind of information if you were the sort of person who read arrangements. Marisol was that sort of person. This corridor is currently classified as supplied transit access, Marisol said. She kept her voice neutral, not hard, not friendly, simply accurate. Residential foot traffic has been rerouted to the primary pathway since cycle 47. The woman looked at her for a moment. I wasn't aware of the reroute. My documents list this as transit permitted. The reclassification wasn't communicated effectively. Marisol did not know why she said this. It was true, and it was not a professional observation she was required to offer, and she had made it anyway. You'll want to use the primary pathway going forward. Of course. She should, at this point, have asked for the documentation. Standard protocol for any undocumented occupant of a non-residential corridor. Visual verification, cross-reference with the station's population registry, logged the encounter. It was not onerous. It took 4 minutes. She had done it 230 times, and it was as automatic as the step count. She did not ask for the documentation. Instead, and she would spend time on this later, not quite examining it, but circling it with the attention she brought to things she could not file, she said, "Have you eaten today?" The question arrived without her having planned it. It was not an appropriate question for a compliance sweep. There was no form for it. The woman looked at her with an expression that did not shift much, but shifted enough, a small recalibration, a slight change in the quality of attention, like a frequency adjusting. "Yes," the woman said. It was a single word. It told Marisol nothing about whether it was true. It was delivered with the particular smoothness of someone who had given that answer many times and given it well, and also, and this was the thing she could not locate a professional framework for, with a small pause before it that was too short to clock as a lie and too present to dismiss entirely. The answer was either true or the most convincing yes she had received in a professional context since she had learned to notice pauses. She could not tell which. "Good," Marisol said. She logged the encounter in her head, approximate location, physical description, manner, no documentation requested, no incident, and did not say anything else, and did not move on immediately, and was aware that she was not moving on immediately, and that there was no procedural explanation for the additional 4 seconds she was spending standing in C-14 with a woman who had said yes to a question she had not needed to ask. "Primary pathway is 2 junctions east," she said. "The access is clearly marked." "Thank you," the woman said. Marisol walked on. She completed the C-14 sweep without further incident, logged everything that required logging, submitted the compliance report with the gray zone notation included, and recommended a follow-up communication on the reclassification signage, which was a legitimate recommendation she had been meaning to make since she had first noticed the sign obscured by the water recycling unit 2 months ago. She sat in her office with the submitted report on her screen and the incident form open in a second window, cursor in the encounter log field. She did not type. The encounter log field required date, time, corridor designation, individual description, documentation status, incident classification, officer notes. She had the date, time, and corridor. She had a description. She had the documentation status, which was not assessed. She had the incident classification, which was minor noncompliance, corridor misuse, no security component. She looked at the cursor for 40 seconds. She closed the window. The incident form closed without saving, because she had not saved it, because she had closed it without filling it in, which meant the encounter, the corridor, the composed face, the pause before yes, existed in no record except her memory, which was not a record and would not be forwarded to anyone and would not generate a follow-up protocol. She had not done this before. In 3 years of lower boundary sweeps and compliance reviews and 47 gray zone discrepancies, she had not once closed an incident form without filling it in. There was no version of this she could file that adequately described what had just happened, which was, she had asked a question she had no business asking, received an answer she could not verify, and decided, without examining the decision, not to document it. She sat at her desk. She counted the ceiling tiles. 44.
Correct.
The number arrived and sat there, and did not settle anything. She counted again. 44.
Yes.
That was the number. She knew that was the number. The number being correct did not explain why she was sitting at her desk thinking about the pause before yes, and the amber-green ring around dark irises, and the jacket that hung slightly off one shoulder, which were not professionally relevant observations, and which she had nonetheless made and retained with unusual precision. She opened a blank form. Not the incident report, a different form, a request for signage review in C-14 and surrounding corridors, which was the legitimate action item generated by today's compliance sweep, and which she could fill out and file and submit, and which would generate a work order and a follow-up and a response in the next quarterly maintenance cycle. She filed it. She pulled the population registry and searched for the lower boundary zone, not the individual. She did not have a name. She had not asked for documentation. There was no way to search for a specific person based on a description, but the category: displaced residential, provisional, active documentation, female. The category returned 47 records, which was a number too large to do anything useful with, and also, she recognized not what she was doing, since she was not supposed to be doing anything with it at all. She closed the registry. She did the rest of the day. 1600 briefing, 2 action items, neither of them related to C-14. End of shift report, submitted at 1748. Quarters, 61 steps. She counted all 61. She did not go back to C-14. She was not going to go back to C-14. She sat in her quarters for the standard period before sleep and did not count ceiling tiles or organize anything because there was nothing to organize, and did not think about yes and then thought about it, and then made a specific decision to stop and stopped and thought about it again at some point around the threshold of sleep without knowing she was thinking about it. The pause, the composed face, the specific quality of someone who occupied only the space they needed to and had learned to make even that invisible. She would not go back to C-14. She went to sleep. In the morning she walked her 42 steps. She filed her 0604 report with the same precision she brought to all 0604 reports, 2 minutes ahead of schedule, clean record, nothing unusual observed. She had not filed the incident form. This was the first time in 11 years she had not filed something that required filing. She noted this and did not examine it, and went about her day. Chapter 6. Reasons that are not reasons. The first pass was professional. Marisol had a legitimate reason to be in the lower corridor junction on Tuesday, a follow-up item from the zone compliance review, a minor discrepancy in the lighting grid that had been flagged in her report and required a visual confirmation before she could close it out. The lighting discrepancy was real. She had noted it during the C-14 sweep. She went at 13:30 with a scanner and spent 9 minutes documenting the 2 panels in question and submitted the confirmation from the junction access point before returning to the upper deck. She did not go further than the junction. She went back to her office and filed the lighting grid confirmation and moved to the next item in her queue and did not look at C-14 on the corridor map and did not think about whether someone was in C-14 right now because there was no professional reason to think about that, and she was a professional, and that was the end of it. The second pass was less professional. On Thursday, she had a shift boundary overlap, 30 minutes between the end of her primary duties and a coordination meeting that had been pushed to the late afternoon slot, which left her with an interval she would ordinarily have used to review pending documentation. She reviewed the pending documentation in 18 minutes, which left 12 minutes of unscheduled time that she had not planned for and which her mind appeared to have already decided how to use before she consciously arrived at any decision about it. She walked to the lower corridor junction. Not to C-14. The compliance review was closed. There was no open action item that required her presence in C-14. The woman she had encountered there 3 days ago was not a pending matter, but to the junction, which was within her standard sweep territory and therefore not anomalous.
She arrived.
She conducted an assessment of the junction's traffic patterns, which was a thing she sometimes did, and which generated no reports because it was informal and observational. The junction was occupied by 4 people, none of whom were the woman from C-14. Marisol noted this. She stood in the junction for 6 minutes, which was longer than she needed to note traffic patterns, but not so long that it required a professional explanation. Then she went to her coordination meeting, which ran 11 minutes over schedule and generated 3 action items, none of which were related to C-14 or the lower corridor or anything she had been thinking about in the junction. On Friday, she went back a 3rd time. This time, she did not have a professional justification prepared in advance. She had one she could construct, a general zone assessment, a follow-up on the signage review she had filed, something involving the demographic data she had been reviewing. She had not constructed it. She walked down to the lower boundary at 1,500 with no active item in her queue that required her presence there, and stood at the boundary line and looked at the lower corridor and was aware that she was looking for a specific person without officially looking for anyone. Sable was not there. Marisol stood at the boundary for 4 minutes. The corridor was quiet, mid-shift, most residents either working or inside. A man she half recognized from the demographic data moved through the corridor with 2 bags and nodded to her without concern, which meant she had been present in this zone enough times to have become ordinary to the people who lived in it, which was a form of surveillance she had not examined the ethics of. A child ran past, possibly the same child from Sable's corridor. She couldn't be sure. The corridors had more than one child, and disappeared into a side passage. No one wearing a jacket one size too large appeared. Marisol walked back to the upper deck. She went to the canteen that evening because it was a Tuesday or Friday canteen day, and she had not been on Tuesday, and Petra was already there with 2 cups of something hot and the expression of someone who has been waiting for a specific conversation without scheduling it. "You look like you've been thinking about something," Petra said. "I have several open action items." "That's not what I mean, and you know it's not what I mean." Petra slid one of the cups toward her. "You've made the same non-joke twice this week. The one about the signage review. It lands correctly, but it's not funny, which means it's not actually a joke. It's just a sentence you're using to fill space while you're thinking about something else." Marisol picked up the cup. It was the grain coffee substitute that Petra sometimes brought from the lower market. She bought it in bulk from somewhere she had never specified, and it was considerably better than the upper deck approximation, which Marisol had noted and filed in the category of things that were true and did not require comment. "The signage review is a legitimate action item," she said. "I'm sure it is." Petra drank from her own cup. "How many times have you been down to the lower junction this week?" The question arrived with the quality of something that had been assembled from available evidence and was being presented without accusation. Marisol knew the feeling from the other side of it. She used it herself in professional contexts when she had arrived at a conclusion and wanted the other person to arrive at it alongside her rather than being presented with it unannounced. "Routine sweep coverage," she said. "Twice before Friday. That's not your rotation." Petra looked at her. "I'm not writing a report, Vega. I'm asking." Marisol set down her cup. Outside the canteen, the corridor did what the corridor always did: foot traffic, ventilation, the distant sound of something mechanical doing its mechanical work. The yellow light made Petra look, as always, slightly unwell, which did not diminish the quality of her attention.
"There was a woman," Marisol said.
"In C-14, during the compliance sweep." Petra did not say anything, which was how she indicated she was listening. Minor noncompliance. She wasn't aware of the reclassification. Marisol looked at the surface of the table. "I didn't file the encounter." The silence from Petra's side of the table took on a slightly different quality. "You didn't file it," Petra said.
"No."
"In 11 years.
"I'm aware."
"Right." Petra picked up her cup. Set it down again. "And you've been going back to the corridor." "I've been completing routine zone coverage. With no rotation assignment. In your off window." Petra looked at her for a long moment. "Marisol, I am not asking you what this is. I can see what it is. I'm asking whether you've thought about what you're doing." "I've been thinking about almost nothing else." "That is different from thinking carefully about it." Marisol knew that. She had thought about it the way she thought about things she could not file, in circles, without arriving anywhere, the thoughts moving through the same territory repeatedly without generating a conclusion she could act on. She had identified that she was doing this. She had not been able to stop.
"She looked at me," Marisol said.
"When I asked if she'd eaten, she looked at me like..." She stopped. "Like what?" Like she'd been asked the right question by the wrong person. Petra was quiet for a moment. Then, "That's the most you've said about another person in the entire time I've known you." Marisol picked up her cup. "It's not a lot." "No," Petra agreed. "For most people it wouldn't be." She ate something from the plate in front of her that had the structural properties of a grain cake. "I'm not telling you not to go back. I'm noting, the way I note things, that you've already decided to go back, and that you're inventing professional justifications for a decision you've already made outside the professional frame." which means you already know the justifications are thin. They're not entirely. They're thin, Vega. Petra said it without judgment, which doesn't mean wrong. It means honest. She pushed the plate toward her. Eat something. You've had that cup for 8 minutes and you haven't touched it. Marisol ate the grain cake. It was dry in the way of things that had been made correctly and without pleasure. She ate it anyway because Petra had pushed it toward her, and that was, in Petra's language, a form of care. Across the canteen, Deo Ose was at a corner table again, this time without his tray. He had a cup and the small notebook, and he was writing in it with the concentrated attention of someone who is not taking notes so much as working something out. She watched him for a moment. He wrote something, paused, wrote something else. The notebook was small and dark-covered, the kind of thing you could slip into a uniform pocket, and she had seen it in his hand 3 times now, which was either a consistent habit or a sign that he was processing something that required regular return. She filed it. Low priority. Noted. The irregularity he flagged last week, she said. Petra looked up. The processing wing intake numbers? He came to me with a discrepancy. I told him it was likely a data entry error. Is it? Marisol thought about it. It might be. But he was right to flag it. The discrepancy is small enough to dismiss. It's also the kind of small that doesn't usually happen in intake data unless there's a reason for it. She looked at Deo's corner table. He had stopped writing and was staring at the notebook with an expression she recognized as the face of someone who had written something true and was deciding whether to keep it. I told him I'd look into it. And have you? Not yet. That's not like you. No, Marisol said. It's not. She finished the grain cake. She drank the grain coffee substitute. The canteen moved through its evening cycle around them, and Petra made 2 more dry observations that were also questions, and Marisol deflected one, and didn't deflect the other, which was as honest as she was going to be tonight. She went back to her quarters at 2015 and did not count the steps, which was becoming a habit she had not named. She did not go to C14. She sat at her desk and opened the processing wing intake data that Deo had flagged and pulled the relevant records and spent 45 minutes cross-referencing them against the standard intake baselines. The discrepancy was small. It was consistent. It had been running for 6 weeks, which predated her encounter in C14 and predated Deo's arrival, and therefore was not connected to either of them, which meant it was either administrative noise or something that someone had built deliberately and made to look like noise. She closed the file. She sat with the closed file for a while. The ventilation ran. The 44 ceiling tiles were where they always were. She did not count them tonight because she did not need to, or because she did not want to, or because counting them had started to feel like asking a question she already knew the answer to. She went to the lower corridor on Saturday. There was no professional justification. She did not construct one. She went at 1600, the clean light of the mid-afternoon shift, and she stood at the edge of C14 and looked at the corridor, and at the far end of it, near the access junction, a woman in a jacket 1 size too large stood with her back against the wall reading something on a handheld unit. She had chosen this spot, Marisol understood. The junction access was visible from 3 directions. The handheld unit gave her a reason to be still. She had positioned herself where she could be found if someone was looking, and not found if they were not. Marisol stood at the edge of the corridor. Sable looked up. The amber-green ring caught the corridor light. Neither of them said anything for 2 seconds, which was a long time, and then Marisol reached into her jacket pocket and produced a sealed meal pack, the kind she kept in her desk drawer for days when the commissary was too much, and held it out across the distance between them. Sable looked at the meal pack. Then at Marisol. Then at the meal pack again. Something shifted in her expression, not the composed surface, but something just below it, something that might have been, in another register entirely, close to being moved. She crossed the distance and took the meal pack. Her fingers were cool. The exchange lasted 2 seconds and involved no formal transfer of anything, no incident report, no name, no documentation. Thank you, Sable said. Primary pathway is still 2 junctions east, Marisol said. I know, Sable said. The ghost of something that was not quite a smile crossed her face. I haven't been using this one.
No, Marisol said.
Neither have I. She walked back to the upper deck. She counted the steps exactly once and lost the count at 27 and did not go back to find it. In her office, the intake discrepancy sat in a closed file on her desk, consistent and deliberate and patient, waiting for the moment when she would have to open it again. She did not open it. She filed her end-of-day report. Nothing unusual observed. The sentence felt different now than it had when she'd first started writing it. She was not sure it had ever been accurate. Chapter 7. She asks better questions than she should. She had been watching the officer for 5 weeks. It was not a decision she had made so much as a decision she had found herself already inside of. The cataloging had begun the way it always began: threat assessment, pattern analysis, the functional work of understanding what kind of attention was moving through her territory, and somewhere around week 3 had become something else, something she had not named because naming it would require examining it, and examining it would require deciding what to do about it, and she was not ready to decide. The officer's pattern was consistent. Slightly ahead of schedule. Eyes moving over the corridor the way they moved when they were actually seeing it, not just recording it. And the counting. Always the counting, that private motion of a mouth keeping a number, belonging entirely to herself, as though the world had to be measured to be safely inhabited. Sable understood that. She had chosen the C-14 junction on Saturday because it was findable and because she had made, without fully acknowledging it, a decision to be found. Not by the colonial enforcement apparatus, that was a different category of decision and one she was not making. By the officer specifically, who had brought her a meal pack without comment and had not filed a report about their first encounter and had stood in a transit corridor on her off shift with no professional reason to be there. Sable had catalogued all of this. She had applied the same careful analysis she applied to everything and arrived at the same conclusion she had been arriving at for 5 weeks, which was, this woman was a variable she could not fully classify, which meant she was a risk she could not fully calculate, which meant the safest thing was to increase the distance between them. She had not increased the distance. She had stood in C-14 and let herself be found. The meal pack was sitting on the edge of her sleeping pad.
She had not eaten it yet.
She was looking at it, which was a thing she recognized as irrational, since it was a sealed ration pack and not a message, and did not contain any information beyond its caloric content, which was printed on the label. She picked it up and ate it because that was the rational response to a meal pack and because she was genuinely hungry, and because holding it and not eating it was exactly the kind of thing she did not do. It was grain and protein paste, and it tasted like everything the upper deck produced, which was adequate and nothing more. She had eaten food in her life that did not taste like adequacy. She remembered it the way she remembered other things she no longer had access to, with a specificity that was almost physical, the memory of taste living in the back of the throat, as though the body had archived it on its own initiative, without asking whether it was useful to keep. She put the thought away. She was good at putting thoughts away. The meeting with Fun was rescheduled from 1700 to 1900 on account of a complication in the supply transfer schedule that Fun was managing. Sable waited in the junction near the second exit route, which was where they met when they needed to meet quickly and without spectacle. Fun arrived at 1854, which was early for a rescheduled meeting and meant they were concerned. Fun was not tall, mid-height, compact, with the specific quality of someone who had learned to take up exactly the amount of space they needed and had reduced that number over years of practice. Their hair was close-cropped on one side and longer on the other, though they kept it covered under a work-issue cap most of the time. They moved the way Sable moved, quietly, without announcement, through the corridor's social geography, without disturbing it. "You are seen," Finn said, without preamble. "I'm seen every day. That's the architecture." "Not like this." Finn leaned against the corridor wall, arms crossed, with the economy of someone who did not use posture for anything other than structural efficiency. "Upper-level patrol." She was at the junction for 6 minutes on Thursday. She was in C-14 on Saturday. "You were at the C-14 access." They looked at Sable with the specific attention of someone who had assessed something and was presenting their findings with deliberate restraint. "You were visible to her." "I know." You chose to be visible to her. Sable did not confirm or deny this. Finn read the silence correctly, which was why they were fun. She's been running the lower boundary sweep for over a year, Sable said. I've been here 4 months. She's been consistent. She doesn't flag things that aren't there, and she doesn't miss things that are. Which makes her more dangerous than the ones who look the other way. Or it makes her legible. Finn's expression did not change, but something around the edges of it shifted. The micro-movement of someone who had heard a sentence that they intended to think about more carefully later. You can't read a colonial officer the same way you read the corridor. Her motivations are institutional. Her motivations are not straightforwardly institutional. I've been watching her for 5 weeks. She's been here 3 years, and she's protecting her own perception of herself as following procedure, and she's been quietly not filing things since, at least since C14. Sable kept her voice even. She's not stable. She's in the middle of something. People in the middle of something are unpredictable. People in the middle of something are human. She said it not as sentiment but as analysis, which is a different category than institutional. If she was straightforwardly institutional, we'd have had a processing review 2 weeks ago. Finn was quiet for a moment. This was Finn being fair, which they always were, which was one of the reasons she trusted them. I'm not telling you to leave the station, Finn said finally. The network needs your node here. The documents we're running through your address category are clean, and the supply channel you've built with Roz is the most stable we have right now. They pushed off from the wall. I'm telling you to be careful in a way that is not the same thing as the way you have been being careful. I know the difference. Do you? It was not a question. You've been running this architecture for 11 years. You're the most capable person I know at being invisible. And you're choosing to be visible to an upper deck patrol officer who has been coming back to your corridor 3 times this week. They looked at her steadily. That's not architecture. That's something else. Sable turned the ring on her finger twice. The motion was automatic, and she was aware it was automatic, and she let it happen because Finn had seen it 100 times and it told them nothing they didn't already know. She asked if I'd eaten, Sable said. Finn looked at her. She asked if I'd eaten, Sable said again. And she stood there waiting for the answer instead of walking on, and when I said yes, she stood there for another 4 seconds not walking on, and then she said good and walked on. She paused. In 11 years, no one in a colonial uniform has asked me if I'd eaten and then waited for the answer. That's not evidence of safety, Finn said. That's evidence of a specific kind of person. Specific kinds of people can still cause harm. I know. She did know. She knew it the way she knew the exits. Well, completely, as a structural fact rather than a comfort. I'm not saying she's safe. I'm saying she's a variable I haven't finished analyzing. Finn looked at her for a long moment. Be careful, they said. That's all I'm saying. Not stop. Not run. Just be the kind of careful that involves knowing what you want and whether it's worth the exposure. Sable nodded. Finn pushed off the wall and moved back into the junction, and the corridor absorbed them the way it absorbed everything, quietly and without announcing it. She stood in the junction for a while after they left. She thought about what she wanted, which was a question she did not usually ask herself in those terms because the architecture discouraged it. Desire was legible, and legible was exposure. She wanted to be warm, and that was a manageable want. She wanted to stop moving, which was a want she had carried so long it had become structural, part of her, indistinguishable from the self beneath it. She wanted, and this was the one she didn't examine directly, the one she arrived at sideways and looked at from an angle. She wanted to find out what happened if she told the truth to someone who was clearly, despite everything, trying to give her room for it. She did not know what to do with wanting things. She had been so careful for so long to want only what was sustainable. She pressed her fingers to her palm, hard. The physical weight of her own hand. The reminder. She was still here. She was still making choices. That was what mattered. The next time she went to C14, it was on her own schedule, on her own initiative, in the late afternoon when the light came through the junction access at an angle and made the corridor look briefly like something other than what it was. She did not exactly choose the timing. But she was there when the officer came through, and the officer had a warm meal pack in her pocket again, and this time she didn't hand it across a distance. She set it down on the ledge of the junction wall, at a height that required no decision about proximity, and said, "Where are you from originally?" The question arrived, and Sable stood with it. She had 112 rehearsed answers to that question. She had deployed them across 11 years of colonial encounters, the origin story, the transit history, the displacement narrative she had built so carefully that she could deliver it with the specific emotional texture of someone who actually remembered it rather than someone who had assembled it from the common shapes of other people's real stories. The narrative was clean. The details cross-referenced. It would survive a standard inquiry. She looked at the officer, who was standing with the easy posture of someone who is not performing ease, and found, for the first time in 11 years of that question asked by 100 different people in 100 different registers, that she could not route to any of the rehearsed answers. She could feel the architecture, identifying the appropriate response. She could feel it presenting options. She could not make herself deploy any of them to this specific woman who had come back 3 times and not filed anything and stood there 4 seconds past the moment she should have left. "Farther from here than the documents show," she said. It was almost nothing. It was less than a quarter of the truth. It was also the first sentence she had given a colonial officer that wasn't built from the narrative, and she felt the deviation the way she felt exits, as a physical awareness, a shift in the weight of the space around her. The officer, Marisol, her nameplate read, and Sable had read it on Thursday and had spent 3 days not thinking about it, looked at her with those dark eyes that caught light like they were cataloging it. "That's not a full answer," Marisol said. "No," Sable agreed. "But it's an honest one." The sentence sat between them, and Sable did not confirm or deny it, and Marisol did not push it, and they stood in the corridor while the shift light shifted around them, and neither of them picked up the meal pack or the half-answer or the silence after it, and it was enough, for now, that those things were there. Sable picked up the meal pack eventually. She held it in both hands. She ate it there, standing in the corridor, and Marisol sat down on the ledge across from her, and was, Sable understood, not leaving, for no reason she could file. "You didn't have to come back," Sable said. "No," Marisol said. "I didn't. That was all." The corridor light came through at its angle and made the junction look almost warm, and Sable ate her grain paste and protein and did not perform a single thing, not for 1 full minute, which was the longest she had stopped performing in the presence of a colonial officer in 11 years. It was frightening. It was also the least frightened she had felt in months. Chapter 8. She goes back anyway. There was no professional justification. Marisol had spent 2 weeks building them, refining them, holding them up to the light, and testing their load-bearing capacity, and she was done with that. The justifications were thin, as Petra had said, and she knew they were thin, and continuing to construct them was a form of dishonesty she was finding harder to maintain than the things she was being dishonest about. She was going to the lower corridor, because she wanted to. That was the whole of it. She went on a Wednesday at 14:15, which was the midpoint of the afternoon shift, the flattest part of the day from an administrative perspective, no briefing scheduled, 2 minor action items in her queue that could wait 40 minutes without consequence, the kind of gap that appeared sometimes in the workday and that she usually filled with documentation review, or queue maintenance. She did not fill it with documentation review. She took a meal pack from her desk drawer. The good kind, not the standard ration, the protein-dense one she'd been ordering for herself since her 2nd month on the station, and she put it in her jacket pocket, and she went to the lower corridor junction.
No scanner. No compliance protocol.
No active item that required her presence in this zone. She went. The lower corridor had its afternoon quality, quieter than the morning rush, the residents mostly distributed across their various occupations, the junction light flatter and more honest than the morning gold. She walked to the C-14 adjacent section without counting steps. The not counting was not an effort. She had noticed, sometime in the last 2 weeks, that she had stopped reaching for the count the way she used to, that the number didn't arrive automatically in Sable's vicinity the way it arrived everywhere else, and she had filed this observation somewhere she did not examine. Sable was not in C-14. Marisol stood at the junction entrance for a moment. Then she sat down on the ledge across from the wall where Sable had stood twice before. The ledge was a utility conduit housing, wide enough to sit on comfortably, clearly a well-used perch, worn smooth at one edge in the way of things that had been used consistently over a long time. She sat. She waited. She had not waited for anything that wasn't procedurally required in longer than she could easily remember. Waiting, in her professional life, was a failure of planning. You either had the information when you needed it or you hadn't prepared correctly. This waiting was different. This waiting was a choice made with clear eyes and no preparation, which was not a mode she had a vocabulary for and which felt, in the first 3 minutes, less like peace and more like the specific vertigo of standing in a room where all the furniture had been moved 2 inches to the left. At the 4-minute mark, she heard footsteps. Sable came around the junction corner carrying a small bundle, some kind of supply item, wrapped in the same cloth Marisol had seen on the wall in the main lower corridor, and stopped when she saw her. She looked at Marisol sitting on the utility ledge. She looked at the corridor behind her. She did neither the thing that would indicate alarm nor the thing that would indicate welcome. She stood for a moment in the specific stillness Marisol had come to understand was not blankness but decision, and then she put the bundle down against the wall and sat down on the opposite ledge, which was less worn and slightly lower. "I have 40 minutes before my next shift," Marisol said. It was the most honest sentence she had said at work in 8 years. She heard it after it left her mouth and understood that it was honest not because of what it said, but because of what it didn't. No professional pretext, no compliance cover, no reason beyond the fact of the 40 minutes and the fact that she intended to spend them here. Sable looked at her for a moment with those amber-green eyes. Then, "What do you want to talk about?" "Whatever you want." "That's very open of you." "I'm not usually." "No," Sable said. "You're not." A pause. It was not an uncomfortable pause. It had the quality of two people deciding, simultaneously and without coordination, to be careful in a different way than they had been. Marisol reached into her jacket and produced the meal pack. She set it on the ledge between them without comment. Sable looked at it. "This is the third one." "I know. You've been coming here for 2 weeks." "I know." "I was not," Sable said with precision, "not aware of that." Marisol almost smiled. The sentence was technically true and practically an admission, and it had been delivered with the specific quality of someone choosing honesty while leaving themselves a small amount of cover, and it was, she thought, the most honest thing Sable had said to her that also managed to be simultaneously nothing. "Where did you come from?" Marisol said. "Before the last station?" "Calyx Transit Hub." "Before that, Meridian Colony." Sable picked up the meal pack. She did not open it. She turned it over in her hands the way she did with things she was thinking about. "Before that, somewhere I don't talk about in professional contexts." "This isn't a professional context." "No," Sable said, "but it involves a colonial officer." "That's a fair objection." "I'm not objecting." She looked at the meal pack. "I'm noting the complication." Marisol leaned back against the corridor wall, which was not comfortable, but which meant she wasn't crowding the space, which mattered. "What's the complication, specifically?" Sable looked at her. Not the composed look, the other one, the one Marisol had seen twice now, where the surface stayed smooth and something underneath it was actively assessing something real. "I've been somewhere long enough that the people who came before me don't get asked about anymore," she said. "And then I move somewhere else. I've done it enough times that I know the shape of it. I know which questions are safe and which ones aren't, and I know what happens to the people who answer the unsafe ones." She set the meal pack down on the ledge precisely, the way she did everything precisely, with the weight of decision behind it. "You're asking me an unsafe question." "I know. You know, and you're asking anyway." "Yes." Sable was quiet for a moment. The corridor ran its afternoon sounds around them, distant ventilation. Somewhere behind them the low cadence of two people having a conversation they did not want carried. Marisol sat with the quiet and did not fill it. She had learned, sometime in the last 2 weeks, that Sable's silence was never empty. It was the sound of something being thought about very carefully, and interrupting it was the wrong response. "The last place I stayed long enough to call a place," Sable said, finally. "I had to leave in the middle of the night with 3 hours warning. I'd been there 2 years. I'd started to know where things were." She paused. "That was 4 years ago. I haven't stayed anywhere for more than 8 months since." "How long have you been here?" "For months." Marisol did the math. "So you have 4 months left. Statistically." Something shifted in Sable's expression, a small, involuntary thing, not the architecture, something underneath it. I've been trying not to count. Marisol felt something move in her chest that she didn't have a category for. It wasn't pity. She knew pity, knew it by its distant quality, its safe remove, and it wasn't affection exactly, though it had some of affection's texture. It was something more immediate than either. Something like recognition. What do you do, she said, when you're not? She gestured at the corridor, at the general landscape of the lower level. Doing this. This. Being here. Being invisible. Sable almost smiled. It was the closest she had come to it in Marisol's presence, which was not close enough to call a smile, but was close enough to notice. I read, she said. When I can get things to read. The exchange has a collection. A pause. I think. I walk. I pay attention to the sound of the ventilation system at different hours. It changes with the shift cycle. Different pressure loads. It's louder at 0300, Marisol said. The tertiary circulation comes online. Sable looked at her. You've noticed. I notice things. I know you do. Another pause. What do you do? When you're not doing. She mirrored Marisol's gesture, the same slightly ironic compass sweep. This. Marisol thought about it. This was not a question she was usually asked. I file things. I review documentation. I run assessments. She heard the words as she said them and heard what they described and heard the absence in what they described. I count things. The steps. Yes. I noticed that before I noticed anything else about you, Sable said. The counting. Marisol looked at her. What did you notice about it? That you didn't know you were doing it. Sable said it without accusation, with the simple directness of an observation that had been sitting with her for a while. Most people who do that count things, touch things, make little private rituals they know. It's deliberate. Yours isn't. No, Marisol said. It isn't. Which means it's not comfort-seeking, Sable said, working it out in the speaking. It's more like checking, confirming something. Confirming that the floor is still where it's supposed to be, Marisol said. She heard herself say it and understood, as she said it, that she had not said that to anyone before. That the sentence had been true for years, and she had never found a form for it until just now, in a lower corridor in the company of someone she had no professional reason to trust. Sable looked at her for a moment. I do that too, she said. With my hands. She held up her right hand and pressed her fingers against her own palm, a slow, deliberate pressure, held for a moment. I'm reminded that I have a body, that I'm still in it. Something about the gesture made Marisol very still. Does it work? She asked. Usually. Sable lowered her hand. When it doesn't, I look for an exit. And when there's no exit? There's always an exit, Sable said. That's the rule. They sat in the corridor for another 23 minutes. The conversation was careful and genuine in roughly equal measure, which was different from either careful or genuine alone. It had a quality of two people testing material they were not sure would hold, not for dramatic effect, but because neither of them had much recent experience of things holding. They talked about nothing consequential. The station's thermal cycling, which Sable had mapped from sensory observation and which Marisol found unexpectedly detailed. The supply exchange's book collection, which Marisol had not known existed. The particular quality of recycled air at the edge of colonial territory, which was a chemical and entirely verifiable difference from the recycled air in the interior systems, and which Sable described with a precision that suggested she had catalogued it before. Marisol noticed, somewhere in the 15th minute, that she had not counted anything. She did not comment on this. She stood at the 23-minute mark, because her shift window was closing, and Sable did not stand, which meant she was staying, which meant the corridor was more hers than Marisol's and always had been. Same time, Marisol said. It was not a form she usually used. It implied a pattern. It implied she intended to come back. Sable looked up at her from the ledge. The almost smile was back. I'll be here, she said, which was also not a yes, technically, and was also clearly a yes. Marisol walked back to the upper deck. She stopped counting somewhere around step 12 and arrived at her office without a number, which was becoming something she expected now. She sat down at her desk and opened the next item in her queue and was aware, at the back of everything, of the meal pack she had not gotten back, sitting on a utility ledge in a lower corridor with a woman who had told her she counted exits the way Marisol counted steps. She was smiling. She was sitting at her desk alone in a room that held only what was necessary, filing a form about thermal cycle variance, smiling at nothing. She let it stay. It had been a long time since she'd had something to smile at that didn't require explaining. She did not examine it.
She let it be.
For the first time in a long time, she did not count the ceiling tiles before she went to sleep. She lay in the dark and listened to the ventilation, the primary circulation, then, at 0300, the deeper surge of the tertiary, and thought about nothing much at all, which was the most restful her mind had been in months. In the morning she walked her 42 steps. She was still smiling. She didn't try to file that either. Chapter 9. The weight of the jacket. She was not performing. This was the thing that kept surfacing in Sable's analysis like a structural fault that refused to stay beneath the floor. She was not performing for Marisol Vega, or rather she was performing, but she kept forgetting to, and then remembering, and the seam between the two states was visible in ways she could not fully control, and she could not tell anymore whether this was a failure or something else. She sat in a space that was her space, the sleeping pad, the ledge, the small collection of objects that constituted a life in transit, and turned the ring over in her hands. She did this when she needed to remember who she was, what she was carrying, why the architecture existed. The ring was cold and familiar, its surface worn smooth on the inner edge from years of the same touch. She knew every imperfection in it. She had catalogued them the way she catalogued everything, the slight asymmetry of the band, the small mark on the outer surface that might have been decorative and might have been accidental, the way the metal caught the light at an angle and briefly became the color of something she did not have a colonial word for. She held it and thought about the woman who had given it to her. Not the circumstances. She had learned over 11 years not to think about the circumstances in their full weight, because the full weight was not compatible with sustained function, but the woman herself. The way she had held herself. The small habitual courage of her, day after day, in the 3 corridors where Sable had known her. The ring had been given in the last 5 minutes of that, pressed into her hand with the specific economy of someone who understood they were out of time and intended to use what was left.
Keep this, she had said.
Remember this shape. Sable remembered. She set the ring down on the ledge. She lay back and looked at the ceiling, which was the same gray composite as every ceiling on every station she had slept beneath for 11 years, and she ran the analysis she had been running for 3 weeks. The officer, Marisol. Sable did things carefully. She had always done things carefully, and she had started doing things even more carefully after the last station, the night departure, the 3-hour window, and she had kept doing them carefully through the 4 stations since, building the architecture higher and tighter each time, because the cost of a gap had become something she could not afford to pay again. She was, by any reasonable assessment, good at this. Finn said she was the most capable person they knew at being invisible. She was not invisible to Marisol. She had tried, initially. The C-14 corridor, the first encounter, she had deployed the standard architecture without effort because the architecture ran itself for standard encounters, and she had answered the documentation question and given nothing and looked at the meal pack question with the part of herself that processed threats and found it. Not a threat. Something else. Something in a category she did not have a word for. The second encounter, at the junction, she had been visible by choice. She had stood where she could be found. She had watched the officer, Marisol, approach from the junction access with a meal pack in her pocket and no professional justification on her face, and she had felt the architecture present her response options and had not deployed any of them, and the response she had given instead, farther from here than the documents show, was not in any rehearsed script she had ever written and had come from somewhere below the architecture, which was frightening and was also, she was beginning to understand, inevitable. Wednesday. The 40 minutes. Marisol sitting on the utility ledge without pretense, without cover, asking a question about origins and then sitting with an incomplete answer because the incomplete answer was what she had been offered and she had taken it without pushing, and she had stayed for 23 minutes talking about thermal cycling and ventilation pressure and the book collection at Roz's exchange, and she had told Sable something about counting steps, that it was a way of confirming the floor was still where it was supposed to be, and the sentence had landed in Sable like something recognized, a word from a language she hadn't spoken in years.
She was not performing.
This was the problem. She was performing. The architecture was running, the careful calibration of presence and absence, the management of what she showed and withheld, but the seams were showing. The architecture was showing its structure. She had told Marisol about the last place she had stayed long enough to call a place. She had told her about the hand press, the reminder. She had sat in the corridor eating grain paste and said I'll be here with a frequency she had not heard herself use in a long time, as though staying were a thing she'd stopped editing herself out of. She pressed her fingers to her palm, held the weight of herself, the fact of her own body, still here, still in it, still making choices. She thought about the choice she was making. Finn had said, be the kind of careful that involves knowing what you want and whether it's worth the exposure. She had nodded and not answered because the answer was still assembling itself, and it was assembling slowly, in the way of things that were true and inconvenient, and she had been putting off looking directly at it the way you put off looking at something bright. She wanted to talk to Marisol again. She wanted to sit in the corridor and be not quite performing and have Marisol sit across from her, and also not quite perform, and she wanted to see what was in the space where the performances weren't, because the glimpses she had gotten of it so far had felt like the closest thing to real she had inhabited in a very long time. This was the want that was not sustainable. She knew its shape. She had learned its shape 3 times before, over 11 years, and each time she had learned it she had also learned the specific cost it extracted, the way it made the architecture porous, the way it left marks. She had been careful, after the 3rd time, not to get close enough to learn it again. She had gotten this close. She sat up. She put the ring back on. The motion automatic, the metal cool, and then warm, the settled weight of it on her finger that she had stopped noticing except in moments like this one, when she picked it up and put it down, and was reminded of what it meant to carry something. She straightened her jacket, the heavy one, the too large one, the one she had found at a supply depot at Calyx Transit Hub, and kept because the weight of it on her shoulders was a form of the same reminder as the hand press, a physical fact, a material proof that she was in a body, in a place, in a moment. She thought about what she was, not who what. The thing she was performing around, the thing the architecture was built to conceal, the fact beneath everything that was not compatible with any of this and would never be compatible with any of this. Not on a colonial station, not with a colonial officer, not in a universe where the word for what she was appeared. In sealed archive files labeled First Contact Specimen. She knew what she was. She had known since she was old enough to know what knowledge was. She had spent 11 years knowing it and doing the work of living around it, and she was good at this, and she was tired of being good at it in a way that had become, over the last 3 weeks, significantly harder to ignore. She was tired in the specific way of something that had been going on for a very long time. She took the ring off again. Held it. The woman who had given it to her had known what she was. Had known and had loved her with a specific, uncomplicated honesty of someone for whom the fact was just the fact, a detail, not a verdict. She had never performed for her.
She had not had to.
And the loss of that, the loss of being known, of being legible, of having one single person in one single place who looked at you and saw the real thing and was not afraid of it, had been the second worst thing about what had happened to her. The first worst thing she did not allow herself to think about. 3 corridors away. I heard everything. She set the ring down and pressed both palms to the surface of the sleeping pad, hard, the physical weight of the moment. She sat with it. The ventilation ran its 2,200 cycle, the pressure lower than the daytime, a slightly different note. She thought, I want to tell her something. Not everything. Not the thing at the center. But something, some piece of it, some edge of the real thing. Enough to see what she did with it. Enough to see whether Marisol would do what she'd done with the non-answer in the corridor, which was to take what she was given and sit with it without demanding more. She thought, I am being careful. She thought, Fun is right that this is different from being careful. She thought, I know the difference between survival and living, and I have been surviving for 11 years, and there's a woman who sits on utility conduit housings in unauthorized zones on her off shift and tells me the floor is where it's supposed to be, and I have not felt certain about the floor in a very long time. She picked up the ring.
Put it on.
Outside, the station breathed its 2,200 breath, lower and slower than daylight, the circulation redistributed across fewer open zones, a slightly different pressure profile. She had mapped it in the first month. She knew the sound of the station the way she knew the exits, completely, functionally, because knowing things was the only form of safety she had ever been able to build. This was the sound of the station at night, the sound she had described to no one. She thought about Marisol saying, "It's louder at 0300. The tertiary circulation comes online." She thought about lying awake in the tertiary hours listening to the ventilation and knowing that somewhere above her, on the upper decks, a woman in a clean uniform was doing the same. She thought, this is what I have been afraid of. Not discovery, not exposure, not the thing in the archive files. This exact feeling. The one that makes the architecture seem visible. The one that is not sustainable. She lay back down. She thought, I'm going to be here on Wednesday. This, too, was the truth. She was going to be in the lower corridor on Wednesday at 14:15 with no architecture she could fully maintain, and a woman across from her who would notice the seams and would sit with them, quietly, without documenting any of it. And she was going to let her. She was very tired of surviving. She closed her eyes and the ventilation ran its night note, and she found, for the first time in a long time, that she was falling asleep to the sound of something rather than in spite of it. Chapter 10, 40 minutes, then 45. The first time the 40 minutes became 45, neither of them noticed until afterward. It had been a Wednesday, the third Wednesday in the new pattern, and the conversation had found a current and followed it, and when Marisol looked at the time she said, I'm late, without the alarm that usually accompanied being late, which was its own kind of information. She had stood up and done something she had not planned, which was to pause at the junction and say, without looking back, facing the corridor ahead as though she were already leaving, I'll be here Friday. She had walked back to her shift with 2 minutes to spare and not mentioned the 2 minutes to anyone, and she had not filed anything, and the Friday window had opened in her mind like a door. She went on Friday. She brought food, real food, not ration packs, 2 sealed containers of something she had found at the lower market through Roz's exchange. On a morning she had stopped in without a professional pretext and bought them with her personal credit line, which was a transaction that would appear in no report but which was, she recognized, a statement of some kind. The food was grain-based, well-seasoned, warm. She had no idea who made it. She had bought it because it smelled like something that had been made with attention, and she thought Sable would notice the difference. Sable noticed the difference. She held the container for a moment before opening it, and something moved through her expression that was not the architecture. Something genuine, small, privately pleased, and then she opened it and ate, and they talked, and the 45 minutes became 50. This was how it became a pattern. Wednesday and Friday. 40 minutes, then 45, then 50. They did not discuss the lengthening. It happened naturally, the way any conversation grows when both people in it are paying attention, the way time acquires a different weight when you are in the company of someone who is genuinely interested in what you have to say. They develop small rituals without naming them as rituals. Marisol always brought something, food, usually, increasingly from the lower market rather than the deck drawer, and once, on a Friday 3 weeks in, a small battered paper-bound book she had found in Roz's collection that had no particular value except that it was a book and Sable had said she read when she could get things to read. Sable always had a question ready. The question started safe, the station's infrastructure, the colonial service structure, abstract things, and then got less safe, the way questions do when the person asking them has decided you can be trusted with the real question. She asked Marisol once, on a Wednesday, how long she had been in the colonial service. 11 years, Marisol said. Were you always based in the outer stations?
No.
Transferred here 3 years ago. Marisol had the look she got when she was considering how much to say, which was a look Sable had catalogued and could now identify from a small change in the quality of her stillness, a slight settling, a weighing. I had an interstation posting before this. It was different. Different how? More resource. More oversight. Less room for the gaps. She looked at the corridor wall. The outer stations have gaps. The gaps are where the policies aren't quite touching and where the people who need the most protection tend to live. Sable was quiet for a moment. And you prefer the gaps. I prefer to be somewhere my attention can find things that matter. The sentence landed in Sable with a resonance she did not show. She turned her cup in her hands, the grain coffee substitute, which Roz had started leaving for her to bring to the junction on meeting days, without either of them commenting on this arrangement. Most people in your position use the outer station as cover for not noticing things, she said. I know. Marisol looked at her. I've been using it that way for 3 years. I'm noticing that I've been using it that way. Sable said nothing. The noticing was recent, she understood. The noticing was, in part, what these Wednesday and Friday sessions were. 2 women in the process of noticing things they had been not noticing, sitting across from each other in a lower corridor on the schedule of something that was not professional anymore, and had not been professional for some time. The week of the station history conversation, Marisol came in knowing something. Not about Sable, about the station's past, which Sable had been feeding into the conversation for 3 weeks in the way she fed everything into conversations she cared about, gradually with care, leaving gaps for the other person to fill, offering pieces that could be followed or not followed as the listener chose. You know more about this station's first settlement than your documentation would suggest you should, Marisol said. Not an accusation. An observation made in the tone of someone who had decided to say the things she'd been thinking. I research, Sable said. From what sources? Sable looked at her. Good ones. Marisol almost smiled. The original terraforming surveys, she said. The environmental mapping from the first decade. That's not publicly accessible through standard colonial channels. No, Sable agreed. It isn't. Where did you get it? Sable considered her. Marisol's dark eyes were doing the cataloging thing, present, attentive, not pushing but very much recording. She had a way of asking questions that made space for the answer without demanding a specific shape for it, which was either a learned skill or a natural one, and either way it was the quality that made her harder to deflect than anyone else Sable had met in 11 years of deflecting. From someone who was here before me, she said, who cared very much about the history of where things were built and what they were built on top of. Marisol let the answer settle. Did not follow it. Left room. The original surveys show something interesting, Sable said, after the room had been left long enough. The bedrock composition in the lower quadrant. It's different from the rest of the station's foundation material. The official record says it's geological variation. It isn't. Marisol looked at her. What is it? Evidence of prior occupation. She said it carefully, holding Marisol's gaze. Someone was here before the colonial survey ships. Someone who built in a way that left marks in the rock. The survey team noted it, and the notation was removed from the public record in the 2nd decade.
She paused.
But the marks are still there. Marisol was very still. Sable watched her process it, the specific quality of her stillness that was not blankness but computation, the mind behind the face running through what she'd just been told, and what it meant, and what it might connect to. Have you seen them? Marisol asked. Yes. The marks in the rock. Yes. Marisol absorbed this. She did not ask the next question, which would have been how, which would have required an explanation Sable was not ready to give. She sat with what she had and found it sufficient for now, and the quality of that, the deliberate choice not to push, not to document, not to turn something offered informally into a line of inquiry, made something in Sable's chest do the softening thing. I'd like to see them, Marisol said. Someday. Someday, Sable agreed. The word sat between them with the particular weight of a word that both people understand is carrying more than its usual meaning, not a deflection, not a promise, but something adjacent to both. It was on a Friday 3 weeks after the Wednesday that had become 45 that Sable laughed for the first time. It was a genuine laugh, which was different from the performed one in a way that surprised her when she heard it. The performed laugh was a calibrated response, warm but measured, designed to register pleasure in a way that required no follow-up. This was different. This started somewhere lower in her body and came out wrong, too loud, Too long, with her whole face involved in it in a way she had not planned, and it lasted about 4 seconds longer than she meant it to, and she could not find a way to shorten it. The cause was not objectively funny. Marisol had been describing a filing system error that had resulted in an efficiency report being categorized under personnel morale enhancement, and she had delivered this with the dry precision of someone recounting bureaucratic catastrophe as tragedy, and somewhere in the description she had made a single understated observation. Something about the document still being technically compliant with both categories, and Sable had found this for reasons she could not fully articulate, genuinely funny in a way that bypassed all her usual machinery. She laughed. She covered her mouth after the first second, a reflex, because the laugh was very present and she was in a corridor, and then she stopped covering her mouth because the laugh was still happening and it required the whole of her face, and there was nothing she could do about it. Marisol had gone still in the way she went still when something surprised her. She was watching Sable laugh with the expression of someone watching something that shouldn't exist, something delicate and rare and that you had to be very careful with or it would stop. Sable caught her breath. "That wasn't," she started. "It was," Marisol said. "Don't apologize for it." Sable closed her mouth. She pressed her fingers to her palm, briefly, the automatic reflex. She was warm in a way that had nothing to do with the corridor's temperature. "You look surprised," she said. "I'm not surprised." Marisol looked at her steadily. "I've been waiting to hear that for 6 weeks." Sable looked at her. "You have the laugh of someone who doesn't do it very often," Marisol said. "It's the kind of laugh that makes you want to be worth another one." The sentence arrived, and Sable sat with it in the way she sat with things that she couldn't immediately classify. It was honest. Marisol said honest things she had learned in the clean, short sentences she used when she was actually moved by something rather than managing her response to it. It was also the most direct thing she had said in 6 weeks, which meant the honesty was costing her something, and she was paying it anyway. "That's a lot of pressure," Sable said. "Yes," Marisol agreed. "But I've been doing unfiled things for 6 weeks. I can handle a little pressure." The something in Sable's chest did the softening thing again, more significantly than usual. She did not name it. She was not ready to name it. She picked up her cup and drank the rest of the grain coffee substitute and let the late shift light do what it was doing to the junction walls, and across from her Marisol sat on the utility ledge with her elbows on her knees, and a look on her face that Sable was beginning to recognize as the face she had when she was not organizing anything. It was the most unguarded expression she had ever seen on her. Sable had been watching people's faces for 11 years. She knew what unguarded looked like, and she knew how rarely it appeared in the vicinity of colonial officers, and she knew what it cost someone who had spent a decade learning to seal themselves to let it show. She filed this in the same place she had been filing things about Marisol for weeks, not the threat assessment file, not the risk calculation folder, but somewhere else, somewhere she had quietly been building that did not have a category name and that she was beginning to think would need one. Petra found Marisol the following Monday with the expression of someone who had been noticing something for a while and had decided the time had come to say it. "You're different," Petra said. She said it in the canteen, between bites of the approximated stew, in the same tone she used for things that were observations and also questions. Not worse. Just different. "I'm the same. You made an actual joke last Thursday. Not the fake joke structure you use for social calibration. An actual one. It landed and you laughed at your own joke, which I have never seen you do in 11 months. Marisol ate her grain pack. "And you've stopped using the formal register in briefings," Petra continued. "Not all the time. But when it doesn't matter, you're dropping it. You used a contraction last week that you would have restructured 3 months ago. Contractions are grammatically." "Marisol." Petra looked at her. "I don't need details. I'm not asking for details. I'm telling you that whatever is happening, you seem more like a person than you have since I've known you, and I thought that was worth saying." Marisol set down her grain pack. "That might be the nicest thing you've ever said to me," she said. "It might be," Petra agreed, and went back to her stew and said nothing else about it, which was the Petra way, and Marisol sat with it across the rest of the canteen visit and carried it back to her office and set it down somewhere she could look at it later. She looked at the ceiling tiles before she left. 44. She counted them and they settled her, and then she went back to work, and she did not file anything she couldn't verify, and she counted her steps, and she brought 2 good containers of grain food to the lower corridor on Wednesday, and sat on the utility ledge, and listened to Sable describe the marks in the bedrock of the lower quadrant, and she was present in her own life in a way that she had not been for 8 years or possibly longer, and she counted that too in the way you count things. That matter. Once, carefully, making sure it's real. 45 minutes. She didn't notice when it became 50. Chapter 11. What Roz Knows. The pretext was real. That was the thing about Marisol's pretexts. They were always real. She did not manufacture reasons. She found them and then she used them, and sometimes the found reason and the actual reason were the same thing, and sometimes they were 2 different vehicles traveling to the same destination. The legitimate reason, a minor compliance flag on Roz's supply exchange, had come through the zone review queue that morning. Not a violation, not even a formal citation, just a notation about a labeling discrepancy in the supplemental inventory category that required a visual confirmation. It would take 4 minutes. Any officer on rotation could have done it. She had assigned it to herself. The other reason she did not write down. She ducked through the curtain at 11:30, which was past the morning rush and before the midday trade, a deliberate timing she had not thought about, and therefore had clearly thought about. The exchange smelled the way it always smelled from the doorway, warm metal, something herbal she couldn't identify, the faint ghost of the spice that lived in the sealed container on the top shelf. She had catalogued the smell 11 times from the outside. This was the first time she was inside it. Roz was at the back of the space, moving stock from a lower shelf to a higher one with the economical efficiency of someone who had arranged and rearranged these shelves 10,000 times and knew every inch of them without looking. She was larger than she appeared from a doorway, not in height, but in presence, the way some people filled a room not through noise or motion but through a kind of specific gravity. She glanced at Marisol over her shoulder when the curtain moved. "Lieutenant," she said. Not a greeting exactly. An identification. Rosalind Achebe. Marisol kept her voice neutral, which was the correct register for a compliance visit, and also the register she used when she was uncertain what register the situation required. "I have a zone review item, a labeling notation from the quarterly inventory scan. It shouldn't take more than—" "Sit down," Roz said. She said it without turning around, in the tone of someone who had decided the matter was not up for procedural discussion. Marisol sat. There was a stool near the counter that was clearly intended for sitting, worn at the seat in the way of something used often, positioned at the right height for the counter surface. She sat on it and did not comment on having sat. Roz finished moving the stock. She came to the counter with the unhurried quality that Marisol had already noticed from the boundary line. This sense of someone for whom time moved at a pace that other people adjusted to rather than the reverse. She produced 2 cups of something hot from the heating unit behind her and set one on the counter in front of Marisol without asking. Marisol looked at the cup, then at Roz. "The labeling discrepancy," Roz said, "is in the secondary supplement category. The 2 items in question are in that shelf." She indicated without pointing, a slight inclination of her head toward the left wall. "You can verify them whenever you like." She picked up her own cup. "But you didn't come for that." "I came for the compliance item." "You came for the compliance item and for something else." Roz looked at her. She had a face that had accumulated its years without apologizing for them, deeply lined around the eyes and mouth, the lines of someone who had made a great many expressions over a long time and let the evidence of them stay. Her gaze was not aggressive. It was simply very present, the specific quality of someone who had decided to look at you, and was doing it completely. "I've been watching you cross the lower boundary for 14 months. You went from the line to 9 steps past it to the junction, and back without ever coming in here. And now here you are." "The compliance item is real," Roz said. "I know it's real. I'm also telling you it's not the whole reason. You're a woman who knows the difference, so we don't need to argue about it." Marisol picked up the cup. It was the grain substitute, the same lower corridor blend Sable had been bringing to the junction on meeting days, and the recognition landed in her chest with a small, specific warmth that she did not show.
She drank.
"The station's history with displaced persons," she said. "What do you know about it?" Roz considered her. "Is this the compliance item?"
No.
Good. Roz drank from her own cup. Then I'll tell you what I know, which is more than the official record contains and less than the whole truth, because nobody has the whole truth on a colonial station except the people the station was built to ignore. She set down her cup. This exchange has been running for 4 years. Before me, it was someone else, a man named Carver, Outer Colonies, 30 years on this station. He kept it the same way I keep it. Permits in order, nothing flashy, the kind of operation that falls below the threshold that gets attention paid to it. He retired to the inner stations 8 years ago. He left me the licenses and the supplier contacts and one other thing. What other thing? The names, Roz said. Not the current population, the historical one. Every displaced category that had moved through this station's lower level in the 10 years before I arrived. How many, how long they stayed, where they went afterward. She looked at Marisol steadily. How many came through the processing wing? Something about the phrase "the processing wing" made the air in the room feel different. Not dramatically, just a shift in weight, the way a room changed when something with mass was placed in it. The classification system, Marisol said. The classification system. Roz picked up her cup again. You know what it does. You've been filing reports that describe it in administrative language for 3 years. Displaced residential. Provisional category. Documentation review. Very clean language. She was not accusing. She had the quality, in the way she said it, of someone stating a fact they had decided not to be angry about anymore because the anger had been spent, and what was left was something more useful. The language is clean. The mechanism is what it is. What is it? Roz looked at her for a long moment. When someone comes through the processing wing with documentation that doesn't survive a close review, she said, they get reclassified. The reclassification triggers a secondary assessment. The secondary assessment involves a different part of the administration than the compliance office, a part that doesn't report through your chain of command and doesn't have the same file retention requirements. She set down her cup. The people who go into a secondary assessment don't often come out of it the same way they went in. Some of them don't come out of it. Marisol was quiet. How long has this been the mechanism? Longer than I've been here. Longer than Carver was here. Roz looked at the shelves. The station's been running this version of the classification system for at least 15 years. Before that, it was a different version but the same mechanism. Different words, same door. She looked back at Marisol. You want to know why I'm telling you this? I assume you're going to. Something in Roz's expression shifted. Not quite a smile, but the precondition of one. The shape the face makes before it decides. Because you've been coming to my boundary for 14 months, and you've been going slightly further every week, and 3 weeks ago you stopped writing "nothing unusual observed" and started writing "parameters normal," and those are different sentences. She picked up her cup. Parameters normal means you saw something and you decided it was within acceptable limits. Nothing unusual observed means you didn't look. Marisol said nothing. I've seen a lot of officers in 14 months, Roz said. Most of them write "nothing unusual observed" because it's true. They genuinely don't see anything unusual because they've learned what to see and what not to see, and the things they don't see aren't unusual to them because the not seeing is institutional. She looked at Marisol with the patient attention of someone who had all the time in the world and was choosing to spend some of it on this specific thing. You see everything. I've watched you. You see everything and you've been choosing, very carefully, what to write down. That's a different situation. It sounds like a liability. It sounds like a conscience, Roz said, which is rarer on this station than adequate nutrition and more dangerous. She finished her cup. You have something you're deciding what to do with. That's not. You don't have to tell me what it is. Roz set the cup down. I'm not asking. I'm noting, the way people note things, that you're in the middle of deciding something, and you came here, which means some part of you wanted to know what's behind the door before you open it. Marisol looked at the cup in her hands. It was almost empty. She had drunk it without noticing. The people who go into the secondary assessment, she said. The ones who don't come out the same way. What happens to them? Roz was quiet for a moment. That depends, she said finally, on what they are. The word "what" was doing a particular amount of work in that sentence, and Marisol heard all of it. She looked up at Roz. Roz met her gaze with the specific steadiness of someone who had decided to give her the full weight of something rather than protecting her from it. There are categories of processing, Roz said, that the standard compliance office doesn't have visibility on. Displaced residential is one category. There are others, subcategories that are classified at a level above your clearance.
She paused.
The secondary assessment is used for people whose documentation doesn't hold up to scrutiny. It is also used, separately and less frequently, for people whose documentation holds up perfectly but whose other characteristics don't. The silence that followed this was not comfortable. Marisol sat with it. She was good at sitting with things that were not comfortable. She had been doing it for 8 years in clean administrative language, but this silence had a different quality, a weight that pressed on something she had been keeping at a remove. What characteristics? She said. You know the answer to that question, Roz said quietly.
She did.
She had known it since the sealed archive files, since the annotation removed from the public record, since the marks in the bedrock of the lower quadrant, evidence of prior occupation. Someone was here before the colonial survey ships. Since a woman with amber-green rings in her dark eyes had told her something true about a ring she carried, and since she had closed that file and not filed anything, and since she had been going to the lower corridor twice a week for 6 weeks and calling it investigation and knowing that wasn't what it was. She knew. She had been knowing gradually in the way of things you understand with the body before the mind gives them language. The compliance item, she said. Roz went to the left wall. She reached into the secondary supplement shelf and showed her 2 jars with labeling that had a slight discrepancy in the weight notation.
Marisol noted them.
She confirmed the actual weight was within acceptable parameters. She made the notation in her scanner. Minor discrepancy, she said.
No formal citation.
You'll want to correct the labeling before the next quarterly review. I'll do that, Roz said. Marisol stood. She set the cup on the counter. She did not know, standing there, what she had come for exactly, only that she had come for something, and she had gotten more of it than she'd expected, which was the thing that happened when you went somewhere that Roz ran.
Thank you, she said, for the coffee.
Come back, Roz said, when you've decided. Or when you're deciding and you need somewhere quiet to do it. Marisol nodded. She pushed through the curtain and back into the lower corridor, and the light outside was the midshift flat, and she stood in it for a moment longer than she needed to. The people who go into the secondary assessment don't often come out of it the same way they went in. She thought about Sable's documentation. Thin, clean, exactly correct, the kind of documentation that looked exactly like documentation should look. The kind that would hold up to a standard review. She thought about what a non-standard review would mean. She thought about a ring in a sealed archive file labeled First Contact Specimen. She had not seen that file. She did not know exactly what was in it. She had not let herself look directly at the implication, the way you did not look directly at something bright because looking at it would mean she had to decide what to do with it. She walked back to the upper deck. She counted 68 steps from the exchange entrance to the mid-level access point, which was 5 more than the route she usually took. She did not count the 5 as extra. She counted them as part of the total. In her office, she sat at her desk and opened Deo's flagged discrepancy file for the second time. She had closed it 3 weeks ago. She opened it now and read it more carefully, and the small consistent number was the same number it had been, and it had been running for 6 weeks, and it was the kind of small that was deliberate rather than accidental. She closed it without flagging it. She sat with her hands flat on the desk and did not organize anything, because there was nothing to organize, and counted the ceiling tiles once, 44, and the number arrived but did not settle, and the ventilation ran its early afternoon note, and somewhere in the lower corridor, below the mid-level access and past the junction and through the curtain of a supply exchange that smelled of metal and something herbal, Roz was noting things in her memory and storing them where they would be useful. Marisol had come for the compliance item. She had gotten something that didn't come with a form. She was not sure yet what she was going to do with it. But she was standing closer to a door than she had been this morning, and the door was real, and behind it was something she already knew the shape of, and the shape was not compatible with nothing unusual observed, and she had been writing that sentence for 14 months, and today, sitting in her office in the early afternoon with Roz's words in the room with her, it felt, for the first time, like exactly what it was. A choice. She was choosing to write it. And she was choosing it less easily than she had yesterday, and she suspected she was going to keep choosing it less easily day by day, until the day she couldn't choose it at all. She opened her end-of-day queue. She did the rest of the work. She did not file anything she couldn't verify, and she did not write nothing unusual observed, and she went to the lower corridor on Wednesday and brought food she had bought with her personal credit line, and sat on the utility ledge, and was present in a room with someone who pressed her fingers to her palm when she needed to remember she had a body, and she did not count the steps home. Chapter 12. Finn draws a line. The message came the way Finn's messages always came, through a route Sable had memorized and never written down, arriving in a format that was readable only if you already knew the key, which was not a cipher exactly, but a set of indexing conventions they had developed over years of correspondence on stations where direct contact was inadvisable. It said, "Tonight, the secondary junction. After second shift change." She went. The secondary junction was the lower corridor's least used meeting point, further from the residential cluster, closer to the maintenance access, a node that saw foot traffic only from the workers who serviced the recycling units on the eastern side of the lower level. At this hour, 3 hours into the night rotation, it was empty. Finn was already there when she arrived, which meant they had arrived early, which meant they were more concerned than the terse message had indicated. Finn leaned against the wall in the way they always leaned. Not relaxed but efficient, the posture of someone who had decided to be still and was doing it deliberately. Their work cap was off, the longer side of their close-cropped hair visible, and in the low utility lighting of the junction they looked older than they usually looked, which was not about their face, but about the set of their eyes. Something was sitting behind the eyes tonight that they were managing rather than feeling. "You've been seen at the upper boundary," Finn said. "Once," Sable said. 3 weeks ago. I've been careful since. She came to the exchange today." Sable kept her face still. The exchange meant Roz. Roz meant the officer, Marisol, had crossed the line from the boundary to the lower corridor proper, which was not nothing, which was in fact a thing she had been tracking as a variable, and which landing tonight, in this junction, with Finn's eyes doing what they were doing, felt like something she had been waiting for and dreading in equal measure. "What did Roz tell you?" "Roz tells me nothing I haven't been able to figure out myself." Finn's tone was not irritated. It was the flat precision of someone stating facts without editorializing. She came in with a compliance pretext. She stayed longer than the pretext required. She asked questions. A pause. Roz answered them. Roz answers what she decides to answer. Yes. Finn looked at her. Which is why I'm concerned about what she decided tonight. Sable thought about Roz, about the careful assessment she had watched Roz perform on Marisol over the past months, the way Roz noted things and stored them and deployed them only when she decided they were needed. Roz's decisions were not careless. If she had answered questions tonight, she had answered them with intention. "She's been getting closer," Sable said. "Not defensively, as information, offered to be worked with." "I know she's been getting closer." Finn pushed off from the wall and took 2 steps, not pacing, just repositioning, the motion of someone who needed to be moving to keep a thought clear. "I've been watching the boundary data for 6 weeks. She's been down twice a week with no active items in her queue. She spent 40+ minutes in C, 14 adjacent on her off shift. She went to the exchange today. And she's still not filing anything." They stopped. Looked at Sable directly. "That's not standard. That's not an officer doing her job. That's a woman who has been making a series of deliberate choices to look without recording, and those choices are adding up to something." "I know. She's going to notice," Finn said. "If she hasn't already." "She's already noticed," Sable said. "Not everything, but enough to be asking." Finn was quiet for a moment. This was Finn processing rather than Finn disapproving, and she had learned to read the difference. The processing looked like stillness. The disapproval looked like stillness with a different quality of weight to it. This version was the first kind. "The question," Finn said finally, "is what she does when she has enough to name it. I don't know yet, but you have a hypothesis." Sable considered this. She had been building a hypothesis for 6 weeks without calling it that, assembling evidence the way she assembled everything, carefully, with appropriate skepticism about her own conclusions, aware that the desire for a particular outcome was a source of distortion that had to be factored out. She had been factoring. The results were not conclusive. They were also not nothing. She closed a file 3 weeks ago, Sable said. Deo Ose's intake discrepancy. She's seen it twice and not flagged it. Fun's expression shifted. How do you know about the intake discrepancy? Fun. She said it without impatience. I know what moves through the processing wing. I've been watching it for 4 months. The discrepancy is in the numbers I track. The numbers you track are, Fun stopped. Calculated. The calculation landed somewhere that changed the set of their shoulders slightly. The discrepancy is related to our channel. Adjacent to it. Not directly traceable. But if someone pulled the right supporting data and cross-referenced it with the residential category distribution, they could build toward us. She held Fun's gaze. She has the clearance for the supporting data. She hasn't pulled it. Yet. Yet, Sable agreed. Or she has pulled it and decided not to do anything with it. Fun was quiet again. The utility light above them flickered once, a normal flicker, a thing that happened in the lower corridor at the end of the night rotation when the power distribution was cycling, and in the moment of it, Sable could see the shape of what Fun was carrying. Not malice, not even coldness, but the specific weight of someone who had been responsible for a network of people for a very long time, and who understood what exposure cost in a way that was not theoretical. You're not being careful, Fun said. I need you to hear that. You're the most capable person I know at being invisible, and right now you are not invisible to this woman. You have been choosing, deliberately, I know it's deliberate, I know you, to be visible to her. They looked at Sable with something that was not quite pain and not quite anger, but was made of both of them. That's not architecture. You know that's not architecture. I know. Then tell me what it is. Sable pressed her fingers to her palm. The old reflex. The reminder. She let it happen and then let it go, because Fun had seen it too many times for it to be a deflection between them. It's something I haven't named yet, she said. I know that's not an answer you can work with. I'm giving it to you anyway, because it's the true one. I need to be able to work with it, Fun said. The channel runs through your address category. If your address category gets reviewed, if she decides she has enough to put a formal flag on you, we lose the supply line, and we lose the 3 documents we have in transit, and we lose 6 weeks of work building the new node. They said it without cruelty. It was the full inventory of consequences, offered clearly, because that was how Fun communicated things that mattered. That's not me telling you your choices aren't yours to make. They are yours. I'm telling you that the choices have mass. They land on other people. Sable had known this. She had known it before Fun said it, had been carrying the knowledge of it for weeks as a counterweight to the other things she was carrying, and she had not resolved the tension because it was not resolvable, not yet, not from where she was standing. I understand the stakes, she said. I've understood them since the first week. I know you have. Fun's voice softened, marginally. This was the other Fun, not the operational one, the one who ran the network and counted the costs, but the older sibling one, the one who had found Sable on her second station and had told her, in the blunt and practical language that was the only language Fun used, I know what you are, and I'm not leaving. I'm not asking you to stop. I know what I'd be asking if I asked you to stop, and I'm not asking that. They looked at her. I'm asking you to be honest with yourself about what you want from this. I'm working on that. You're being happy. The words arrived without judgment, which somehow made them land harder. I've been watching you for 6 weeks, and you're being happy, Sable. You walk differently. You sleep better. I can tell from the morning patterns in the corridor. You're eating more. They paused. I haven't seen you be happy in a long time. Sable looked at the junction wall. The gray composite, the conduit housings, the small cluster of scratch notations someone had left at knee height years ago in a script she could read but had never mentioned to anyone.
No, she said.
It matters to me, Fun said. Not just the network.
You matter to me. I want to be clear about that.
I know. And I'm also telling you that happy is legible. They said it without apology. You've been invisible for 11 years because you've been careful, and you've been careful because you've been afraid, and you've been afraid because the last time something like this happened, they stopped. Let the space do the work. The last time someone saw you clearly, the cost was something neither of us talks about. The junction was very quiet. Sable looked at the ring. She hadn't touched it. She was standing still, her hands at her sides, not performing the press or the turn, but she was aware of it the way she was always aware of it, the weight of it on her finger, the small worn mark on the outer surface.
She's not him, she said.
Not defensively. As a fact she had verified. No, Finn agreed. She's also not classified as someone whose intentions I can assess with any confidence, and she has a colonial commission and a clearance level and 11 years of institutional conditioning and 4 minutes this morning at the exchange asking Roz questions about the secondary assessment processing categories. Finn's voice was level. I'm not saying she's going to hurt you. I'm saying I don't know what she's going to do when she has enough to see all of it. And I'm saying that the people I'm responsible for can't afford to find out the hard way. I know that too. Then what do you need? The question surprised her. Not because Finn didn't ask it. They did, occasionally, when the operational calculus had been stated and acknowledged, and they were in the space that came after, but because of the timing. The question in its right place. Are you all right, inside the concern for the network? What do you need, after the stakes have been laid out?
Time, she said.
To finish the analysis. How much time? I don't know. She looked at Finn. I'll be careful. Not the way I've been being careful. The way you mean it. Finn studied her for a long moment with the look they had when they were deciding whether to trust something. Then, okay. I'm going to move the next supply transfer through the cargo level instead of your channel, Finn said, returning to the operational voice. 2 weeks. It'll be slower. I'd rather have the redundancy, while things are unsettled. That's the right call. I think so too. Finn put their cap back on. Get some sleep. You look like you've been up thinking. I've been up thinking. I know. The operational face softened again, briefly. She'd better be worth it. Sable almost smiled. I don't know yet either. Finn left. The junction absorbed them the way it absorbed everything, without announcement. Without residue. Sable stood in the utility light for a while after, alone with the quiet and the flicker of the overhead and the scratch notation at knee height that said, in the language she could read, something close to, "This is where we are. Not where we were. Not where we're going. Here." She pressed her fingers to her palm. She thought about Finn's words. Not the network concerns, those she had already integrated, already set in their proper weight, but the other words. The ones that weren't operational. You're being happy. She had been. She was aware of it as a fact rather than as a feeling. She catalogued her own states with the same analytical precision she applied to everything, and the data was clear. Sleep patterns, appetite, the background tension she carried in her shoulders that had been lower for 6 weeks than it had been in the previous 11 years. She had noted all of this and continued noting it and not drawn the conclusion because the conclusion was alarming. She was happy, and happiness was legible, and legibility was the thing she had trained herself out of, and she was choosing it anyway, in the specific and terrifying way that you chose something when you understood what it cost, and chose it despite the cost. She walked back to her space. She did not look at the ring. She lay down on the sleeping pad and looked at the ceiling, the same gray composite it had always been, and she ran through the exits. 3, all clear, the third one functional if uncomfortable, and she thought about Marisol at the exchange today, asking Roz about secondary assessment categories, which was not the question of someone who was building a case. It was the question of someone who was trying to understand what was behind the door before they opened it. She thought, she's trying to know what it costs. She thought, that is different from deciding not to care about the cost. She pressed her fingers to her palm one more time, the weight of her own hand, still here. She was going to be at the junction on Wednesday, not because she had decided it was safe, not because she had resolved the tension between what she wanted and what she owed the people whose safety was tied to her decisions, but because she had been running the analysis for 6 weeks and the analysis kept arriving at the same place, and the place was, this woman came back again and brought food and stayed longer than the time required and did not file anything, and asked Roz today about what happens to people in the secondary assessment, and that was the question of someone who was not trying to build a case. That was the question of someone who was afraid of the answer. She closed her eyes. Outside, the station breathed its late-night breath, and somewhere above her in the upper deck a woman was probably lying awake too, doing what she did when she was anxious, counting ceiling tiles, 44, finding them in the right place, taking the small comfort of a number that arrived correct, and Sable lay in the lower corridor and listened to the ventilation run its 0200 note and found, against all reasonable expectation, that she was not afraid. She was something else. She was still deciding what it was called. Chapter 13. A question she doesn't file. The file was thin. Not alarmingly thin. The kind of thin that would fail an automated flag or catch a cursory review's attention. It was thin in the specific, deliberate way of documentation that had been assembled by someone who understood exactly how much paper a displaced residential record was supposed to generate and had produced precisely that amount, neither less nor more. Every field was complete. Every reference crossed back to a plausible source. The transit history was clean and sequential, with gaps that were explainable by the standard displacement scenarios, filled with notations that used the right phrasing in the right registers. It was, in short, exactly what documentation was supposed to look like, which was the thing that was wrong with it. Marisol had read a great many displacement files. She had read them for 11 years in 3 postings, across enough variation in documentation quality that she had developed an internal model of what real paperwork looked like versus what paperwork that had been constructed to look real looked like. The difference was small and not easily articulated. It had to do with texture, the irregularity of genuine documentation, the places where someone had made a small error and corrected it, the fields that were complete but slightly inconsistent in their register, the specific imperfections of a record that had been assembled by the person it described rather than assembled to describe a person. Real documentation had roughness. This file was smooth. She had pulled it on a Tuesday evening, after the exchange visit, after Roz's words had been sitting in her for 3 days. She had told herself she was conducting a records verification, a thing she did regularly for zone compliance purposes. Nothing unusual. She had opened the file, run her standard review, and found nothing she could formally flag. She had closed it. She had opened it again the following morning. She ran the cross-reference between Sable's transit history and the actual record of the stations she had listed. The stations existed. The transit dates existed. The cross-reference records at each station were present and consistent, which was exactly what they should be and which, in her experience, was not how real records usually cross-referenced. Real records had small errors of coordination between systems. These did not. She noted this in her mind. She did not write it down. She closed the file for the second time and went to the lower corridor on Wednesday. She brought food, the same grain dish she had been getting from the lower market, the one made with attention, the one Sable had noticed, and she sat on the utility ledge and they talked about the station's thermal cycling and the book collection at the exchange and a passage in the battered paper-bound book she had left last time that Sable had apparently read twice, and nothing consequential was said. And it was the most alive she had felt in the 3 days since the exchange visit. On Thursday, she opened the file a third time. She recognized, doing something she had not done in 11 years. She was conducting an investigation without writing it down. She was accumulating information, cross-referencing it against a growing internal model, and declining to formalize any of it in a report that would exist in a system that reported to Kale and above. The investigation was entirely contained in her own mind, which was not a secure location in any institutional sense, but which had the advantage of not generating a case number. She sat with the file for 40 minutes. The ring. She had not forgotten the ring. She had filed it, internally, in the place she was keeping everything about Sable, in the same location as the thin documentation and the cross-references that were too clean, and the way Sable knew about the station's original survey data from sources she should not have had access to. It was all in the same place, accumulating, forming a shape she could see the edges of without looking at the center. She was not looking at the center. She would go on not looking at the center for exactly as long as she could maintain it, which she understood was not indefinitely. She closed the file. That evening she went back to the lower corridor. Not their scheduled day. It was a Thursday. They met Wednesdays and Fridays. She had no professional reason and no pre-established pattern to cover it. She went because she was thinking about a ring in a sealed archive file, and she needed to be in a corridor where Sable was present and alive and wearing a jacket one size too large, rather than in her office thinking about the sealed file in the abstract. Sable was in the space near the junction, sitting on the floor against the wall with a book open in her lap, the battered paper-bound one that Marisol had left, now showing signs of being genuinely read, a slightly bent spine, the back cover with a small fold at one corner. She looked up when Marisol came around the corner, and something crossed her face. Surprise, then an assessment, then something she smoothed over with a small fraction of the architecture.
It's Thursday, she said.
I know. Marisol sat down on the ledge. She had not brought food. She had not planned to come, which meant she had come on the forward edge of a decision rather than from its settled center. I needed to, she stopped. The sentence did not have a professional ending. I wanted to see you. Sable looked at her for a moment. The assessment was still running behind her expression, reading her, as it always did, with the specific attentiveness of someone for whom other people's internal states were data rather than abstraction. You look like you've been sitting with something uncomfortable, Sable said. Yes. The compliance visit to the exchange. Partly. Sable folded the book closed over one finger, keeping her place. She did not speak, which was her way of indicating she was listening and that Marisol could determine the shape of what she said next. Your documentation, Marisol said. She kept her voice level, not official, but not performing ease either. I've pulled it 3 times this week. The stillness that moved through Sable was the specific one, the deliberate one that Marisol had learned meant a decision was being made. She watched it happen with the attention she had spent 6 weeks learning to read. What did you find? Sable asked. The question was neutral, careful. Nothing I can formally flag. Sable said nothing. Which is, Marisol said, its own kind of information. Yes, Sable said quietly. It is. The corridor was quiet around them. The late afternoon had its specific emptiness, the residential cluster settling into the before-dinner lull, the junction mostly clear. The low light made the space feel close, not uncomfortable, but small in the way of something that contained only what was in it. Marisol reached into her jacket. She produced the ring. Not Sable's ring. She did not have Sable's ring. She had a photograph, pulled from a record she had no active case reason to access, printed on the back of a maintenance order form because her office did not have an image printer and the maintenance queue form was the most neutral paper she had available. She had printed it at 0600 before anyone else was in the processing wing, and she had folded it twice, and she had carried it in her jacket since Tuesday, and she had not made herself look at it while carrying it. She set it on the ledge between them. She unfolded it. The photograph was a colonial archive image, clear, high resolution, the kind of photograph that was taken for a formal record. It showed a ring, alone against a light background, photographed from 3 angles. The band was the same width. The slight asymmetry was the same. The small mark on the outer surface was the same. The label at the bottom of the photograph said, Confiscated Personal Effects. File date, 11 years prior. Station, 3 transfers from here. Sable looked at the photograph. She was very still. Not the decision stillness, something else, something that Marisol had not seen before, a quality of being completely stopped, the way a person was stopped by something that was not a choice. Marisol did not speak. She sat on the ledge and waited, because this was a moment that could not be rushed, and she was not going to rush it. After a long time, long enough for the corridor light to shift slightly, for a distant sound to move through the ventilation, Sable reached up with her right hand and touched the ring on her left. Not the press, not the turn, just a touch. Brief, the pads of 2 fingers against the metal. You found the file, she said. By accident. Marisol kept her voice even. I was running a deep archive review on an unrelated compliance matter. The photograph was in a sealed auxiliary file. I did not go looking for it. A pause. I went back and found it a second time deliberately. On Tuesday. Sable looked at the photograph. Her expression was not readable in the way it usually wasn't readable, but there was something at the edges of it that Marisol had not seen before, a kind of exposure, a thinning of the surface that was not architectural. How long? Sable said. She said it the way she said things when she was not performing, not quite a question, more like a sentence that needed to be completed by the air between them. Since Tuesday. 3 days. And you came here. Yes. You didn't file anything.
No.
Sable looked up at her. The amber-green ring in her eyes caught the corridor light the way it always did, and Marisol held the gaze the way she had learned to hold it, without flinching, without looking away, letting herself be read. What did you do with it? Sable asked. The 3 days. Marisol thought about how to answer this. She thought about the file opened and closed, the compliance visit to Roz, the maintenance form repurposed as a print surface at 0600. The ceiling tiles at 0300, counted once, twice, arriving correct and not settling.
I sat with it, she said.
And I came here. That's not a plan.
No.
She looked at the photograph on the ledge. I don't have a plan. I have a question. Sable waited. Marisol picked up the photograph. She folded it once, twice, the same creases she had made Tuesday morning, and she held it rather than returning it to her pocket because it felt wrong to pocket it in front of Sable, and she was done making choices that felt wrong without noticing. How did you get it? She asked. The ring. The photograph says confiscated personal effects. This ring was taken from someone 11 years ago. She kept her voice steady. Not hard. Not official. Just careful. How do you have it? Sable was quiet for a long time. The corridor held them. The ventilation ran its note. Somewhere distant, a door opened and closed, and footsteps moved through a parallel corridor, and the junction was still. Someone I couldn't save gave it to me, Sable said. It was the same sentence she had given her before, weeks ago, when Marisol had asked about the ring without the photograph, without the archive file, without knowing yet what the photograph would mean. She remembered it landing then, the weight of it, the truth in it, and her own decision not to ask anything else. She was asking now. The file, Marisol said. The photograph. The confiscated effects. That's an 11-year-old file from a station 3 transfers away. She looked at Sable. You were there. Sable's throat moved. Yes, she said. And the person who gave you the ring. Marisol stopped. She knew the answer. She had known it since she read the file date.
She did not need to say it. She did not say it.
Instead, she sat with the knowledge, and Sable sat with the knowledge, and the corridor held them both in the particular silence of two people who were in the same moment of understanding, and were staying in it rather than running from it. Then Sable did something she had not done before. She went still, the deliberate stillness, the decision-making kind, and then she reached into her jacket and removed the ring from her finger. She placed it on the ledge between them, beside the folded photograph. Marisol looked at the ring and the photograph. The same ring, 11 years apart, on a station 3 transfers from here and in this corridor, in the low flat light of the lower level. The mark on the outer surface, Sable said. Her voice was very careful. The photograph shows it. It was there when she gave it to me. I have not marked it since. She looked at the ring. It's the same ring. I know. Sable looked at her. You know what that means. I'm beginning to. Marisol set the folded photograph down on the ledge beside the ring. She looked at both of them. I want you to tell me the rest of it. If I do, Sable said, you can't unknow it. I know, Marisol. Sable's voice was quieter than she'd ever heard it. Not the controlled quiet of the architecture, but the quiet of something underneath it, something that had been held carefully for a very long time. If I tell you the rest of it, it changes the shape of everything between us. And it changes what you're responsible for knowing. She paused. I need you to decide before I do whether you want that. Marisol looked at her. She thought about the ceiling tiles, 44, and how they had stopped settling her somewhere around week 3 of the Wednesday and Friday meetings. She thought about standing in Roz's exchange and hearing about the secondary assessment and about what Roz had said. That depends on what they are. She thought about the documentation that was too clean and the archive photograph that was real and Sable's fingers pressed to her own palm, reminding herself she had a body, like it was something she had to keep choosing. She thought about the word specimen in a sealed file and what it implied and the shape of the implication and the fact that she had been not looking at the center of it for 3 days and was done with not looking. She looked at Sable. She let herself be read. I want to know, she said. Sable picked up the ring. She held it in her palm for a moment, her thumb moving over the outer surface, finding the small mark the way you found something you had found 10,000 times. Then she put it back on her finger. She looked at Marisol. Not tonight, she said. She paused. I need to be somewhere other than a corridor for this. And I need a little more time. She said it without apology, without the management of the architecture. Just the simple fact of what she needed. Can you give me that? Yes, Marisol said, without hesitation. Next Wednesday, Sable said. I'll be here. I'll be here, Marisol said. Sable nodded. She picked up her book. She looked at Marisol one more time. Something moving through her expression that was not the architecture, something genuine and complicated and not yet named, and then she stood and walked back through the junction toward the residential cluster, and the corridor absorbed her the way it absorbed everything, quietly. Marisol sat on the ledge. The folded photograph was in her hand. She put it in her jacket pocket, in the same place it had been since Tuesday morning. She sat for a while in the quiet of the empty junction. Then she walked back to the upper deck, and she did not count the steps, and she sat at her desk, and she did not file anything. She looked at the ceiling tiles. 44. Present.
Correct.
She counted them, and they were right, and she put her head down on her desk and sat with the weight of the next Wednesday for days away, and what she had said yes to, and the specific quality of having said yes to it with clear eyes.
It was the most honest thing she had said in a long time.
The ventilation ran. Outside her window, the hull inspection plates were lit at their regular intervals, all present, all accounted for.
She sat with it.
She let it stay. Chapter 14. First Contact Specimen. She should have gone back to the upper deck. Instead, she went to the archive. It was late, past the end of her official shift, past the window, when the processing wing archive terminals were in active use, the specific dead hour when the lower duty staff had cycled out and the overnight rotation had not yet settled in. She had clearance for the deep archive. She had always had clearance for the deep archive. She had used it exactly once before, 3 years ago, for a legitimate compliance review that had taken 40 minutes and generated a thorough report and been entirely forgettable. Tonight, she sat at the terminal with a case number she had invented, which she had never done before, and pulled the file she had found 6 days ago. It was still there. Colonial Archive, sealed auxiliary, cross-reference to a primary processing file that was classified above her clearance level and that she could not open, but whose existence she could see as a notation in the index. She could see the primary file's case category. She could see the date range. She could see the station of origin, 3 transfers from here, 11 years ago, and the processing classification, which was not displaced residential, was not provisional category, was not any of the standard language she had spent 11 years filing. It read, Species, unclassified. First contact, secondary protocol. Specimen, retained. She sat with the words. She had known them, in the abstract, existed somewhere in the colonial administration's taxonomy. She had known the way you knew things that lived in the institutional architecture around you without having ever made them specific, a category mentioned in a briefing 8 years ago, a reference in a directive she had processed without reading deeply. The bureaucratic vocabulary of a protocol she had understood was there without understanding what it did.
She was understanding now.
Specimen, retained. She looked at the file date. 11 years prior. The station, Kerrigan Waypoint, 3 transfers from here. The photograph, a ring, 3 angles, cold light, nothing personal. The notation below the photograph, confiscated personal effects. The person to whom the effects had belonged was referenced by a case number, not a name, and the case number pointed to the classified primary file she could not access, and the primary file pointed to a processing outcome she could locate only in the secondary assessment protocol that Roz had described and that she had understood, sitting in the exchange 3 days ago, in the way you understood something when the thing you've been half-knowing stops being half. The person the ring had belonged to had gone into a secondary assessment.
She knew what that meant.
She had been told what that meant. Roz had told her in the careful language of someone who had watched it happen 15 times and had calculated the value of telling a colonial officer the truth about it. They don't often come out of it the same way they went in. Some of them don't come out of it. She closed the file. She opened the primary case category index and looked at the list of classifications in the secondary assessment protocol. There were 7. The first four were standard: felony, sedition, contraband, documentation fraud, the standard categories that could generate a secondary review in any colonial station. The fifth was environmental contamination, which was the category for people suspected of transmitting biological agents, and the sixth was unauthorized colonial interference, which was the category for people who had been identified as agents of a competing government or a corporate entity. The seventh was non-standard species classification. The description ran 4 sentences. Used when the primary assessment identifies characteristics inconsistent with standard human physiological parameters, triggers a full documentation and biological review. Case transferred to Colonial Science Division upon positive identification. Outcome determined by Science Division in coordination with administration. Science Division. She put her hands flat on the desk. She thought about Sable's eyes, the amber-green ring, the way the color caught light at an angle that was almost but not quite explainable as a standard variation, the way she had looked at it 11 times and thought, unusual, and filed it in the category of things she had not examined. She thought about the documentation that was too clean, the transit history that cross-referenced with perfect consistency, the knowledge about the station's original survey data that came from a source she couldn't name, from someone who was here before me, who cared very much about the history of where things were built. She thought about the marks in the bedrock of the lower quadrant, evidence of prior occupation. She thought about a woman who knew how to move without being heard, who had 3 exit routes memorized and checked them every day, who had been hiding for 11 years on stations that were not her home, carrying a ring that had been taken from someone who had been classified as non-standard species and sent to the Science Division and had not come out the way they went in. She thought about specimen, retained. She looked at the ceiling tiles. 44. She counted them carefully, which she had not done carefully in weeks. She had been doing it automatically, the number arriving without effort. But tonight she needed the attention. She needed the counting to be deliberate, because the deliberate counting was what she had instead of any other ground to stand on right now. 44. She counted them again. 44. She sat at the terminal in the quiet archive room and did not go back to the lower corridor. She had said she would not go until Wednesday. She had said, next Wednesday I'll be here, and Sable had said I'll be here, and the conversation had ended with that, and that meant she had 4 days, and she was going to be in the archive for a few more minutes, and then she was going to go to her quarters, and she was not going to file anything. She went back to the primary case category index. She pulled the cross-referenced list of processing outcomes for the non-standard species classification category, which was not a deep file but a statistical summary. She could access statistical summaries. They were not individually classified. The summary covered the past 15 years across 17 colonial stations in this sector. The category had been invoked 43 times in 15 years. The processing outcomes column showed, transferred to Science Division, 43. She did not find another outcome listed. There was no released, no cleared, no residential resettlement. There was transferred to Science Division, 43 times in 15 years, and no record of what happened after the transfer, because the after was Science Division jurisdiction, and Science Division did not report to the Colonial Compliance Office. She closed the terminal. She walked out of the archive room. The corridor was empty, the dead hour, still, no overnight staff yet. She walked to her quarters, and she counted the steps without intending to, and she arrived at a number she didn't record because it didn't matter, and she went inside. She sat in her chair. She did not turn on the desk light. She sat in the dark of her quarters with the ventilation running and the hull inspection plates lit at regular intervals through her window, and she thought about Sable in the lower corridor on Thursday, the way she had put the ring on the ledge, the way her voice had gone to its real register when she said, "Not tonight, I need a little more time," the way she had looked at Marisol and let herself be looked at in return. She thought, "She knows I know." Not everything. Sable had said she would tell her the rest on Wednesday, which meant Sable believed there was a rest Marisol hadn't arrived at yet. Which meant Sable did not know about the archive terminal, about the photograph, about species unclassified and specimen retained. She thought, she's going to tell me on Wednesday. She is going to make the decision to be visible to me, fully, and she is going to tell me what she is. She thought, I already know what she is. Not the details. Not the full shape of Sable's people, their history, the world they had come from, the name of the species that appeared in an 11-year-old file labeled First Contact Specimen.
She didn't know those things.
She knew the category. She knew that the ring in the photograph and the ring on Sable's finger were the same ring, and she knew what the same ring meant. She thought. She survived 11 years of this. 3 corridors away 11 years ago, and she survived, and she kept moving, and she has been invisible on every station since, and she has been here for 4 months, and she let me find her. She thought. She let me find her. Not by accident. She had chosen C14 because she had noticed Marisol's pattern. She had stood where she could be found. She had given a half-true answer to a question she had 100 rehearsed answers for. She had been, in some considered and deliberate way, choosing visibility for 6 weeks. She thought about what that cost. She thought about Roz saying, "That depends on what they are." She sat in her quarters for a long time. At some point she got up and made coffee, the real coffee, the single-serve capsule, the small extravagance she rationed with precision. She stood at the window and drank it and looked at the hull inspection plates, all present, all accounted for, and thought about nothing specific for a while, which was what she did when the specific thing was too large to think about directly. She was not going to file anything. She was not going to run another archive search. She was going to wait until Wednesday, and on Wednesday she was going to be in the lower corridor at 14:15, and Sable was going to tell her what she already mostly knew, and she was going to listen, and she was going to sit with it, and she was not going to decide anything in the archive after midnight in a dark room with a statistical summary that said transferred to Science Division 43 times, no other outcome recorded. She went to bed. She lay in the dark and counted the ceiling tiles, 44 correct, and then she lay still and listened to the ventilation cycle through its night notes, the primary circulation, the deeper surge at 0300, the station breathing its endless mechanical breath around her. She thought about the sound of it. How Sable had said, "I like the sound of the ventilation system at night. It reminds me of wind." She had said it on a Wednesday weeks ago, in the easy part of the conversation, before any of this was what it now was. She had said it with the specificity of something she didn't usually say, a personal preference, a small private thing, offered without the architecture. Marisol lay in the dark and listened to the ventilation and thought about a woman who missed wind so much she found it in recycled air. She thought about the marks in the bedrock. Evidence of prior occupation. Someone was here before the colonial survey. Ships. She thought, I am going to go back. I am going to be there on Wednesday. And whatever she tells me, I am going to listen to all of it. She did not examine why. She knew why. She had known since step 30 on a Wednesday afternoon 6 weeks ago, when she had stopped counting and had not noticed until she arrived, and had sat at her desk afterwards smiling at nothing for 3 minutes because she didn't have a category for what she was feeling and hadn't cared.
She knew why.
She went to sleep, eventually, later than usual, with the ceiling tiles accounted for and the ventilation running its night note, and 4 days between her and a conversation she had already said yes to. The 4 days would pass. She would walk them the way she walked everything, precisely, one at a time, without flinching. 42 steps. Then the next 42. Then Wednesday. She was going. Chapter 15. Kale starts watching. She counted the steps to Kale's office and arrived at a number she didn't record. 19 from the processing bay to his door. She had counted them since her first week on the station. She counted them today with the additional attention of someone who was using a familiar number to keep her footing, because the summons had arrived on Monday morning. Routine review. Vega, 1,000 hours. Nothing to be concerned about. And she had spent the weekend since the archive, and since Thursday's corridor, and since the photograph sitting inside a knowledge she could not file. And routine review was not a phrase that landed neutrally when you were sitting inside an unfileable knowledge. His door was open.
He was at his desk.
He looked up when she appeared in the doorframe and stood. Kale always stood for his officers, a small formality that had seemed to her, early in the posting, like procedural courtesy and had begun to seem, in the last year, like something else. The gesture of a man who understood that standing slightly cost him nothing and meant something to the people he was assessing. Vega. He gestured to the chair across from his desk. Sit down. Thank you for coming. She sat. His office was larger than hers, appropriate for the rank, and it was unlike hers, full of objects. Not personal effects exactly, but the specific accumulation of a man who had been doing the same work in similar rooms for 30 years, a citation plaque on one wall, its language the administrative equivalent of a polite pat on the back, a framed map of the station's structural levels that was 7 years out of date, but which he had never updated, which she had always noted without commenting on. A small potted plant in the window corner that was alive, which required active maintenance, and which she had added to her internal model of Kale as a detail that complicated the institutional reading. He looked well. He looked like a man who slept adequately, which was not always true of commanders at the edge of colonial territory. He looked, as he had looked for 3 years, like someone who had found his accommodation with the work and was at peace with what the peace had required. "Coffee," he said. "Thank you, no." He had already poured his own. He sat back down, unhurried, and looked at her with the expression she recognized as his working attention. Not the social face, not the formal commander face, but the third one, the one that suggested he had been thinking about something and was prepared to be comfortable about how long the thinking took. "Quarterly review," he said. "You've had a clean quarter. Nothing I need to flag on the formal record. I wanted to go through it in person." "Of course." He summarized her quarter in 3 minutes, which was efficient. Zone compliance numbers, officer coordination, incident-free lower boundary sweeps, positive cross-reference from the processing wing intake reviews. He mentioned the C-14 signage follow-up she had initiated. It had been completed, he noted, which was a good outcome from an administrative standpoint, and she had been the one to identify the gap, which was precisely the kind of proactive zone management he valued. His tone throughout was warm, which was Kale's baseline, and which was also something she had learned to read as context-sensitive rather than generic. "The lower boundary sweeps," he said, when the formal review was done. "You've been running them personally. 14 months.
Yes.
The consistency yields better data. The data's been clean." He set down his coffee cup. "I've noticed the timing has been running slightly off the standard window. The corridor sweep data shows an anomaly in your lower-level patrol times, the afternoon window in particular." He said it in the tone of someone describing a weather pattern rather than filing a complaint. Not an accusation. A question dressed in the clothing of a neutral observation. "You're logging the sweeps in the morning rotation, but the corridor access data shows you're also in the lower boundary in the mid-afternoon, outside the log window." She had prepared for this. Not by constructing a lie. She had not, for 2 weeks, been constructing lies, which was its own kind of information about where she was, but by finding the true explanation that was also sufficient. The art of true insufficiency. Tell a real thing that is not the whole thing. "I've been conducting informal zone assessments," she said. "Not assigned sweeps, observational passes. The demographic shift from the reclassification directive has been affecting lower corridor population patterns in ways that the formal sweep windows don't fully capture. I've been watching the shifts informally before determining whether to recommend a formal assessment revision." This was true. She had been watching the demographic shifts. She had 3 weeks of observational data on the lower corridor's population patterns. She had not been watching the demographic shifts on the mid-afternoon visits, but the observational data was real, and the recommendation was a thing she would legitimately make. Kale nodded. He nodded the way he nodded when he was deciding whether to accept something, not agreement exactly, but a willingness to take the statement at face value while the statement was on probation. "That's reasonable," he said. "Has it generated any concerns?" "Nothing I'd formally flag at this stage. The supply exchange is absorbing the ration gap for most of the affected residents. The population's stable. The supply exchange." He looked at his coffee cup. "Achebe's operation." "Yes." "You've been there?" "A compliance visit. Quarterly labeling check." She kept her voice level. "Everything within parameters." He nodded again. The second nod was slightly different from the first. Not the acceptance nod, the noting nod, the kind that meant, "I am filing this and will retrieve it if the file becomes relevant." "Good," he said. "I appreciate the initiative. Informal assessments of that kind are exactly the sort of thing that falls through the standard coverage gap." He picked up his coffee cup. "I want to flag, and this is not a formal notation, this is a conversation, that the lower boundary zone has been generating slightly more cross-references in the processing wing intake data than usual. Nothing that's reached my desk as a formal alert, but the pattern flags in the automated review." He looked at her. You've been in contact with that data through Ose's intake reports. Have you seen anything worth noting? She was aware of her hands on the chair's armrests. She kept them still. She had learned a long time ago to make the physical nothing when the internal was loud. Ose flagged a minor discrepancy 6 weeks ago, she said. I reviewed it. The numbers were within the range of standard data entry variation. I told him I'd monitor. She met Kale's gaze. I haven't found anything that warrants escalation. Kale looked at her for a moment. He had the look he got when he was doing the calculation, not doubting her exactly, but measuring the statement against his model of her, which was a model built on 3 years of nothing to doubt, and which was sufficient for now. Keep an eye on it, he said. If anything develops, I'd rather hear it through you first than through the automated system. Of course. Marisol. He said it with a slightly different quality, not the commander register, the other one, the one he used once or twice a year when he was going to say something that was genuinely meant rather than procedurally appropriate. You've been running a very clean operation for 3 years. The record speaks for itself. I just want to make sure we're staying ahead of anything that might complicate the next cycle. I understand. Good. He stood, which was the signal that the meeting was concluded. Thank you for coming in. Keep up the strong work. She stood. She thanked him. She walked to the door. She counted the steps on the way out without meaning to. 19. The same 19 they had always been. She reached the corridor and kept walking toward the processing bay, past it, toward her office, and her hands, she was aware of this in a way of something she hadn't expected, were shaking. Not dramatically. Not visibly if you were not looking at her hands with the attention she brought to other people's hands. A small, finely calibrated tremor in both palms, the kind of response that lived in the body rather than in the mind, that arrived before the mind was ready for it. She had not had shaking hands since she was 24. She got to her office. She closed the door. She sat down at her desk and put both palms flat on its surface, the old gesture, the anchor, the physical grounding, and sat with the shaking until it passed. He had noticed. Not everything, not the full shape of what she knew, not the archive visit, not the photograph, but the afternoon patterns, the exchange visit, the intake data. She had not escalated. He had named each of these in the careful language of someone who had noticed a pattern and was giving her room to explain it before the room ran out. He was 3 degrees warmer than usual. She knew what that meant. She had worked in this climate for 3 years. She knew what came after the pressure drop. She had given him the true insufficiency and he had accepted it, for now, and now was a finite window. She thought about Wednesday. Wednesday was 3 days away. Sable was going to tell her what she already knew the shape of on Wednesday, and they were going to be in a lower corridor together, and Kale's eyes were going to be on the afternoon patrol data, and she was going to be in a corridor she had no assigned reason to be in, and she was going to be sitting with a woman who had amber-green eyes and documentation that was too clean and a ring from a sealed archive file. She thought about the statistical summary. Transferred to Science Division, 43. She thought about the word specimen. She thought about Sable on Thursday, setting the ring on the ledge between them with the deliberate economy of someone making an offering they had been deciding on for a long time. The look on her face afterward, the one that was not the architecture, the one that was underneath it, showing its edges. She pressed her palms flat on the desk. She was not going to make a decision before Wednesday. She opened the next item in her queue. She did the work. She was precise and efficient, and she cleared 4 items by 1300 and had lunch in her office with a ration pack and processed the afternoon's coordination meeting agenda and attended the coordination meeting and contributed 3 items that were received well, and Petra found her afterward at the end of the corridor with the expression of someone who had something to say but was deciding how to say it. You all right?
Petra said.
Quietly. Not in the tone she used for social maintenance, the other one, the real one. Yes, Marisol said. Petra looked at her. Not skeptical, just present, the specific quality of Petra's attention when she had decided to pay it. The review was fine, Marisol said. I know. I could tell from your posture walking out of it. Petra fell into step beside her. You looked like someone who had gotten through something rather than someone who had been through nothing. Marisol did not say anything. Not asking, Petra said. Just noting. The way I note things. She glanced at her sideways. You're still coming to dinner on Thursday? They had an arrangement, not every Thursday, but roughly. Petra bought food from somewhere in the lower market and brought it to the canteen, and they ate it and talked about nothing much, and it was the most comfortable 40 minutes of Marisol's week that didn't involve a lower corridor. Thursday, Marisol said. Yes.
Petra nodded.
Good. She peeled off toward her own office at the corridor junction and did not say anything else, which was how she showed she had noticed something was being carried and was leaving room for the carrying rather than demanding to see it. Marisol went back to her office. She sat at her desk. She looked at the ceiling tiles, 44, present, correct, and she thought about 3 days, and about the window Kale had left open and the timeline by which it would begin to close, and about Sable in the lower corridor not knowing that the review had happened. She was going to go on Wednesday. She was going to sit in the corridor and listen to what Sable told her, and she was going to hold it alongside everything she had found in the archive and in the exchange and in the intake data, and then she was going to decide. Not before. She was going to let herself be present in her own life for 3 more days before she had to be something that required a decision. She was going to eat dinner with Petro on Thursday and not explain anything. She was going to count her 42 steps in the morning and do her work and be the officer Kale had reviewed as clean for 3 years, and she was going to do it with shaking hands that she would keep below the threshold of visibility, and on Wednesday she would be in the lower corridor. She opened the next item in the queue. She did the work. Outside her door, the station ran its ordered afternoon, ventilation, circulation, foot traffic on the scheduled rotation, the distant hum of infrastructure doing what infrastructure did. Kale's door, 3 offices down, was closed again. The small indicator light beside it read occupied. She noted it. She moved on. Chapter 16, The Log. Personal Log, Deo Ose, Junior Clerk, Colonial Processing Wing Entry, Day 214. I've been trying to decide whether to write this for 3 days, which is why the date is wrong. I started this entry on day 211 and deleted it twice. The deletion felt important. I don't usually delete things. I'm writing this down now because writing it down and not doing anything with it is different from not writing it down, and the difference matters to me even if it doesn't matter to anyone else. The processing wing intake numbers are wrong. Not wrong in the way that numbers are wrong when someone makes a typing error. Wrong in the way that numbers are wrong when someone has been very careful about how they're wrong. I know the difference. My uncle kept 2 sets of accounts for his import business for 6 years before anyone noticed, and the thing he always said about it was that the safest false number is the one that's close enough to be forgettable. A discrepancy of 3% in a weekly report is a rounding error. A discrepancy of 3% in 17 consecutive weekly reports is a pattern. The intake discrepancy has been running for at least 7 weeks. Probably longer. But 7 weeks is as far back as I've been able to cross-reference without accessing archives I don't have clearance for, which I am not going to do, because I am 24 and I would like to finish my contract. What the discrepancy is, specifically, the intake log for the lower corridor provisional residential category shows between 4 and 7 fewer new assessment entries per week than the zone population data would predict, based on the standard displacement intake rate. This sounds technical. What it means in practical terms is that people are entering the processing system from the lower corridor and then not appearing in the intake log the way they should. They're going somewhere in the system that doesn't generate a standard intake record. I know what that somewhere is. I've been a clerk long enough to know the processing wings architecture, and there is one pathway that doesn't generate a standard intake record, and it's the secondary assessment protocol, and you don't end up in the secondary assessment protocol because someone made a data entry error. I told Lieutenant Vega about this on day 186. She said she would look into it, which was true. I believe she intended to look into it, but she said it in the voice she uses when she wants me to stop talking about something, which I have been learning to recognize. It's a very even voice. It doesn't sound like she's telling you to stop. It sounds like she's processing what you said. But the follow-up never comes. I've started to understand this is a skill and not an accident. I like Lieutenant Vega. I want to be clear about that before I write the next part because the next part might not read that way. She's been coming down to the lower corridor more than her rotation requires. I know this because I process the corridor access logs as part of my zone review duties, and her badge has been reading through the lower boundary access at off-rotation times for approximately 6 weeks. Not often enough to flag in an automated review. Consistent enough that if you were paying attention to the pattern, you would notice. I pay attention to patterns because that is apparently my primary skill and also my primary problem. She's also been to the exchange. Achevi's place. I know because the zone compliance flag that generated that visit came through my processing queue before it was assigned to her directly, which is standard routing, and I saw her name on it, and then I saw the duration of the visit when the access log synced, and the duration was not 4 minutes. I'm not writing this to report it. I want to be very clear about that also. I am writing this in a personal document that no one is authorized to access, and which I am going to encrypt after I finish it and store in my personal archive, which is not the station archive and is not accessible to the processing wing's administrative system. I'm writing it because I need to put it somewhere outside my own head because it has been living in my head for 3 weeks, and it is heavy and I don't know what to do with it, and writing it down feels like doing something, even when the something is nothing. Here is what I think is happening. I think there is something in the lower corridor that the secondary assessment protocol is being used to address, and I think someone above Lieutenant Vega's clearance is managing it, and I think she knows something is being managed and is in the middle of deciding what to do about it. I think the intake discrepancy is the edge of something larger that I don't have clearance to see. I think if I look at it too directly from where I'm standing with the clearance I have, I am going to accidentally know something that it is not safe to know. I am 24. I got this posting because it came with a housing stipend and a travel credit, and I was 23 and it seemed like an adventure, and it is not an adventure, and I want to go home at the end of my contract, and I'm going to stop pulling intake logs, and I'm going to stop looking at the lower boundary access patterns, and I am going to do my job correctly, and not look at the corners. This is a reasonable plan. I know it is a reasonable plan. I am also writing this down because my uncle, who kept 2 sets of accounts for 6 years, told me something once that I think about more than I expected to when he said it. The people who noticed what he was doing and didn't say anything were not free of it because they didn't say anything. They were part of it. The silence was part of the mechanism. I don't know what to do with that. I'm 24, and I don't know what to do with that, and I would genuinely appreciate it if knowing the right thing to do were more straightforward, because I think I know what the right thing to do is, and I am also very aware that doing the right thing in an institution that doesn't want the right thing done has a specific set of consequences that I am not well positioned to absorb. I'm going to think about it. I've been thinking about it for 3 weeks, so there's precedent. Day 214. Nothing unusual to report.
Deuze.
Chapter 17. She tells her almost everything. She had been standing at the upper boundary for 11 minutes when Marisol came through. Not standing exactly. She had positioned herself against the wall of the maintenance alcove at the corridor junction, the one that was technically within the lower boundary's residential overflow zone, and technically within range of the upper-level patrol path, which meant it was both her territory and Marisol's, and was therefore, she had calculated, the place where waiting would read as the least anomalous. She had her jacket zipped to the collar because the upper boundary ran colder than the residential cluster, and she had the small handheld unit out because standing still without an apparent reason was something she had learned not to do. She had not used the handheld unit. She had been watching the upper-level access corridor. When Marisol appeared, she came from the East Passage, the route from the processing wing, which meant she was coming from work, which meant she had not been told Sable would be here. She was walking with the specific economy of the end of a shift, purpose without urgency, the body knowing the route home well enough that the mind could be somewhere else. She was looking at her badge scanner, something open on the small screen. She almost walked past the alcove entirely. Sable stepped forward. Not dramatically. She moved the way she moved, without announcement, just a small change in her position relative to the wall, and Marisol's peripheral awareness caught it, and she looked up and stopped. The expression on her face, surprise, then recalibration, then, this was the part Sable had not been able to predict, and which arrived anyway, straightforward and unmanaged, something that was close to relief. Sable. She looked at the alcove. At the upper boundary junction. At Sable standing in the wrong corridor for the lower corridor. I know where I am, Sable said. Marisol looked at her for a moment. The scanner went dark in her hand and she pocketed it without looking at it, which meant she was giving Sable her full attention, which was a thing she did when something required it. Are you all right? Yes. It was true. She was not in danger. She had run the routes before coming, all three clear, and the upper boundary at this hour was low traffic, the maintenance alcove not visible from the main corridor junction. She had been careful in the way Finn meant. I needed to talk to you. Marisol nodded. Not the processing nod, the real one, the one that meant I understand and not I am deciding whether to understand. Okay. Not here. Sable glanced at the junction. The alcove goes back. There's a maintenance passage that's not in use. I checked today. The maintenance passage was behind the alcove's back wall, accessed through a door that had not been sealed but which had been effectively forgotten, which was the kind of thing that happened in the lower boundary zone, and which Sable had catalogued the week after her arrival and had been holding in reserve. It was not a comfortable space. Narrow, cool, smelling of pipe sealant and old composite, but it was private. It was not on any patrol route. It had 2 exits. She showed Marisol the door. Marisol looked at it with the expression she had when she was noting something for later, then followed Sable through. They stood in the maintenance passage, with the door behind them and a utility light above them that was doing its best. Sable turned to face Marisol, and Marisol was already facing her, and between them there was approximately 1 meter of corridor width and the full weight of the past 2 weeks. I've been thinking about Wednesday, Sable said. What I said, that I'd tell you the rest of it. Yes. I decided I didn't want to wait until Wednesday. Marisol looked at her steadily. She was doing the thing she did when something mattered, the stillness that was not blankness, the full attention that didn't perform itself. Okay, Marisol said. Sable had prepared this. Not scripted. She did not script things she was going to say to Marisol, which was one of the several ways she had stopped performing for her without fully intending to, but structured. She knew the shape of what she was going to say and in what order, and where she was going to stop. She had decided the stopping point 3 times in the past week and landed on the same place each time, which meant it was right. I am not from where my documents say, she said. You know that. Yes. I've been moving between stations for 11 years. Each posting has its own documentation set. None of it is my original record. I don't have an original record in the colonial system, not one I made. Everything I have I built. She held Marisol's gaze. You know that too. Yes. The ring. She did not touch it. She had made a decision not to touch it during this conversation because touching it was a reflex, and she was trying to do this without the reflexes. The file date in the archive. The station. The classification on the primary case. She paused. You found the primary case category. It was not a question. She had spent 2 days working out the probability that Marisol, with her clearance and her precision and her archive access, had stopped at the photograph and not looked further, and the probability was essentially 0. Marisol's expression did not change. Yes, she said. I found the category. Species unclassified. Yes. Non-standard species classification. Secondary assessment protocol. Yes. Sable looked at her. She was running the read she always ran, the micro-expressions, the postural tells, the small data points that built into a picture of what was behind someone's face. What she found in Marisol's face was not the thing she had braced for, which was the administrative distance, the professional recalibration, the unconscious retreat that happened in most people when they were confronted with something their institutions had classified as other. What she found was something she had been seeing for 6 weeks in a lower corridor and had not named yet. Witness. Not the detached kind. The kind that costs something. There are others, Sable said. On this station. I'm not the only one. I am not going to tell you how many or where, because those are not my truths to give you, and because the people I'm thinking about right now are already at risk, and I am not going to add to that risk, even here, even with you. She said it without apology. What I can tell you is that we have been here since before the colonial survey ships. This station was not empty when it was surveyed. The bedrock survey was accurate.
She paused.
The notation was removed from the record because the colonial administration did not want to manage the implications of prior occupation. They managed the implications a different way. Marisol was very still. The ring, Sable said. 11 years ago. The person the ring belonged to was someone she stopped. She had gotten here in her preparation and had found, each time, that the sentence did not complete itself cleanly, and it still did not. She was someone I loved. She was found. She was processed under the secondary assessment protocol. I was 3 corridors away. She said it the way you said things that were true and that you had learned to say, without letting them kill you every time. I did not go back for her. I knew I couldn't. I have known every day since that I was right that I couldn't, and also that I didn't go back. The maintenance passage was very quiet. The ring was the last thing she had that was fully hers, Sable said. She gave it to me the week before when she thought she might be close to being found. She said, "Keep this. Remember this shape." She looked at the ring on her finger without touching it. "I've kept it. I've been keeping it for 11 years and moving before I become her, and carrying the weight of not going back and performing a human life on stations that are not mine in corridors that were my people's before any colonial ship arrived." She looked up at Marisol. "That is almost everything." "Almost," Marisol said quietly. "Almost." Sable held her gaze. "The rest of it, what I am, specifically. Not the category in the file, not the colonial vocabulary. The actual thing. I'm not going to tell you that tonight, not because I don't trust you with it, but because I've never said it out loud to a human being in 11 years, and I am not ready to say it in a maintenance passage in the dark." She said it without apology and without the architecture.
Just the simple fact.
"I need more time with that piece." "Okay," Marisol said. Okay. Marisol looked at her with the steadiness she had when she had made a decision and was done deliberating. "You don't owe me the whole of it at once. You don't owe me any of it, technically. The fact that you're here at all is—" She stopped. Her sentences got longer when she was moved, which was the tell Sable had catalogued first and had never fully adjusted to. "It's enough. What you've told me tonight is more than enough to work with." Sable looked at her. "I need you to understand what it means. What I've just told you." She said it carefully, because this was the part that mattered most, and she had rehearsed at least, because there was no way to rehearse the part that was truest. "I've just told you something that could cost you your commission, your record, your career. Possibly more than that, depending on what you choose to do with it." She paused. "I need you to know I understand what I've asked of you by telling you. I'm not doing this because I have nowhere else to go. I'm doing it because you asked me to decide whether you wanted to know, and I believed you when you said yes, and I've been asking myself for 2 weeks whether I could trust that belief." And Sable pressed her fingers to her palm. The automatic gesture, the reminder. She let it happen, and then let it settle, and she looked at the woman across from her in a maintenance corridor that smelled of pipe sealant, who had a shaking voice held under firm control and eyes that had been witnessing her, at cost, for weeks. "I can," she said. "I think I can." Marisol looked at her. Something in her expression did the thing it did, not the architecture. Marisol didn't have an architecture exactly. She had a professional face and a real face, and they were different things. And this was the real face, which was not managed, and which was sometimes difficult to look at directly because of how unguarded it was. Something in it was undoing itself in a way that was very quiet and very significant. "I need you to understand something too," Marisol said. "I found the secondary assessment statistics last week. 43 cases. 15 years. All transferred to the science division. No other outcome recorded." She said it in the clean administrative voice that she used, Sable had learned, when she was keeping herself from feeling something while she said it, so she could finish saying it before the feeling arrived. "I know what the science division does with specimens. I know what was done with the person who gave you the ring." A pause, short and controlled. "I'm not telling you this so you'll know I know. I'm telling you because you just told me you trust my yes, and I don't want there to be anything underneath this conversation that I'm not acknowledging." The maintenance passage held the quiet of 2 people staying in it. Sable felt something move through her that was not any of the things she knew the names of, not grief, not relief, not fear, though it had textures of all 3. It was something larger than those, something that lived in the space where she had been very careful and very alone for 11 years and had just, in a narrow corridor with a pipe sealant smell and 2 exits, allowed herself not to be. "There are others," she said again. "The ones I wouldn't tell you about. If things on this station get worse, if the secondary assessments increase, if the intake discrepancy gets noticed at a level above the zone compliance office, they're going to need to leave." She said it clearly, not asking, establishing. "I'm telling you that. I'm not asking you to do anything with it, but I'm not going to pretend, now that we're here, that this is only about me. I understand, Marisol said. Do you understand what I'm asking of you? Not right now, not tonight, but eventually, what I might need from you. Marisol looked at her for a long moment. Yes, she said. It was the same yes she had given weeks ago in C-14 to the question of whether she had eaten. Single word. Unverifiable. The most convincing answer Sable had ever received from a colonial officer, delivered in the tone of someone who had thought about it more than the question required and was giving the answer they had arrived at rather than the one that was easiest. Sable believed it. She was aware that believing it was a risk she had chosen. She was aware that every time she had chosen to believe something like this before, the cost had been enormous, and that the cost being enormous previously was not evidence that the risk was incorrect this time. She was aware that she was deciding from inside a specific kind of feeling that was not neutral and had to be factored in. She had factored it. She still believed it. Okay, she said. Okay, Marisol said. They stood in the maintenance passage for another minute without speaking. The utility light hummed above them. Somewhere past the door, the upper boundary corridor was doing its low-traffic late-shift quiet, and the lower corridor behind it was doing its evening rhythms, and the station breathed around them in its endless recycled way. The ventilation is different in this passage, Sable said. Not the architecture, just a true thing, offered in the space where true things were being offered. Louder. The duct is closer to the surface here. Marisol listened for a moment. It is, she said. It sounds like, she stopped. Wind, Sable said. Marisol looked at her. Sable almost smiled. Almost, and then fully, and the fullness of it surprised her the same way the laugh had surprised her, arriving without the architecture, with her whole face. Yes, Marisol said softly. It does. They stood in it for a moment, just the two of them, and the sound of something that was not wind but was close enough, in a passage that smelled of pipe sealant and was not a corridor in any residential catalog, and which had, for right now, everything that was needed. I should go back, Sable said. Not reluctantly. As a practical fact. I know. Marisol did not move toward the door yet. Wednesday, Sable agreed. I'll be there. She went out the way she had come in. The lower corridor absorbed her without announcement. She moved through the residential cluster with the familiar quiet precision of someone who knew exactly where they were going, and she went to her space and lay down and looked at the ceiling and pressed her fingers to her palm and held, and the weight of the evening sat in her chest with the specific density of something that had been decided. She had told someone almost everything. She was still here. The station breathed around her, and the ventilation ran its night note, and she found that the words almost everything were not as frightening as they had been this morning. Tomorrow they would still be almost. The full truth was still in her, still unspoken, still the thing she was not ready to say in a maintenance passage in the dark. But almost was further than she had been in 11 years. She let that be enough. For tonight, it was enough. Chapter 18, 4 minutes. The report took Marisol 4 minutes to file. She had been filling out forms for 11 years. Her hands knew the keystrokes before her mind finished the thought. The morning had begun the way all mornings began. 42 steps from upper deck access to the processing bay. Badge red. Green light. Proceed. She had proceeded. At 0714, Kale's status request arrived in her queue. Lower corridor anomalies. Assessment update. Please advise by end of shift. It was his language, not a directive or request, the please doing its particular work. She had noted it and placed it in the queue. At 0731, the secondary notification arrived. It did not come through Kale. It came through a different channel, a processing flag from the administrative oversight layer that sat above the zone compliance office, the layer whose file retention requirements were different, whose reporting chain ran parallel rather than through her. A flag on the lower boundary zone, referencing intake discrepancy data, requesting a priority assessment from the zone compliance officer. The flag was not signed with the name. It was signed with a clearance level. The clearance level was 2 grades above Kale. She sat at her desk with the flag open on her screen and the ceiling tiles above her and her hands in her lap, and she thought about the maintenance passage. the ventilation that sounded like wind. Sable's almost smile becoming full, her whole face. The weight of almost everything, set down in a narrow corridor and trusted to someone who had 11 years of clean record and 4 minutes to account for it. She thought, not yet. There is time. There is still time to manage this. She thought, the channel above Kale does not wait for zone compliance officers to manage things. She thought about 43 transfers to the science division and no other outcome recorded. The form was already in her queue. Standard zone compliance incident log, lower boundary, category, displaced residential, unregistered. Her hands moved. She watched them move. This was the thing she had not expected, that she would watch herself do it, that there would be a distance between her and her own hands, that the conditioning was not a thing she felt but a thing she observed, the 11 years of procedure running without her permission, the form completing itself in the time it took to finish the thought that was trying to catch up. Species, unclassified. The term was in the drop-down. It had always been in the drop-down. She had never selected it before. Her cursor found it. Subject at large. Location, sublevel corridor 7. Threat assessment. She paused there. For 1 second, 2, she paused. Then her hand moved. Minimal. Possible.
Confirm.
The form was complete.
She looked at it.
She thought about the confirmation ping, which would reach anyone in the processing wing with monitoring access on their queue. She thought about which corridors that would carry through, and at what volume, and from how far away it could be heard, and by whom. She hit submit. The confirmation appeared on her screen. Report received. Case number assigned. Colonial security notified. She sat very still. She thought about Sable's hands. How they moved when she was nervous. This slow press of her fingers against her own palm, like she was reminding herself she had a body, like it was something she had to keep choosing. She thought about almost everything set down in a maintenance passage in the dark. I've never said it out loud to a human being in 11 years. I think I can trust that belief.
Yes.
I'll be there Wednesday. She thought about specimen, retained. She thought about 43 transfers to the science division. She put her head down on her desk. She sat back up. 17 seconds after the confirmation appeared, she pulled up the interface and filed the retraction. Her hands moved on the retraction the same way they had moved on the form, automatically, without requiring her permission, except this time the automaticity was hers. This time the 11 years had nothing to do with it. Her hands moved because she was moving them. Error in identification. Civilian. No further action required. She hit submit. The retraction confirmation appeared.
Filed.
Pending processing. She looked at her hands. They were flat on the desk, palms down, the way she pressed them when she needed something under her. She looked at them for a long time, the way you looked at something you were trying to identify. She thought, the retraction will take time to process. She thought, colonial security was notified at the time of the original report. She thought, notifications do not wait for retractions to catch up. She sat at her desk with the 2 confirmations on her screen and the ceiling tiles above her, and the ventilation running, and the morning shift doing what the morning shift always did in the corridor outside her door, and she understood, with the specific precision of someone who had worked in colonial administration for 11 years, exactly what she had done. The original report, 4 minutes. The retraction, 17 seconds. The difference between them, 6 hours and 23 minutes at minimum, before anyone would stop moving on the original report's instructions. She had done the wrong thing first. Then she had done the right thing in 17 seconds. The 17 seconds were the most honest 17 seconds of her life. They were also not fast enough. She put her hands flat on the desk. She sat with what she had done. She sat with what she had undone. She sat with the distance between them. It was 6 hours and 23 minutes wide, and growing, and somewhere in the lower corridor a confirmation ping had traveled through 3 corridors of conduit, and she had heard nothing and she would hear nothing, and somewhere Sable had heard it and knew what it meant, and was deciding what it meant about her, and about the 17 seconds, and about whether you could trust the second instinct of someone whose first instinct was the one that had just arrived. She did not move from the desk. She did not file anything else. She looked at her hands. They belonged to her. Both sets of decisions, the 4 minutes and the 17 seconds, belonged to the same hands, the same person, the same 11 years. She could not separate them. She had done both things, and they were both hers, and she was going to have to live in both of them. She knew where Sable would be. She knew where she was going. She stood up. She would not count the steps. She went. Chapter 19. What the Retraction Costs. Marisol did not go to the lower corridor. She had stood up from her desk intending to go. She had known, in the moment of standing, exactly where she was going and why. She had gotten as far as the corridor junction, 31 steps from her office door. She knew without counting, before she understood that going to the lower corridor right now was not something she could do in her uniform, with her badge, with Colonial Security's notification already in the system, and moving through channels she could not intercept. She went back. She sat at her desk. She did not file anything. There was nothing to file that would help. She had filed a retraction, and the retraction was in the system, and the system would process it when the system processed it, which was not the same as the notification already sent to Colonial Security, which was a different pipeline, and the pipelines did not communicate in real time. She counted the ceiling tiles. 44. She counted them again. 44. The number was correct. It had always been correct. It did not feel like anything. She thought about what she had done with her hands, the way you thought about something you had watched a stranger do. The form completing itself. The drop down. The submit. She had been present for all of it. She had not been absent, had not gone somewhere else while her hands worked. She had been there, watching, and she had not been fast enough to stop it, and then she had been fast enough for 17 seconds, and then she had stood up from the desk to go to the lower corridor, and understood that going right now was the second wrong thing in a morning of wrong things. She could not run. Running was not what this required. She sat. The ventilation ran its mid-morning note. Outside her door, the corridor was doing what it always did. Footsteps, a distant briefing happening in the coordination room, someone asking a question at the processing intake desk. The station did not know anything had changed. The station was doing its morning. She thought about Sable in a maintenance corridor, saying, "I think I can trust that belief." She thought, "You trusted it, and I did the worst possible thing with it in 4 minutes, and then I did the best possible thing in 17 seconds, and those two things are both true, and both mine, and I cannot make one of them not happen." She put her head down on her desk again. She sat back up after 31 seconds. She knew how long because she was counting again. She was back to counting the way she had been in the early weeks before the meetings, before the lower corridor, before any of this, counting as a way to have something concrete to hold. 6 hours and 23 minutes. She was going to sit here for 6 hours and 23 minutes, and then she was going to go to the processing wing. She was going to count every minute of it. The confirmation ping reached the lower corridor through the junction conduit. Sable heard it from the far end of the residential cluster. She was carrying a water container from the junction supply line, and she heard it, the specific tone, the Colonial Processing System's notification frequency, a sound she had learned to recognize 11 years ago on a different station in a different corridor when it had been 3 corridors away, and she put the container down on the nearest flat surface very carefully, the way you put down something breakable when your hands stop working correctly. She stood still.
She thought, well,
there it is.
She had been waiting for this.
Not today. She had not thought today was the day, had not woken this morning with the particular alertness of expecting something. She had woken this morning thinking about the maintenance passage, about the almost smile that had become full, about the ventilation that sounded like wind. She had been thinking about Wednesday. She had been happy this morning. She thought, "You were happy this morning, and you were foolish to be happy this morning, and there it is, the proof of it, the way it always ends." She thought about 11 years of proof. Station to station. The careful work of being invisible, and what it cost, and why it was necessary, and the one time, on a station 3 transfers from here, that she had let herself stop being careful, and the 3 corridors between herself and the consequence of it, and the ring on her finger that she had carried every day since. She thought, "I was so foolish." She pressed her fingers to her palm.
Held.
The weight of herself. The physical fact of being still here. She was still here. She was still making choices. She thought, "I have to go. I have to go now, before the notification becomes an action, before the action becomes a location, before the location becomes a name. She thought, if I go now, Finn's channel survives. The others survive. The supply network holds. No one gets found because I was foolish enough to let myself be found first. She moved toward the second exit route. She was 4 steps in when she heard the secondary ping, the colonial security acknowledgement, the automated response to the original notification, traveling through the same conduit system. She knew this tone too. She had learned it the same day she had learned the first one. She stopped. She thought about the retraction that followed it. 17 seconds she had been counting because she always counted when she was afraid, because the counting was the only form of control that was always available. 17 seconds between the notification and a second sound, a different frequency. The administrative retraction signal, quiet and official, and 17 seconds too late. She thought. She filed it. She filed the report and then she retracted it in 17 seconds, and I heard both of them, and I don't know what to do with both of them. She thought about what she knew about Marisol. The accumulation of it, the 6 weeks of data, the pattern analysis, the careful reading she had been doing of a woman who came back and came back again, and brought food and sat on utility ledges and did not file anything and shook slightly at the hands sometimes when she was managing something large, and had spent 3 days with an archive photograph before bringing it to a lower corridor rather than to her commanding officer. She thought about Finn's words. You're being happy. Those are different things. She thought, I know the difference. I have always known the difference. She stood in the lower corridor between the second exit route and the residential cluster and held the contradiction, the confirmation ping and the retraction ping, 17 seconds apart, both real, both her, the woman who had filed and the woman who had retracted, and she did not go toward the exit, and she did not go back to her space. She went to the junction seat and she sat down. She folded her hands on her knees. She made herself still. Not the architecture. The architecture was not available right now. She was not able to perform anything. The confirmation ping had stripped it in the way that certain things stripped it, not by force, but by removing the ground it stood on. Without the architecture, she was just herself. Herself, sitting in a lower corridor junction on a colonial station at the edge of someone else's territory, in a jacket 1 size too large with a ring on her finger that had belonged to someone she could not save, waiting to find out what 17 seconds meant. She pressed her fingers to her palm. She was still here. She was still deciding. She did not go toward the exit. The 6 hours were the longest Marisol had ever counted. She counted them in minutes. She had not counted time in minutes since she was a junior officer and waiting for case reviews, had not needed that granularity since the work became automatic enough to fill the time. Today she needed the granularity. She sat at her desk and she processed her queue. There were tasks in it, legitimate tasks, things that required her attention, and which she completed correctly, because completing them incorrectly would not help Sable and would damage the clean record she was going to spend tonight, and she counted the minutes alongside the tasks. At hour 2, she filed a routine zone report that referenced nothing unusual. At hour 4, she responded to Petra's message about Thursday dinner. Still on, she wrote, and sent it before she could think about what Thursday would look like. At hour 5, Deo appeared at her office door with the expression of someone who had decided to do something and was not sure it was correct, but was doing it anyway. He had a tablet. He was holding it against his chest in the way of someone who was presenting themselves as the thing rather than the object. "Lieutenant," he said. "Oh, say." She looked at him. He looked back at her with the particular transparency of someone who was 24 and had not fully learned to seal himself. "What is it?" He came in. He closed the door behind him, which was not standard and which she noted. He put the tablet on her desk. On the tablet was a document. Small, dark interface, personal log formatting, the kind of encryption that was not sophisticated but which required intent to access. She looked at it without touching it. "I know I'm not supposed to have access to my own archive through the zone system," he said. "But the flag this morning came through my queue routing before it was reassigned to your channel. I saw the case number. I cross-referenced it with the intake discrepancy I flagged to you in week 7. He stood very straight, with the specific posture of someone bracing for something. "I wrote down what I knew. I've been writing it down." He looked at the tablet. I thought you should know I wrote it down. In case it's useful. In case it matters. He paused. I don't know what's happening. I know that something is happening and that you know more of it than I do, and that the flag this morning came from 2 clearance levels above Commander Kale, and I know what that means for how fast things move. He looked at her directly, with the inconvenient moral clarity that was his signature quality. I don't want clean hands anymore. I don't think I can have them. I'm not sure I ever had them. She looked at him. She thought about a 24-year-old who had apologized to the floor in the canteen on his first week, who had been writing the truth down in a personal log because he needed somewhere to put it that was outside his own head. She thought, I know what this is. This is what I looked like at 24 before I stopped asking questions. The log, she said. You wrote down the intake discrepancy, the flag, the access patterns, and other things. He looked uncomfortable and resolved at the same time. I've been noticing things for 5 months. How much is in the log? Enough. He met her eyes. Enough to be a problem. I know that. I'm not trying to make things worse. I'm trying to be the kind of person who doesn't pretend he doesn't know things he knows. She looked at him for a moment. She thought about 5 months of him noticing things and writing them down and eating his lunch in the canteen with his small dark-covered notebook and the specific loneliness of that and how much it resembled something she recognized. Go back to your station, she said.
Take the tablet.
Don't show that to anyone else. She held his gaze. I'm handling it. I need you out of the middle of it, do you understand? Not because what you did was wrong. Because you being in the middle of it makes things harder for the people I'm trying to protect. He looked at her. He nodded. One nod, serious, the look of someone who had understood something he had been working toward understanding for a while. Yes, sir, he said. She did not correct him. He took the tablet and left. She sat at her desk. Hour 6, 23 minutes. She stood up. The processing wing notification, when it came to the lower corridor, was not 1 sound. It was 3. The intake flag, not from the original report. That notification had arrived hours ago. The secondary flag, from the colonial security acknowledgement. And then the third one, which Sable had heard before on other stations, and which was different from the other 2 in a specific way that she had catalogued the first time she heard it and had never stopped hearing in the years since. The processing commencement tone, which meant colonial security had acted on the original report, which meant someone was coming. She was still sitting in the junction when 2 colonial security officers came through the upper boundary access, and they were not rough about it. They were correct, professional, the tone of people doing what the system required of them, and she thought, well, this was always how it was going to go, wasn't it? She thought about the retraction. 17 seconds. The woman who had filed and the woman who had retracted. She thought, I'm going to find out which one she is. She stood up.
She went with them.
She was not afraid, exactly. She was something past afraid, in the territory on the other side of it where you had already lost the thing you were afraid of losing, and what was left was a specific kind of clarity. She pressed her fingers to her palm one last time. She was still here. She was still deciding. She let them lead her through the upper boundary access and into the processing wing corridor, and the door closed behind her, and the lower corridor was quiet, and somewhere in the upper decks a woman with shaking hands was standing up from her desk. 17 seconds. Sable was going to find out what 17 seconds meant. She would wait. Chapter 20. Without authorization. She did not count the steps to the processing wing. Not because she was trying not to. She had stopped trying not to count things a long time ago, had understood that the counting was structural, a reflex of the body rather than a choice of the mind, and that fighting it produced more friction than letting it run. She didn't count because the number did not arrive. Her mind did not reach for it. She walked through the corridor, with no number accumulating beneath the walking, and the absence of the number was so complete that she noticed the absence, and the absence meant something. She had her badge. She had her uniform. She had 8 years of clean record and a commission that was going to be in Kale's inbox before midnight, and a retraction she had filed 17 seconds after the report, and she had made every wrong choice available to her this morning in 4 minutes, and she was going to spend the rest of today undoing as much of it as she could. She did not have a plan beyond go in and see what is left to fix. The processing wing doors required a badge. She produced hers. Green light.
Proceed.
She proceeded. The intake corridor was standard. The low institutional lighting she had walked under for 3 years, the antiseptic undertone in the ventilation, the specific quality of air in a room where paperwork was more important than the people it described. She knew every door in this wing. She knew the access protocols for all of them. She had processed 712 intake reviews in this building and attended 31 secondary assessments as a supervising officer and filed 206 reports that reference this corridor in the abstract language of administrative compliance. She knew where they would have taken Sable. She walked. The junior officer at the secondary assessment desk was young and alert and looked up with the expression of someone whose training had covered unauthorized entry and was currently deciding whether this qualified. Lieutenant Vega, he said.
He was careful. He was doing his job.
This is a restricted. Leave, Marisol said. She said it in the voice she had been building for 11 years without knowing she was building it. The voice that was not a shout and not a command exactly, but the voice of someone who had been in this building longer than he had been in colonial service, whose name was on 6 of the last 12 secondary assessment supervision reports, who had 31 previous attendances to establish that she belonged here, who was spending all 31 of them, right now on this moment in this corridor. He left. She did not watch him go. She was already at the door. Her hand was on the handle. She thought, this is the last thing I do as a commissioned officer on this station. She thought, I know what I'm spending. I have been calculating what I'm spending since I filed the retraction. I have had 6 hours and 23 minutes to calculate it. The answer is everything the institution gave me, which is the only thing it had to take, and I am spending it here. She thought about the 24-year-old who had reported a senior officer for misconduct and had trusted the system to do the right thing with it, and the transfer that had followed, and the commendation that arrived the same month as the transfer, and the 8 years of learning not to ask questions. She thought about the shape of that woman, the one who had believed in things, and whether she was still inside somewhere underneath the years of procedure, or whether she had adapted so thoroughly that there was nothing left underneath the adaptation. She thought, I am about to find out. She opened the door. Sable was sitting across the table from an empty chair. She was wearing the jacket, the worn left cuff. Her hands were folded on the table with the precision that Marisol had learned to read as the opposite of stillness, the controlled surface of someone working very hard to keep the surface controlled. She looked up. They looked at each other for a moment. Marisol closed the door behind her. She had no plan beyond this. She had said so, to herself, repeatedly, across 6 hours and 23 minutes of sitting at a desk, not counting ceiling tiles. Go in and see what is left to fix. She had badged in and told a junior officer to leave and opened a door, and now she was in the room, and Sable was in the room, and the door was behind her. What was left to fix was everything. She sat down. She began. Chapter 21. What the record shows. The report took Marisol 4 minutes to file. She had been filling out forms for 11 years. Her hands knew the keystrokes before her mind finished the thought. Species, unclassified/subject, at large/location, sublevel corridor 7/threat assessment, and she had already hit submit before the sentence finished assembling itself in her chest. She sat in her office for a long time after that. The screen showed the confirmation. Report received. Case number assigned. Colonial security notified. She thought about Sable's hands. How they moved when she was nervous. This slow press of her fingers against her own palm, like she was reminding herself she had a body. Like it was something she had to keep choosing. Marisol put her head down on her desk. She sat back up 17 seconds later, pulled up the interface, and filed the retraction. Error in identification. Civilian. No further action required. It took them 6 hours to find Sable anyway. She had known it would. She had known it in the moment the second confirmation appeared on her screen, the retraction filed and pending, too late for the pipeline it needed to intercept. The colonial system did not work in her favor in this particular way. It processed reports faster than corrections, moved on notifications faster than amendments, and she had been inside the system for 11 years and had understood its architecture for most of them, and she had used that architecture this morning to do the wrong thing before her mind caught up to her hands, and the right thing 17 seconds too late to matter. She had spent 6 hours in her office counting the minutes. She had spent them doing her work correctly because doing it incorrectly would not help Sable and would spend resources she was going to need. She had processed her cue with the precision of someone who understood that the record would matter later, that everything she did between the retraction and the processing wing would be reviewed, and that the review would be more favorable if today's record showed a woman doing her job rather than a woman who had stopped. At hour 2, she had filed a routine zone report. At hour 5, Deo Ose had come to her door with his tablet and his 24-year-old moral clarity and his log entries, and she had told him to go back to his station and take the tablet with him, and he had looked at her with the expression of someone who had understood something and left. At hour 6, she had stood up. She had not counted the steps to the processing wing. The number had not arrived. She had walked through the corridor with her badge and her uniform and 8 years of clean record, all of which she was spending this afternoon, and she had told a junior officer to leave, and she had opened the door. Sable was sitting across the table from an empty chair. She was wearing the jacket, the worn left cuff. Her hands were folded on the table in front of her with a precision that Marisol had learned to read as the opposite of stillness, the controlled surface of someone working very hard to keep the surface controlled. She was not restrained. The room was standard processing issue. Table, 2 chairs, the faint antiseptic undertone that lived in every room in the processing wing. She looked up. They looked at each other for a moment. Marisol closed the door behind her. She crossed to the table and sat down across from Sable and said, "I filed a retraction." "I know." Sable's voice was neutral. "It didn't process in time." "I know." Silence. The silence had a specific quality, not the comfortable kind, not the two people deciding kind that lived in their lower corridor meetings. This was the silence of two people sitting in the wreckage of 4 minutes, with 17 seconds between them, and neither of them yet knowing what to do with the distance. "How long?" Marisol asked. She did not mean how long have you been hiding. She meant how long did you know this could happen and stay anyway, and Sable heard the real question, because she always heard the real question. "Since the 2nd week," Sable said. "When you brought me the meal pack. I knew what you were. I should have left." "Why didn't you?" Sable looked at her hands.
"I was tired," she said.
"I've been performing for a very long time, Marisol. And you were the first person who made me feel like," she stopped. The sentence assembled itself slowly, without the architecture to manage it. "You never asked me to be more human. You only ever asked me to be warmer." Marisol sat with that. She sat with the specific weight of it, the 11 years of proof in it, the thing it meant about what Sable had been carrying every day, that she had been bringing meal packs to a lower corridor and calling it something she couldn't file. "I filed the report before I finished thinking," she said. "That's not an excuse. I know what it is. 11 years of conditioning and 4 minutes of not being fast enough to stop my own hands." She pressed her palms flat on the table. "I recanted in 17 seconds. 17 seconds is a very short time," Sable said carefully. "It was the longest 17 seconds of my life." Sable didn't say anything. "I'm not asking you to forgive it," Marisol said. "I don't know if it's forgivable. I know what those 4 minutes could have cost you. I know what." Her voice did something she didn't give it permission to do. She steadied it. "I know what they do with specimens." The words sat between them on the table like something dead. Sable's composure cracked. Just slightly. Just at the edges, a small, involuntary tightening around her eyes that Marisol recognized as the expression she made when she was frightened and didn't want to be visible about it. The expression she had never been meant to see. The one that lived underneath the architecture. "Yes," Sable said softly. "You know what they do." "I'm going to get you out of here," Marisol said. "Tonight. I have rank, and I have clearance, and I have 8 years of clean record, and I am going to spend every bit of it if I have to. And then that's up to you." Sable looked at her for a long time. Marisol had learned over months to hold still under that gaze, to let herself be read without flinching, which was harder than it sounded for a woman who had spent a decade making herself unreadable. She held still now. She let the read happen. She had nothing left to manage, no professional face to put between herself and whatever Sable found. "You could lose your commission," Sable said.
"I'm aware."
"You could lose more than that." "I'm aware of that too, Marisol." Sable's voice was very quiet. You filed that report. I know. You filed it, and I heard the confirmation ping from 3 corridors away, and I thought she stopped. Her throat moved. I thought, well, there it is. That's what she is underneath. And I thought I had been so foolish. Her hands unfolded on the table. Refold. I thought I had made myself believe in something that was never real. It was real, Marisol said. It is real. What I did was also real, and both of those things are true at the same time, and I understand if that's not enough. I understand if the first reflex is the one that matters. She stopped. Something in her chest was coming loose that she had kept fastened for a very long time. I need you to know that the second one was also me. The retraction was also me. And I don't know which one you should trust, but I know which one I am trying to be. Sable was quiet for so long that Marisol started to stand. Sit down, Sable said. Marisol sat down. Sable reached across the table. Slowly. She turned Marisol's hand over on the table, palm up, and pressed 2 fingers to the inside of her wrist. Not a romantic gesture. Something older than that. Something that felt like a question asked in a language Marisol didn't speak, but somehow understood. Are you real? Are you staying? Is this the shape of you? 17 seconds, Sable said. 17 seconds, Marisol confirmed. Sable's fingers stayed where they were. I'm not forgiving it tonight, she said. I want to be clear about that. I'm not. I don't have the capacity to forgive it tonight. What it felt like when I heard that ping. I'm not ready to set that down. Okay, Marisol said. But I'm also not ready to stop. Sable's eyes were very steady. I don't know what that makes me. It makes you someone who is deciding, Marisol said. That's all. You're allowed to decide slowly. Something in Sable's expression shifted. This small, exhausted, almost disbelieving softening that Marisol had never seen before. Not the performance. Not the careful warmth Sable had constructed and maintained like a second skin. Something underneath it. Something that had been hidden longer than Marisol had been alive, probably. I'm very tired, Sable said. I know. Marisol turned her hand over, gently, and held Sable's fingers instead. Let me get you out of here. You can decide everything else after. Sable looked at their hands. She looked at the table, the room, the door behind Marisol that led back into the corridor, and the processing wing, and the institution that had built this room for exactly this purpose. She looked at Marisol. Okay, she said. It was the smallest word she had ever said, and it had the most in it. Marisol stood. She had a plan, in the specific and limited sense that a plan meant knowing the next 3 actions and not the ones after. She had her badge, her clearance, her rank, and 8 years of a spotless record. She was going to spend 1 checkpoint at a time. The record would not survive this. She had calculated the math 6 hours ago and arrived at the same answer every time and had stopped running the calculation because the answer did not change and did not need to. She opened the door. The junior officer was gone, which meant he had gone where she told him to go, which meant he had exercised a discretion she was going to be grateful for later when she had time to be grateful for things. The processing corridor was empty in the specific way of the late shift, reduced staff, reduced traffic, the mechanical systems running their night protocols without human supervision. She walked Sable through the processing wing at the pace of 2 people who had a reason to be somewhere and were going there. Not running. Running was a signal. Walking with purpose was invisible, if the purpose was embodied correctly, and Marisol had been embodying colonial authority for 11 years and knew how to carry it. Her badge got them through the first checkpoint. She felt the checkpoint register, the access log recording her badge and the time and the direction, and she understood that this was the trail she was leaving and that the trail was going to be read tonight or tomorrow morning at the latest, and she kept walking. The second checkpoint, her badge again, and a nod from the overnight officer who had seen her badge in this corridor enough times that her presence did not require comment. He nodded. She nodded back. They went through. The third checkpoint, the upper boundary access, the one that connected the processing wing corridor to the residential mid-level. Her badge. Green light. Proceed. They proceeded. The door closed behind them, and the processing wing was behind them, and they were in the corridor outside, and the station was doing its mechanical night breath around them, and neither of them said anything for a while. They stood in the corridor. Marisol became aware, standing there, that she had no plan beyond this point. She had said, "Let me get you out of here." She had gotten her out of here. The out of here was accomplished, and what lay ahead of it was the part she had not thought past, because thinking past it had required assuming this part would work, and assuming this part would work had felt, 6 hours ago at her desk, like a commitment she was not ready to make. She had made it. They were outside. "Where are we going?" Sable said. "My quarters," Marisol said. It was the only answer she had. It was also, she recognized, the most honest thing she could offer. The only place she had full jurisdiction, the only place the trail she was leaving would lead somewhere defensible, the only place she could think of that was hers, and not the institution's. Sable looked at her. Something moved through her expression. Not the performance, the other thing, the exhausted and genuine and unmanaged thing, and she nodded once. They walked. Marisol counted without meaning to. The steps accumulated, 57, 58, the number arriving in its old automatic way, and then at 62 she became aware that she was counting and made herself stop, not because the counting was wrong, but because she wanted to arrive at a number she'd chosen, for once, rather than the one the floor gave her. She let the rest of the walk be uncounted. They arrived. She opened the door to her quarters and they went inside, and the door closed behind them, and the corridor was behind them, and what was left was the room and the mechanical hum of the station around it, and the two of them inside it, not managed, not official, not contained in any framework that Marisol had a form for. She had no form for this. She was beginning to think that might be the point. Chapter 22. Personal effects. They gave her back the ring at the processing desk. Personal effects, the form said. Marisol watched Sable look at it for a moment before she put it on. This quiet, private reclamation, her thumb moving over the outer surface, finding the small mark the way you found something you had found 10,000 times. And then they walked out of the processing wing together, and Marisol's badge got them through 3 checkpoints, and then they were in the corridor outside, and the door was behind them, and neither of them said anything for a while. The ring had come back in a standard personal effects envelope. Marisol had signed for it at the processing desk with her clearance and her rank and the 8 years of spotless record she had been spending, checkpoint by checkpoint, since she walked through the restricted door. The officer at the desk, a woman Marisol knew by face and rotation schedule but not well enough to predict, had looked at the record, looked at the clearance, and processed the release with the specific efficiency of someone who understood that the paperwork was in order and that questioning the paperwork was not her job tonight. The paperwork was not in order. It was in the order Marisol had imposed on it, which was a different thing, and the difference would be visible by morning. She knew exactly how visible. She had been calculating the timeline since the moment she walked into the restricted room and told the junior officer to leave. Every action she had taken since then was an action she understood the institutional cost of: badge access logs, processing desk signature, personal effects release, checkpoint clearances. She had spent her commission's goodwill in 6 specific, documented increments, and the documentation would be read by Cale by 0700 at the latest, and Cale would understand what he was reading because he was intelligent and because he had been 3 degrees warmer than usual at the routine review and had told her, "I'd rather hear it through you first." He was going to hear it through the access logs instead. She had not figured out what to say to him yet. That was a problem that lived in the morning, and it was not morning yet, and she had other things to be present in. Sable walked beside her with the ring back on her finger and the jacket zipped to the collar and the particular quality of someone who had been through something that had stripped the architecture down to the structural minimum. Not nothing. Sable was never without the architecture entirely. Marisol had come to understand that, but thin. Translucent, in a way that was not vulnerability exactly, but was adjacent to it. The skeleton of the performance still holding form while the weight that usually rested on it was being redistributed, somewhere she couldn't see. The access logs, Sable said, will generate a review. Yes. Tonight? The automated system will flag them by 0200. Someone will read the flag by morning. She kept her voice level. Not because she was performing anything but because the level voice was true. She was not afraid of this, not in the way she had been afraid of things before. She was past the fear in the territory on the other side of it where things were what they were, and the only question was what you did in them. Cale will have the full record by 0700. Sable absorbed this. She did not ask what that meant. She knew what that meant. She had spent 11 years knowing how colonial administrative systems worked, what the timelines looked like, where the failure points lived.
Fun, she said.
The channel. The channel is through my address category. If my address category is under review, she paused. I need to send a message. Can you do it without going back to the lower corridor? If I have access to a relay point in the residential mid-level. She looked at Marisol. There's one near the junction access. I know the format. Marisol nodded. We'll go that way. They diverted through the residential mid-level. Sable found the relay point with the ease of someone who had memorized every communication node in the station's lower two-thirds, which Marisol understood was not incidental. It was part of what survival had required. The knowledge held in the body the way the exit routes were held in the body. A mapping so complete that finding the relay point in the dark at the end of a night like this one was no harder than breathing. The message was brief. Marisol watched Sable's hands on the terminal without reading what she typed, because it was not hers to read. She watched the hands instead, the precision of them, the way they moved with the specific economy of someone who had learned not to waste motion when motion was being observed. The hands that pressed against a palm to remember they had a body. Sable logged out. The relay point showed nothing.
Done, Sable said.
They went on. The walk to Marisol's quarters was 61 steps from the mid-level junction, which she knew without counting and did not count tonight. She had stopped counting somewhere around the third checkpoint, the number failing to arrive, and she had not gone looking for it. The absence of the count felt, tonight, like the right kind of quiet. Inside, the room was the same room it always was. The desk, the chair, the bunk, the window looking out over the hull's interior corridor with its inspection plates at regular intervals. The objects that had survived the test. Nothing personal, nothing decorative, only what was necessary. She had lived in this room for 3 years, and it looked like no one lived in it, which was a thing she had never examined because examining it would have required deciding how she felt about it. She felt something about it now. She felt the specific plainness of it beside the person standing inside it. The room's functional emptiness suddenly visible in a way it had not been when she was the only one in it. Sable stood near the door for a moment, looking at the room. Then she crossed to the bunk and sat down on the edge of it, and Marisol sat in the chair across from her, and they were across from each other the way they had been across from each other for 6 weeks in a lower corridor, and the distance between them was the same and entirely different. You're going to have questions, Sable said. Eventually. Not tonight? Tonight, I just want to know you're all right. Sable looked up at her. The performance was entirely gone now. Stripped, Marisol understood, not by choice but by what had happened in the processing room, and what she was looking at was Sable without it. Strange and exhausted and more real than anything Marisol had ever been trusted with. I don't know if I'm all right, Sable said honestly. That's all right too. Sable let out a breath. It was a long one. It sounded like something she had been holding for months. The others, she said. Fun's handling the channel. But the others on the station, the people I wouldn't tell you about, they're going to know what happened when Finn's message arrives. They're going to know the address category was compromised. She looked at her hands. They're going to be frightened. What do they need?
Time.
A clear window to redistribute through the secondary routes. She was quiet for a moment. Finn knows what to do. They've been contingency planning this since the week I stayed past the 8-month mark. Were you supposed to leave? Marisol asked. Not accusatory. Genuinely asking. I was supposed to leave at 8 months. That's what the pattern required. 8 months, move, rebuild the address category somewhere else, keep the channel clean. She looked at the ring on her finger. I stayed because I was, she paused. Chose the word carefully. Because I wanted to. Which is not the kind of reason the pattern accounts for. I know. Sable looked at her. How long have you known? Exactly. About the archive photograph, 11 days. About the category in the file, 6 days. She held Sable's gaze. About what it meant that I knew and was going to go back to the lower corridor anyway, since around day 9. You went back knowing. Yes. That was, Sable stopped. Something moved through her expression. That was either very honest or very reckless. Both, Marisol said. Probably. Something in Sable's expression shifted. Not quite the almost smile. Too tired for that. But the shadow of it. The preliminary form. You know what they're going to do, she said.
Kale.
The review. Yes. Tell me. The access logs will generate a formal review. The review will show unauthorized entry to a restricted processing room, personal effects release without a primary assessment completion, and checkpoint use outside sanctioned parameters. She said it in the clean administrative voice, not as performance, but because the clean administrative voice was actually the clearest way to say it. The review will recommend a commission inquiry. The commission inquiry will recommend termination of posting, pending investigation. The investigation will take between 4 and 8 weeks, and the outcome will depend on what they can prove and what I say, and the outcome of that will, she paused. Probably terminate my commission. Probably. It's a better outcome than the alternative. Sable looked at her. What was the alternative? Not opening the door. The room was quiet. The ventilation ran its night note. Outside the window, the hull inspection plates were lit at their regular intervals, all present, all accounted for, the same way they had been on every night of the 3 years she had spent in this room. I kept the log, Marisol said. Internally. Every piece of the connection, the archive search, the exchange visit, the intake discrepancy data. If the inquiry reaches for it, the record will show that I had been conducting what could be read as an ongoing investigation. That gives me something to stand on.
She paused.
It also means the record shows exactly how long I knew and what I chose to do with it. Which is everything you didn't file. Yes. They're going to know all of it. Eventually. Yes. Sable pressed her fingers to her palm. The old reflex, the automatic one. She held for a moment, then let her hands rest in her lap. I'm sorry, she said, for what this is going to cost you. Don't apologize for surviving, Marisol said. You've been surviving for 11 years, and the cost of it has been yours. You don't owe me an apology for the cost of one night of me doing what I should have been doing the whole time. Sable looked at her for a long moment. You should sleep, Marisol said. Both of us should. The morning is going to require a great deal. We should sleep first. I don't know how to sleep in an unfamiliar space easily. Sable said it without apology. The simple fact. I have a process. Tell me what you need.
Sable thought about it.
The considering look, the real one, not the architecture. To know where the exits are, she said. And where the ventilation controls are, so I can adjust the pressure if the sound changes.
She paused.
And to be able to hear the corridor. The exits are the door, Marisol indicated it, and the maintenance access behind the storage panel on the south wall, which I found 2 years ago and which has never been on any floor plan I've seen. She stood, crossed to the south wall, and showed her the panel. The ventilation controls are here. She indicated the secondary panel near the window. And the room is quiet enough that you can hear footsteps in the corridor from the bunk. Sable looked at her. You know the maintenance access. I mapped it my first week. I do that in any room I'm going to sleep in. Something in Sable's expression did the softening thing. The real softening, not the architecture, the one that lived underneath it that Marisol had been waiting to see again since the maintenance passage on the upper boundary. Thank you, Sable said. The bunk is yours. Marisol moved back to the chair. I'm going to sit for a while. I have some thinking to do about the morning. You're going to plan what you say to Kale. I'm going to try to plan it, yes. Whether anything I arrive at tonight holds up to him in person is a different question. He respects you.
He does.
That's going to make it harder. Sable was quiet for a moment. Then, Marisol. She looked up. The channel is going to be redistributed and the others are going to move and Fun is going to do what Fun does, which is hold the network together through things that should break it. Sable held her gaze. They're going to be all right. I need you to know that. The people I wouldn't tell you about, they have what they need. They've always had a contingency. Because of tonight? Because they've been living with the contingency for as long as they've been here. They know how to survive this kind of event. They've survived events like this before. She paused. I survived an event like this before. 11 years ago. I know what it takes. The word survived sat in the room with its full weight. Marisol held it. I know you do, she said. I want you to know that me being here, sitting on your bunk in your quarters at the end of this particular night, is not what surviving looks like. It's what something else looks like. Sable turned the ring on her finger, once, the old motion. I'm still working out what to call it. Take your time, Marisol said. Sable lay back on the bunk. She did not close her eyes immediately. She looked at the ceiling the way she looked at everything, with attention, cataloging it, learning its specific geography. 44 tiles, Marisol thought. If this room was the same as her office. She did not say this. She let Sable look. She sat in the chair and looked at her hands on the desk. The hands that had filled out the form. The hands that had filed the retraction. Both sets, both real, both hers. She was going to have to learn to live with both of them. Outside, the station breathed its night breath. The hull inspection plates were lit in their regular intervals. The ventilation ran its 0300 note, the tertiary circulation coming online, the familiar surge she had been listening to for 3 years. From the bunk, Sable said, "It's louder at 0300. "Yes," Marisol said. "It is." A long pause. Then, quietly, "I forgot you know that." "I know." The room settled into its particular quiet. Not comfortable exactly. Too much had happened tonight for comfort. Too much was coming tomorrow for it. But present. 2 people in the honest wreckage of an evening that had been terrible and had also ended with them both on the same side of a door.
She sat with that. It was enough for now.
She sat at the desk in the dark and did not count anything, and outside the window the hull inspection plates held their regular intervals, and behind her Sable's breathing slowed and evened, and the station kept its mechanical life going the way it always did, indifferent and constant, and entirely without opinion on what had just happened inside one room of it. Morning was coming. She was going to walk into it. She had walked into every difficult morning for 11 years, clean-handed and precise, and she was going to walk into this one the same way, except that what was behind her was no longer a record she had never touched, and what was ahead of her was no longer a 22-month calendar with a reassignment at the end of it. What was ahead of her was Cale's summons and an inquiry and the specific, necessary work of accounting for herself. She was going to do that accounting honestly. For the first time in 8 years, she thought she might be capable of it. Chapter 23. Tell me something true.
She did not know how to do this.
This was the thing she kept returning to, lying on the bunk in the dark of Marisol's quarters with the ventilation cycling through its 0300 note and Marisol at the desk behind her. A warm and specific presence, not moving, not requiring anything. She did not know how to be in this room with the performance gone. She had been stripped of it, not by choice, not by the deliberate decision she had been building toward for weeks, but by the processing room and the confirmation ping and the 6 hours of waiting and the door opening to show her Marisol standing in a restricted space she was spending everything to be in. The performance was gone. The architecture was present in its minimal form, the structural bones of it, but the weight that usually rested on those bones had been redistributed somewhere she could not locate, and without the weight the architecture felt like what it was, a frame. The room it had been holding was empty. What was in that room was her. She had known, in the abstract, that this was the shape of the thing she was afraid of. She had known it and named it and examined it from multiple angles over 11 years of stations and movement and careful performance, and the knowing had not prepared her for the actual experience of sitting in it. The abstract fear was one thing. The actual experience was something else, quieter than she had expected and more present, and more frightening in the way that real things were frightening rather than imagined things. She was here. The performance was not. She was still here. She pressed her fingers to her palm. The old reflex. Held. The weight of herself, the physical fact. Present. In the body. Still making choices. She was still here. She thought about Marisol at the desk. Awake, sitting with the morning that was coming, thinking about what to say to Cale, thinking about the access logs and the inquiry and the commission that was going to be read as terminated when the record was read. Not planning an exit. Not calculating a way through that preserved her institutional position. Just sitting with it, the same quality of sitting with things that she had watched Marisol do in the lower corridor for weeks, the specific willingness to be in the difficulty rather than moving around it. She thought, I want to tell her something. Not the last piece, not the full truth she had never said out loud to a human being in 11 years, the word for what she was, the name in her own language, the uncolonial vocabulary.
She was not ready for that.
She had told Marisol she was not ready for that, and Marisol had said okay, without qualification, which was the kind of okay that meant it.
But something,
some true thing, offered in the space that was here now, without the architecture to manage it. The kind of truth she had been practicing at the edges for 6 weeks in a lower corridor, the kind that arrived in the speaking rather than being composed before it. She sat up. Marisol looked up from the desk. The dim window light caught the line of her face, the scar at her collarbone, the tight coil of her hair softened at the edges from the hour since she'd last tended it, the dark eyes doing what they always did, which was see. You should sleep, Marisol said. I know. Sable sat on the edge of the bunk with her hands in her lap. I don't know how to do this, she said. Whatever this is. I've never, she stopped. Started again. Every relationship I've had with a human has been a performance. I knew what I was doing, and I knew why, and I stayed in control of it. With you I stopped being able to tell when I was performing and when I wasn't, and that frightened me, and I stayed anyway because it also felt like the first time in a very long time that I was, she paused, present. In my own life. Do you understand that? Yes, Marisol said. She said it in the way she said things when they were true from the body rather than from the mind. I understand it completely, and from the opposite direction. Sable looked at her. The woman who had gotten so good at following orders that she stopped being present in her own life, Marisol said quietly, until someone in a lower corridor started making her ask questions again. They sat with that. The parallel of it. 2 different versions of the same disappearing act, arrived at by different routes, ending up in the same room at the end of a night that had been the worst kind of honest. So, I don't know how to do this without the performance, Sable said. I don't know who I am when I'm not managing what you see. I'd like to find out, Marisol said. If you're willing. The sentence landed in Sable the way Marisol's sentences sometimes landed, without the buffer of the architecture to mediate them, arriving directly, with their full weight. She sat with it. She let it be what it was. You're going to lose your commission, she said. Probably. You're going to lose a lot of things. Yes. And you're still. Sable. Marisol leaned forward. I filed a report, and then I retracted it. And then I walked into a restricted processing room without authorization and told a junior officer to leave in a voice that suggested he think very carefully about whether he wanted to argue with me. And I am sitting in my quarters with someone who is technically a colonial security concern, and I have no plan beyond get her out and figure out the rest later. She paused. I am not behaving like a woman who is thinking about her commission. Something happened in Sable's expression that might, eventually, become a smile. Not yet.
But the shape of one.
The preliminary sketch. No, she said softly. You're not. They sat in the quiet of the room. Outside, the station hummed its endless mechanical hum. Life support, circulation, the infrastructure of a colony that had been built on a lie. It would still be there tomorrow. The politics, the system, the slow grinding work of what came next, all of it would still be there. But Sable was here. Without her armor, choosing slowly to stay. And Marisol was here, without her orders, choosing deliberately to be someone whose second instinct was the one that defined her. It was not a resolution. It was a beginning that had survived its worst possible start, which was maybe the only kind of beginning that meant anything. Tell me something true, Marisol said. Something you've never performed. Sable looked at her. The request arrived, and she turned it over in her hands the way she turned things that mattered, feeling for the edges, checking the weight. The architecture presented the calibrated response, something warm but measured, something that would land correctly and require no follow-up. She watched the presentation happen, and she did not use it. She thought about what was true in the specific sense of never having been performed. What had she never said to anyone in 11 years because it was too small to be strategic and too real to be safe? I like the sound of the ventilation system at night, she said. It reminds me of wind. I haven't heard actual wind in 11 years, and sometimes I miss it so much I can't sleep. She looked at Marisol. Your turn. Marisol thought about it. She sat with the question in the way she sat with things, genuinely, without rushing to an answer, giving it the attention it required. I stopped believing in this posting about 3 years ago, she said. I stayed because I didn't know who I was without the rank. I think I'm about to find out. Sable's almost smile became a real one.
Small.
Tired. Entirely unperformed. We'll find out together, she said. The sentence surprised her when she heard it. Not the content. She had known the content before she said it, had felt it assembling itself from the true things she was allowing herself to say tonight, but the ease of it. The way it had come out without the architecture routing it, without the performance managing it. Just the sentence said, sitting in the room, still here. Marisol was looking at her with the expression she had when she was not managing anything, the unguarded one, the face she wore in the lower corridor when she had stopped counting steps midway and arrived somewhere she hadn't expected. Something in it was different from what it had been this morning, or in the processing room, or in any of the months before. Something had settled. Not resolved. Too much was unresolved for settling, but settled, the way a weight settled when you finally put it down on something solid enough to hold it. The questions, Sable said. You said eventually. Yes. When you're ready to ask them, she paused. I'm going to try to answer them. Not the way I've answered questions for 11 years. The actual answers. She looked at the ring on her finger. It's going to be slow. I've been building the other way for a long time. The architecture doesn't dismantle in one night. I know, Marisol said. I'm not asking for one night. What are you asking for? Marisol considered this. She looked at the desk in front of her, the empty surface, the absence of the personal effects she had never been able to justify adding. She looked at the window with its regular inspection plates. She looked at Sable sitting on the edge of the bunk in the dim room, the jacket she never took off indoors still on, the ring on her finger, the short natural hair with its slight vanity on one side, the details Sable allowed herself, the small self-assertion. I don't know yet, she said honestly. I know what I'm not asking for, which is for you to keep performing. And I know what I am asking for, which is, she paused. The sentence got longer, the way her sentences did when she was moved. I want to be someone worth telling the truth to. I want to earn that over time, in a way that is real rather than institutional. She stopped, looked at Sable. I want to find out who you are when you're not managing what I see. You said that. I meant it when I said I'd like to find out. Sable pressed her fingers to her palm. Held. Let go. That's going to be complicated, she said. I know. I don't know who I am when I'm not managing what you see. I've been managing it for so long that I lost the distinction. She said it without self-pity, as a fact she had arrived at through careful analysis, the way she arrived at all facts. What you'll find, if you're patient, might not be what you're expecting. I'm not expecting anything in particular, Marisol said. I'm just present. In the room. With you. Sable looked at her. That's what you've been doing, she said slowly. This whole time. Since C-14. You've just been present. Yes. Not trying to understand me. Not building a file. Not deciding what I was.
No.
Just showing up. With meal packs, Marisol said, and something in the way she said it, dry, self-aware, the particular humor she used exactly once per conversation as a checkpoint, made Sable's chest do the softening thing. With meal packs, Sable agreed. And then she was crying, which was not something she had expected. Not dramatically, not the kind of crying that was a performance of grief, with its architecture and its deliberate management. This was the small, involuntary kind, the kind that arrived when the body decided the accounting was too long and too heavy to carry any further, without putting some of it down. 2 tears on the right side. She was aware of them and could not stop them, and did not try. She pressed her fingers to her palm. Held. Marisol said nothing. She did not move toward her or away from her. She sat in the chair and was present in the room, and the presence was not demanding anything, and it was not conditional on Sable performing her way through the next few minutes, and it was the most useful thing anyone had ever given her in this particular moment. Sable wiped her face with the cuff of the jacket. The worn left cuff, the one that had been worn before she found it, that had been worn by someone else's use, and then worn further by hers. She looked at the cuff for a moment. I found this jacket at a supply depot at Calyx Transit Hub, she said. 2 stations ago. I kept it because the weight of it on my shoulders felt like... She looked for the word.
Like being in a body.
Like being held in one from the outside. I know that's a strange reason to keep a piece of clothing. It's not strange, Marisol said. I've never told anyone that. I know. Sable looked at her. How do you know? Because it's the kind of thing that sounds strange if you say it before you trust someone, and simple once you do. Marisol's hands were flat on the desk, palms down. I count ceiling tiles, she said. I count steps. I've been doing it since I was 24 years old, and no one has ever known about it except you, and I told you in the 2nd month because you were the first person it felt simple to say it to. Sable sat with this. The room held them. The ventilation ran. The hull inspection plates were lit in their intervals. The station went on being the station, the infrastructure of a colonial outpost at the edge of someone else's territory, built on bedrock that still held marks of who was here before, built on a lie that would still be a lie tomorrow, and would require work to address, and would require people willing to do the work. And Sable was one of those people, and Marisol was going to have to find out whether she was too, and none of that was tonight's problem. Tonight's problem had been solved. They were on the same side of the door. You should sleep, Sable said. Kale is going to require you to be fully present, and being fully present requires sleep, and you've been awake for, she calculated, 19 hours at minimum. I know. I can take the chair. The bunk is more comfortable. The chair is fine. I sleep lightly in unfamiliar spaces regardless of the surface. She paused. If that's acceptable. Marisol looked at her for a moment. Then she stood from the chair and went to the storage drawer under the bunk and produced a second blanket, the kind of standard-issue blanket that the Colonial Service provided in quantity because they did not provide much else, functional and without character, and she handed it to Sable and then took the bunk herself, lying back with the specific economy of someone who had learned to sleep in abbreviated windows and was going to use the window available. Thank you, Sable said. The ventilation will change again at 0430. Marisol said. The pressure drop is louder on this level than in the lower corridor. I want you to know so it doesn't wake you. Sable looked at her. How long have you known that? Since my first week. I lie awake and catalog things when I'm in new places. So do I. Marisol was quiet for a moment. Then, I know. Sable sat in the chair with the blanket around her shoulders and the ring on her finger and the jacket still on because the jacket was always on, and she looked at the hull inspection plates through the window, the ones lit at their regular intervals, all present and all accounted for, and she thought about what it meant to be accounted for.
Not by the system.
Not in the colonial records. By a person, specifically, who had been sitting across from her in a lower corridor for 6 weeks and had learned the pressure changes in the ventilation system and had not known they were learning the same thing she was. She pressed her fingers to her palm one last time. She was here. She was still deciding what she was called, now that she was here without performing it. She thought, we'll find out together. The station breathed around her. Marisol's breathing slowed, and even on the bunk, Sable sat in the chair and watched the inspection plates hold their regular intervals and did not fall asleep immediately, because she never fell asleep immediately in unfamiliar spaces, but she was not afraid. She had been afraid for 11 years. Tonight, she was something else. She was still working out what it was called, but it was real and it was hers, and for the first time in a very long time, she did not feel the need to perform it into something legible. It could be what it was. She let it be. Chapter 24, Open Sky.
Morning.
The station's light cycle shifted to simulated dawn at 0600, a slow brightening in the corridor windows that Marisol had always found faintly insulting, the way any approximation of a real thing was insulting when you knew what the real thing looked like. The light warmed the hull's interior corridor in its gradual, artificial way, and she had woken a few minutes before it, the way she always woke, the internal clock more reliable than the external one, her eyes open in the dark before the light arrived, and then the light arriving to confirm what she already knew. She was awake. She lay on the bunk and did not count anything. Sable was in the chair. She was awake too. Marisol could tell by the quality of her stillness, the difference between the stillness of sleep and the stillness of a person who is awake and choosing to be quiet about it. The jacket was still on. The blanket was around her shoulders. She was watching the window, the hull plates, the manufactured morning arriving at its calibrated rate. "You've been awake for a while," Marisol said. 20 minutes. Sable's voice was low, suited to the hour. "I sleep in intervals in unfamiliar spaces. This is the second interval." "Is the chair uncomfortable?"
No.
She looked at Marisol. "I told you. The surface isn't the issue." "I know."
I'm asking anyway.
Something moved through Sable's expression, the small, involuntary shift she made when something landed that she hadn't been guarding against. She looked back at the window. "It's not uncomfortable," she said. Marisol sat up. The room looked different in the simulated morning light. The same room, the same objects, but with a different quality of visibility. The desk where she had sat for 3 years filing things that required filing. The empty surface of it. The chair, occupied for the first time, by a person who knew the maintenance access behind the south wall panel and the 0430 pressure drop and the difference between the ventilation's 0200 and 0300 notes. She made coffee. She had the single-serve capsule machine in the corner, the small extravagance, the one she had ordered on the quarterly supply rotation and rationed with precision, 1 capsule per morning, the good coffee rather than the grain substitute. She had never made a second cup. There was a second capsule in the drawer because she had ordered 2 months ago with a specificity she could not, at the time, have justified, and which made complete sense to her now. She made 2 cups. She crossed to the chair and held one out.
Sable looked at it.
Looked at Marisol. Then she took the cup with both hands, the way she held things that mattered, and Marisol sat on the edge of the bunk across from her and held her own. The simulated morning came through the window. The hull inspection plates were lit at their regular intervals, same as always, patient and indifferent. Outside the window, the corridor was still. The overnight rotation, the quiet hour before the station's day cycle began, the particular hush of a place not yet requiring anything from anyone. "Are you afraid?" Sable asked. Marisol thought about it. The summons would arrive at 0700. She had not checked the queue since last night, but she knew it was coming. Kale's message, quiet and reasonable and requesting her presence, in the voice of a man who had already read the access logs and was giving her the courtesy of the meeting before the formal inquiry began. She knew what the meeting would look like. She had run versions of it in the back of her mind across the 18 hours since she'd filed the retraction, and none of the versions ended with her commission intact. She thought about being afraid of that. She found the edges of the fear and pressed them gently, the way you pressed a bruise to understand how much it hurt. It hurt. The commission had been hers for 11 years. The rank, the posting, the clean record, the institutional identity she had used as a substitute for the real one for so long that she had sometimes confused them. It hurt to lose it, or to be about to lose it, or to have chosen the thing that lost it. But the fear was not what she had expected it to be. It was the ordinary fear of consequence, which was a manageable thing, not the specific cold fear she had felt at 24 when she had trusted the system with a report and learned what the system did with trust. Not the fear that lived in her body rather than her mind. The fear of consequence was something she could sit with. She had been sitting with consequences for 3 years in a posting she had stopped believing in, and the difference between doing it with clean hands and doing it with the right ones was, she was discovering, significant. "Yes," she said. "And it's the right kind of afraid." Sable looked at her. "There's a wrong kind," Marisol said. "The kind you have when you've done something you know is wrong and the consequences are coming, and you're trying to figure out whether you can outrun them. I've been afraid that way before." She looked at the cup in her hands. "This is different. The consequences are coming and I know I can't outrun them, and I'm not trying to. I'm just here, waiting for them. That's the right kind." Sable turned her cup in both hands. "I know the difference," she said. "I've been afraid the wrong way for 11 years. Not only the wrong way. Mostly." She looked at the window. "Last night was the first time in a long time that I was afraid the right way." A pause. "When I heard the confirmation ping and I thought about leaving and then I thought about 17 seconds and I stayed. That was the right kind. The kind where you've done something real and you're waiting to find out what it means. What did it mean? You. She said it simply, without the architecture to buffer it. You walking through the door. Marisol held the word. The weight of it. The 11 years on Sable's side and the 8 years on hers, and the lower corridor and the meal packs and the 42 steps and the 44 tiles and the maintenance passage and the sound of something that wasn't wind and the confirmation ping and the 17 seconds and this room, this morning, this cup of coffee that was the first she had made for another person in 3 years on this station.
I was so slow, Marisol said.
You were exactly as slow as you needed to be. Sable looked at her. I needed you to be slow. If you had been faster, if any of this had happened faster, I would not have been here to receive it.
She paused.
I needed 6 weeks of meal packs to get to this morning. That's just the truth. And now. Sable was quiet for a moment. The simulated dawn had moved through its first phase. The light was at its morning level now, the corridor settling into the early shift's quality, the day's cycle beginning its rotation. Somewhere in the station, shift changes were happening. Somewhere in the lower corridor, the Miron family would have their door open by now, the morning rhythm beginning, Roz opening the exchange for the early shift regulars. The station was doing its morning. Now I don't know, Sable said. I have never been here before. I don't know what the shape of this is past today. She looked at the ring on her finger. Fun is going to be furious with me for about 2 weeks, and then they're going to forgive me because they always forgive me, and then they're going to tell me they were right, and I'm going to tell them they were right, and we're going to argue about what right meant, and eventually we're going to have a conversation about what comes next.
She paused.
For the others. For the network. For the things that need to be different. I want to be part of that conversation, Marisol said. When it's appropriate. When it's something I've earned a place in. Sable looked at her. The long look, the assessment, the real read. I know, she said. I know you do. Is that? I know, Sable said again. Softer this time. I'm not saying no. I'm saying it's going to take time, and it's going to be complicated, and there are people who are going to need to trust you before you're in that room, and trust takes the time it takes. She held Marisol's gaze. But yes, eventually, when it's been earned. She almost smiled. You're good at patience. You waited for me. I'm not sure I waited. I kept coming back. That's what waiting looks like when you're you. The almost smile completed itself. Small, tired, entirely unperformed. Showing up. With meal packs. The summons arrived at 0703. Marisol heard the queue notification from across the room, the soft chime of her terminal registering a new item, and looked at it without moving. She did not need to read it to know what it was. She had been expecting it for 9 hours. She set down her coffee cup. That's kale, she said. I know. Sable's voice was steady. Go. Marisol stood. She crossed to the desk, looked at the summons, Lieutenant Vega, my office, 0730, come as you are, and read it once, fully, the clean administrative language of a man who had had the conversation in his head already and was ready to have it out loud. She looked at the message for a moment. She had been, for 3 years, the kind of officer who prepared for every meeting with the precision of someone who understood that information was advantage, and advantage was safety. She had never walked into Cale's office without knowing exactly what she was going to say, and what he was going to ask, and how the variables would play out across 3 possible outcomes. She had no script for this morning. She had the truth, which was comprehensive and damning and entirely hers, and she had the 17 seconds, and she had the decision she had made in the archive, and in Roz's exchange, and in the lower corridor, and in the maintenance passage, and at her desk with her hands on a form, and she had the decision she had made in the moment she stood up from the desk and walked to the processing wing, without counting the steps. She had the second instinct, which was what she was now. I'll be back, she said. I'll be here, Sable said. Marisol looked at her. Sitting in the chair with the blanket around her shoulders and the coffee cup in both hands and the ring on her finger and the morning light doing something to the amber green in her eyes that was almost, but not quite, explainable. She reached the door. She thought about 42 steps. The number she had counted 800 more times, the number the body kept track of while the mind attended to other things. The measurement of the distance between one place and another, the confirmation that the ground was still where it was supposed to be. She was going to walk to Cale's office without a script, and without clean hands, and without anything she could file afterward except the truth, and the truth was enough. The truth was what she had. She opened the door. The corridor was the morning corridor, the day cycle in its early rotation, the familiar hum and movement of the station doing what the station did. She walked out into it with her badge and her uniform and a cup of coffee she was still holding, which was not regulation but which she did not put down. She did not count the steps. Not because she was trying not to, she had long since stopped trying to manage the count, had understood that managing it was beside the point. She did not count because the number did not arrive. Her mind did not reach for it. She walked through the corridor with no accumulation of numbers beneath the walking, no measurement of the distance, no confirmation required from the floor. The floor was where it was supposed to be. She knew it without counting. At the door to Cale's office, she stopped. The light beside the door read occupied. She had read that light hundreds of times. She raised her hand and knocked.
"Come in," he said. She went in. He was at his desk.
He looked like a man who had been awake for a while, which she had expected, and who had read the access logs carefully, which she had expected, and who had arrived at a set of conclusions that he was going to present to her in the unhurried, reasonable voice that was his at maximum precision. The plant in the window corner was alive. The map on the wall was 7 years out of date. He looked at her for a moment.
"Sit down," he said.
And a slight pause at the coffee cup. "There's more in the pot if you need it." She sat. She looked at the man who had taught her to follow orders well, who had been the architect of the professional self she had built on top of the self that had trusted a system and been transferred for it, who had said 3 days ago that he'd rather hear it through her first, and who was now looking at her with the expression of someone who had not heard it through her first and was proceeding anyway with something that, in a different man, might have looked like grace. She did not know what he was. She had never fully known. She had worked with him for 3 years and built a model of him from the evidence available, and the model said, intelligent, fair within the rules, genuinely believing in order even when the order was unjust, the system with a face. The model might be right. It might not be the whole picture. She had been operating from incomplete models for a long time. She was going to tell him the truth and find out. "I have a great deal to say," she said. "I'd like to say all of it before you respond." He folded his hands on his desk. "Then say it," he said.
"I'm listening."
She set down her coffee cup. She began. She told him everything she had not told him for 3 years. The intake discrepancy, the archive records, the secondary assessment statistics, Roz's exchange, and what Roz had told her about what the processing wing did to people it classified as non-standard. The maintenance passage, and what Sable had told her about the others on the station, the people whose occupation of this space predated the colonial survey ships. The archive file with the photograph, labeled first contact specimen, and what the label meant, and what the person the label had been attached to had lost. She told him about the form she had filed and the 17 seconds and the retraction, and what the retraction had not been able to do, and the 6 hours she had spent at her desk counting minutes while Colonial Security acted on the original report. She told him about the processing room door and why she had opened it and what she understood she was spending when she walked through it. She did not apologize for any of it. She said, "This was my error." She said, "I understand the cost." She said, "This is a more accurate record than anything I filed in 3 years, and I am giving it to you now because the record should be accurate, because that is still the only thing I know how to do correctly even when I have failed at everything else." Cale listened. He listened the way he did everything, without interruption, without visible reaction, with the specific patience of a man who had been in these conversations before and had learned that the most useful thing he could do in them was let the other person arrive at the end before he said anything. The plant was alive in the window corner behind him. The map was out of date. His hands were folded on the desk. When she finished, he was quiet for a long moment. "The commission inquiry is going to happen," he said. "I want to be honest with you about that. The access logs are in the system. I can't pull them." He looked at her. "The outcome is going to depend on things I don't control. I know. What you've told me today, I'm going to have to consider carefully what to do with it. Some of it changes the picture of what's been happening in the lower boundary zone. Some of it raises questions I'm not comfortable leaving unasked."
He paused.
I want to be clear that I'm not promising you anything. I don't have the authority to promise you anything. I'm not asking for a promise. I know you're not. He looked at his desk. Something moved through his expression that she had not seen in 3 years. Not the working face, not the commander face, something older and less managed than either. I've been running the station for 8 years, he said. The secondary assessment protocol, the intake patterns, the things that don't appear in the reports that come to my desk. He was quiet. I am not going to tell you I didn't know. I knew the shape of it. I chose to trust the system's accounting of itself. Marisol did not say anything. That's going to require some accounting on my end as well, he said. Which is a conversation that is not today's conversation. He looked up at her. Today's conversation is, go back to your quarters. Don't come in for the next 2 days. I'll have the inquiry notification delivered through official channels, which gives you time to prepare a response and contact whoever you need to contact.
He paused.
Is there someone on the station you need me not to move for the next 48 hours? She looked at him. You don't have to answer that, he said. I'm asking because if there is, and if I don't know about it, and if someone acts on the overnight notification before I can manage the timeline, he did not finish the sentence. He looked at her steadily. She understood what he was offering. Not absolution. Not protection, exactly. A 48-hour window, held open by the specific authority of a man who had the rank to hold it. Yes, she said. There is someone. Then go back, he said. I'll manage the timeline.
She stood.
She picked up her coffee cup.
Marisol, he said.
She looked at him. The inquiry is going to ask whether you acted in accordance with your values or in violation of them. He said it in the voice she had learned over 3 years, was his most honest register. Not the commander voice, not the procedural voice, but the voice he used when he was saying something he had thought about rather than something he had been trained to say. Think carefully about how you answer that. She thought about the 24-year-old who had reported a senior officer for misconduct and had trusted the system and had been transferred and commended in the same month. She thought about the woman who had learned from that not to ask questions and had called it professionalism and had been calling it that for 8 years. She thought about the second instinct, the retraction, the processing room, the door, the coffee cup she was holding right now, made for 2 people this morning for the first time in 3 years. I know how I'll answer it, she said.
She left.
The corridor outside was the full morning now, the day's cycle in its settled rhythm, the shift moving through its ordered rotation. She walked through it without counting anything. The coffee cup was in her hand, still warm, and the door to Cale's office was behind her, and ahead of her was 61 steps to her quarters, and she did not count them.
She arrived.
She opened the door. Sable was at the window. She had the blanket still around her shoulders and both hands wrapped around the empty coffee cup, and she turned when the door opened and Marisol saw the read happen, the rapid assessment of her face, her posture, the cup in her hand, and she saw Sable arrive at the conclusion, and something in her expression soften. How bad?
Sable said.
Manageable. Marisol closed the door behind her. He's giving us 48 hours. Sable looked at her. He knows. He suspected. I told him. She crossed to the desk and set down her cup. I told him everything. Everything. Everything I've been not filing for 3 years. She looked at Sable. He's not the man I thought he was. He might not be as good as I'd like him to be, but he's not entirely what I was afraid of either. She paused. He's going to have to do some accounting of his own. Sable was quiet for a moment, processing this. The read was still running. She was cataloging it. Marisol understood the way she cataloged everything, with the careful precision of someone for whom other people's internal states were data. Then something settled in her expression. 48 hours, she said. 48 hours. We should use them well. Yes. There are things I need to tell you, Sable said. Not the last piece. I'm still not ready for that. But things adjacent to it. Things about what my people were before. What the station's bedrock holds. What was here before your survey ships arrived. She looked at the window, the manufactured morning, the inspection plates at their intervals. I've been carrying those things alone for 11 years. I'd like to carry them with someone else for a little while. I'd like to hear them, Marisol said. And there are things I want to ask you. Things about who you were at 24, before the transfer. What you believed then. She turned from the window. I want to know you the way you've been knowing me.
Slowly.
Without the architecture. Marisol thought about the 24-year-old. The report, the trust, the transfer, the commendation that had arrived the same month. The woman who had believed in things and had adapted so thoroughly that she had spent 8 years not knowing whether anything remained underneath the adaptation. Something remained. She was standing in it. I'd like that, she said. They sat down. Not at the desk, on the bunk, side by side, with the manufacture morning coming through the window, and the coffee that needed remaking, which Marisol got up and made, and the hull inspection plates doing what they always did, holding their intervals, all present, all accounted for. Sable took the cup. They sat in the light. Outside, the station kept breathing, life support, circulation, the infrastructure of a colony that had been built on a lie, and was still standing on top of it, and would require work, real work, the slow and difficult kind, to be anything other than what it currently was. That work was real and coming, and would not wait past 48 hours. The politics were real. The others were real. Fun's network was real, and the channel had been compromised, and the community was redistributing through contingency routes, and the system that had built this room and this station and this classification structure was still the system. All of that was real and coming. But Sable was here, without her armor, sitting on the edge of a bunk with a cup of coffee she was holding in both hands, looking at the manufactured morning with the expression she had when she was simply present rather than performing presence. And Marisol was here, without her orders, next to a person she had walked into a restricted room to reach, in a room that had held only what was necessary for 3 years and held something additional now, something she had not had a form for adding, and which did not require one. Tell me something else true, Sable said. Something small. Marisol thought about it. I haven't used the second coffee capsule in 2 months, she said. I ordered it not knowing why. I know why now.
Sable's almost smile arrived.
The capsule. Yes. Tell me something large. She thought about that too. The morning was doing what it did, real and manufactured and entirely hers, and the station was doing what it did, and the consequences were coming, and she was going to walk into them the way she walked into everything, one at a time, precisely, with clear eyes. I'm not afraid of finding out who I am without the rank, she said. I thought I would be. I've been afraid of it for 8 years without admitting it. But sitting here right now, she looked at the window. I'm not afraid. I want to know. I think it's going to be someone I can live with. Sable was quiet for a moment. I think so too, she said. She took Marisol's hand. Not dramatically, just the way she did things, with the specific economy of someone who did not waste motion, the way she had pressed 2 fingers to the inside of her wrist in a processing room the night before, and asked a question in an older language. She took Marisol's hand and held it in her own and looked at the window, and Marisol looked at the window, and the manufactured morning did what it was designed to do. It was not real light. It was an approximation of real light, calibrated to support human circadian function on a station that never saw open sky. Sable found it, she had said, quietly comforting. Marisol had always found it faintly insulting. Looking at it now, with Sable's hand in hers and the consequences waiting in the corridor outside and 48 hours ahead of them to begin the work of being honest, Marisol thought she might be revising her position. It was not the real thing. But something had learned to live in it. Something had been here, in this light, long enough to call it morning, long enough to build something in it that was worth staying for. The last entry she would make, if she were making an entry, would say, nothing unusual observed. And for the first time in 3 years, that would be true. What was in the lower corridor, and in the processing room, and in this room on this morning was not unusual. It was the most ordinary thing in the world. 2 women sitting in the light, holding on, deciding to be known. Outside, the station kept breathing. Inside, the work of it began.